Hello. What's up, unknown? Hello. We got a tournament starting in but a few minutes. Last minute check-ins are open for anyone who may be interested. It's an SFT, and I'm playing Demons of Chaos today. How exciting. Lots of check-ins today, dang. Here we go. Daniel sweep. Yo, I looked at the Demons of Chaos roster and I was like, wait just a darn second. This is just Slanesh. This is just Slanesh, but with Khorne units. What's that? Nurgle? Tzeentch? I don't think so. We don't need no Nurgle or Tzeentch. Slanesh is obviously the best. Sure, I can't run Forsaken, but I got Exalted Bloodletters. And I got this fancy tech. One of the main problems with Seekers is that people will spam Melkoths and such on them. And that'll mess them up real bad. But what if we brought an ability that gave 65% spell resist? Then what? What if this guy also gives them +8 melee attack and +4 leadership? I think that could be pretty good. Hi from Italy, what's up? Zeno. Whoa. What's up? I don't know how to say your name. Sorry about the replay spam. Oh yeah, the replays. I did save a bunch of replays. I will be covering probably one of the replays today. These are the ones. One of them is from Unknown. He wants to figure out how to beat the Nurgs, what went wrong. But that'll be more of a post-tournament or between games type of situation. So that's the goal. Hey, what's up, DB? Yo, look at this. Look at this. It's my mini. It's me. First place, baby. Woo. Yeah. Look at that. It's me. And there's Jimmy. And he's properly proportioned. Right? Yeah, look at him. Little banana friend is right there as the little dogs. It's so good, man. Hand painted by the man himself, Terran. So cool, man. It's so hype. So hype, man. Jimmy looking good. Yeah, man. Yo, oh my gosh. I got that for winning one of his tournaments. The prize was it? I think it was the SFT. I think it was an SFT. But yeah, unfortunately he did not send me an Applebee's gift card. Sadly. I feel like it would have been so perfect to throw in just like a $5 Applebee's gift card, but what can you do? What can you do? All right, generate the bracket. Don't lose a trophy or you get a -16. Yeah, that would be a big shame. I will cherish it. Goblins, round 1. We're up against MV. Hit him up with the yo-yo. Get him the invite going. Gotta go, let's see, I'm first bracket. Their faction is... What's the faction? What is it? Wood Elves. Wood Elves. Oh, that's interesting. Here's the thing. Slanesh is usually bad into Wood Elves, but Demons of Chaos usually don't play like a Hyperbox style, right? I feel like if I play Demons of Chaos like Slanesh, they'll be completely unprepared. I'll ban Brave Alleys. Pretty funny. Blazing ramparts. Ban blazing. I'll ban the ramparts. Why not? And playing Demons of Chaos looks inside Slaanesh. It's always Slaanesh. Hey, I got one Corrin Fury, okay? You can't say I did not take a singular Corrin Fury. If he's Wood Elves, though, I should go all Corrin Furies. Here, this is the best part. This is the best part. So you can switch your Furies based on what you need. So Corrin Furies have more DPS than Slaanesh Furies. Wood Elves don't have armor. Boom, baby. Do I even need a Hellforge Bellows? I guess just in case he goes for a box. But otherwise, we're just gonna mulch him with Exalted Bloodletters. Always gonna be so good. Let's see here. Actually, wait. So I have two types of builds, right? Either I start with the Bloodletter or I don't. I think I do. Because he has Arrows of Kurnos, right? What am I cooking? It's the most Slaaneshi Demons of Chaos you have ever seen. This is intense, sweaty Demons of Chaos. No Zinch, no Nurgle, screw them. 0 capture weight build? What do you mean? I have 4 capture weight at almost 100 speed. And these guys have 7 capture weight. Come on! Let's see here. Oh, we got a late check-in. We got a late check-in. Let's see here. Edit tournaments. Yeah, we're seeing if we can actually play Demons of Chaos just like Slaanesh. That's the meme today. It might actually be insanely strong though, because Slaanesh is insanely strong, right? Slaanesh and Corrin aren't big fans of each other. Truly unholy. Okay, so I gotta add, let's see here. And there we go. And then what's Anticities, Monday, Swiss SFT. Okay, they should be added. But yeah, the great thing is that you can't kite this. You can't kite the this build because it's a Slaanesh build. So like usually a lot of people will try to kite the Demons of Chaos, and they will be wholly unprepared for this playstyle. Thank you, Crispy Priest. Hey, Noble Naldor, what's up? Attack Speed Enjoyer on the Twitch. What's up? Yo, I'm so excited. This is just an excuse for me to play Slaanesh again. Except I got a Blood Reaper. Reaper. Let's see here. Yeah, the Bloodletters should be way better against Wood Elves than the Forsaken. Because they can actually kill their super elite dudes. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. Let's set up the arm blocker, even though most of you guys know what I'm going to be taking. Oh, I'm so excited, man. I wonder what the army abilities are going to be like, though, because obviously we don't get the Slaanesh army abilities. So it'll be slightly worse. He's a Bloodthirster Lord. I'll add it to the list.
Use a Bloodthirster Lord.
I will try that later, though. I will try that later. What do I even have to, let's see here. Sky Lantern Max. Skull Reapers. We can't take Skull Reapers. Kugath, Frunky, and Great Unclean One. Let's see here. We have the Sky Lantern Max, Demon Prince. Demon Prince win. Oh, there you go. People want to see some Demon Prince action. Oh, gotta get the win-loss going. Very nice. Let's move this here. Let's get this. There we go. And then I can hide and show all of them at the same time. Aw, hell yeah. Aw, hell yeah. There we go. I already did this one. Did I do Bretonnia Cav only? I guess I did. Alright, he wants to play a Norskin Rise. Yo, the Demon Prince flags is only 2. It's either Legion of Chaos or Shadow Legion. Mega ripoff. Skull Reaper Madness. Skull Reaper's on here twice. Eagle Max High Elves? Oh god. Yo, Eagle Max High Elves is impossible. Win with Cetra while listing his full title. Oh my gosh. Unexpected Nurgle maxing. Start Nurgle maxing everyone. I feel like Nurgle Zinch is not a good combo unless you get like a bunch of magic generation and then Rancid Visitations or Faces Off. Oh my, that's a lot of requests. Yep. It doesn't even fit on one text box. I need multiple. Blood Crushers are possible? Or is it now, or is that Skull Crushers? They're both okay. They're both really okay. But when you have Slaaneshi Cavalry, like, what are you doing, man? Obviously, you go Slaaneshi. Such a one's gonna be hype. He has a lot of names. He has a stupendous number of names. All right. Here we go. So playing versus Wood Elves. Usually, if you were playing against Slaanesh, you would box it up super hard. Is this live? This is absolutely live, yes. We are currently in the midst of streaming. Okay, so take a look-see, right? We hide in the trees. And we burst out of the forest and rip his face off. It's that simple. Ready? These guys are fast. Fiends also seem to have just a really fast charge speed. I don't know what it is about them. But they charge super duper fast. We got our Furies of Khorne here to bully his forces. They should be extremely good versus Wood Elf Cavalry. I got Hellforge Bellows in case he's spamming literally only infantry. Only melee infantry. Shoot on head or pre-recorded. Oh my gosh. No other way. There's no other way. We all got together yesterday and made a fake stream just to gaslight that one guy. Yo, that'd be jokes. Just the gaslighting stream. It could be done. There's enough of you guys that would probably be willing to troll a few people. All right. Yes. He took skirms. He took a glade lord. They have a net. And arrows of Kurnos. Interesting. I think we'll be okay. I have Seductive Glory. We got the Melkoth's combo. I should be able to speed blitz this guy. Dude, he's so unprepared, man. This is totally like an anti-Demons of Chaos build. This is not an anti-Slaanesh build. He can see my lord. But can he see my cavalry? The answer is no. No, he cannot. Get him, boys. Beat him up. Beat him up. We ain't stopping for nothing. Get in there. Holy crap, the damage. Holy moly. Yeah, you weren't ready for this one. Oh my gosh. Yo, the lag though. But anyways, he is super dead. So that's one unit already down the drain. And then I can get a Penumbral Pendulum. Unfortunately, this guy's a little slow. Arrows of Kurnos did nothing to my lord. Good to see, good to see. So I should just be able to charge straight into those Glade Riders. Get the Pendulum down, which is yet another speed booster. Couple Wild Riders should not be an issue. Here we go. And we got a Lord in here. A slow, interesting. Okay, yeah, this guy's a little slow. I don't know if I like starting with this guy. He is a little slow. Can we get Rampage on these guys? Not on all of them. Not on all of them. Okay, this is actually a little sus. Not having a ton of Forsaken is a little bit awkward. At least this fight's going well, though. The Fiends are cooking. They do kill Wild Riders really well, by the way. More Glade Riders are over here. Should be able to just shut them down. Big route. Love to see it. As long as my lord don't die, we're happy. Good routes overall. Lots of routes. Motorbike guy can just be hella annoying here. Not as devastating as I thought, though, right? It could be a little bit better. I still think we're in the clear, though. But, yeah, we gotta be a little careful. Jeez, these Fiends, though. The Fiends do not fool around in the slightest.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Very nice. We got some routes. Unfortunately, all my guys crumble pretty fast. Arcane Surge. Sure. Sure, why not? Dude, the lag, though. This is some hella laggy game. He's gonna summon in some Dryads. Okay. Fine by me. Dryads are pretty chumpy. And yeah, I think the Fiend Blitz is just a little bit too much for a full Wood Elf kite. Jeez, the lag though, man. The lag. What's going on? All right, come on. I will say these army abilities are not nearly as good as the Slaanesh army abilities. Yeah, we're getting real bad lag. Here we go. The lag police have arrived. That's what I get for opening my window. And there we go. Up, it's stabilizing. Medieval internet, jeez. You guys are cruel. I gotta save the Melkoths for cavalry. Okay, yeah, so this guy's actually too slow for this build. So maybe we just go more Slaaneshi. Could just go even more Slaaneshi. I will say he's relatively tanky though. I like that part. But yeah, unfortunately for me, he's just a little bit slow. Them Furies are cooking hard, man. There we go. There's another big route. Hey, the lag, it's fixed. Very nice. But yeah, so for those of you that don't know, Demons of Chaos, their army ability builds off of their Lord dealing damage. So unlike Slaanesh, once you start winning, you actually build it up slower. It's a little awkward. Hey, actually, when they're attacking a single entity, though, it builds up quite fast. That's not the worst, then. And sometimes you'll get some Nurgle abilities, which will help you heal. But most of the time, I'll probably have to farm it with, like, my Lord dueling single entities, I guess. Alright, great success. My bloodletters are supercharged right now. You'll love to see it. The cavalry is indeed caught by the Furies. Can kill off his Spellweaver of Shadows in due time. Why did I not capture all the points yet? I was trying to kill his units. Here we go. Huzzah! This battle's only been 4 minutes 30 seconds. This battle has only been 4 minutes 30 seconds. And here we go. There's a murderage. 8 minutes in real time. Okay, so we're moving at about half speed then, is what you're saying. Faster than I would have expected, actually. Okay, there we go. We got a little bit more speed. Hey, pipe. Come on. Okay, there we go. And are we stabilizing? Is it stabilizing? Maybe. Here we go. It's almost in. Alright. Just some adminning. Alrighty. Let's capture the points, finally, now that we've cleared off most of his army. I should even be able to kill off his lord very soon. Although, actually, I can just net him down, right? Get the Slaaneshi abilities in there. There we go. And then I can rampage him or something. Time runs differently for demons. Alright, there we go. And we're jumping them.
Keep it from the foe.
Still 10 seconds of net. And we're gonna full surround them with Fury so that they absolutely cannot escape. That's a murdering. And then I just gotta pull away to make sure these guys don't kill me. Yo, it's kind of crazy how good Fiends are against against Wild Riders, by the way. I did not expect them to be so good. They kind of mulch the Wild Riders in a normal 1v1. It's great. Yeah, you ain't running away, man. Get back here. Chucks down the net somehow. I don't even know how that's possible. Bro, how'd he get a net? How'd he get a net? He's rampaging, bro.
We have a victory point. Keep it.
Yeah, this is basically Slaanesh without army abilities. It's still good, though. Oh, we got some big boys coming. Yeah.
The enemy has captured one
Here
of
we
your
go.
victory points. Take it back.
His Lord's Terror out it. That's good. Alright, we bring in this. As long as he doesn't shoot my Lord to death somehow, I'm fine. Couple Wild Riders are not an issue. So balanced Slaanesh? Yeah, this might actually be the most balanced Slaanesh you've ever seen. The army abilities for Slaanesh is really what makes them overpowered, I think. Turn-based. Oh crap, I could have used the Locus of Abjuration. This guy just can't keep up with the army though, that's the big problem. If he could actually keep up, then it would be much better. Anyways, that Lord is now dead. Would have been much better with another unit of Slaaneshi Cav, but regardless, we're still good.
Glorious.
Huzzah, they did.
An enemy.
Couple Wild Riders. So Wild Riders versus Seekers of Slaanesh, who wins? Their prices are both fairly similar. Seems like it's actually very close. But with even a little bit of support, the Seekers just mulch, right? Super high DPS fight. Even with the lag, that took like 2 seconds. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Yeah, I will say this is pretty over at this point. I don't think there's much my opponent can really do to win it. Sadly. Get a little bit of a charge Reno here on the Dryads. Seekers are quite a bit more expensive. No, Seekers, not Fiends. Seekers cost 1,000. Wild Riders cost 1,000. If they are Wild Rider shields, it's even worse. Or no, were those Glade Riders? Oh, maybe they were just Glade Riders. Oh, never mind then. If Glade Riders are trading evenly into Seekers, that's terrible. Okay, maybe a little sus then. Never mind. Honestly, I don't even know what made them fall off so much. I guess the unit size change just really hurt them bad. Makes them trade way worse in cavalry engagements. I remember before you could chuck them at basically anything and they do great. Nowadays, not so much. Also, man, I have so few army. But by this point in the game, if I was playing Slaanesh, I would have so much army ability build up that I would not be able to spend it all. What is this garbage army build up? They've been nerfed again. Seekers? No, they were only nerfed the one time. Also, yeah, this guy, he's kind of cool. I guess he technically paid for himself, but he's just not fast enough, man. Guy doesn't have the zoomies. Alright, here we go. Another unit. He summons a Glade Rider Hagbane tip. We will have that triple cap soon, though. And then he'll be screwed. There's another Pendulum. Having Arcane Surge is kind of hype, at least. Yeah, that doesn't really even build it up much, though, does it? Oh, fecundity! So the best part about playing Demons of Chaos is that you have a 1 in 4 chance of getting fecundity. That's the only thing that's good about the Demons of Chaos, because you can heal up your Lord. and it makes them so much harder to kill usually. That's the only thing that that saves the Demons of Chaos. I hate that it completely removes your glory points though when you use an ability. Very garbage. I think the Blood Reaper anti-magic aura is good as a reserve. I don't think I would actually keep it as a starting army thing, but it's definitely really interesting. Like if I ever run into a final transmutation blob build or something, having this guy to just become effectively invincible is really hype. Could be really good at saving my lord from getting murdered too. There's definitely a lot of stuff there we can do. Does Melkoth's do anything? Melkoth's builds up the glory points only okay. I guess if I cast 4 Melkoths, it'll get there. The great thing is that it gives me speed though, so I can catch his cavalry, but...
I knew it.
GG!
Unending glory is yours.
GG! Huzzah! Alright, Slaanesh versus Wood Elves. Slaanesh wins. I mean, I actually typed in Slaanesh. Demons of Chaos. Chaos Demons versus Wood Elves. Chaos Demons win. Wow, I actually got myself there for a second. That only took 20 minutes? Hell yeah. It's okay. Other people still manage to take longer to finish their matches in tournaments most of the time. It's crazy. Alright, nice. So, that went pretty well. I think I will do Triple Fiend to double Exalted instead, though. This just feels safer. Do I need another Exalted? Freudian slip with the race. Oh yeah, we gotta adapt a little bit. What tournament is this? It's in the description, but it's an SFT hosted by me on Total Tavern, which is Turn's website. Sufficiently recovered from the trauma of playing Cathay. Yeah, dude, Cathay yesterday. Turin hosted an ultra late tournament, and it was pretty rough playing Cathay. Although it was not the worst. We beat all of our matchups except for the Vampire Coast one. And even the Vampire Coast one, despite being a terrible matchup build-wise, we actually did okay. But yeah, Vampire Coast in a single build tourney is kind of crazy. Cause they can go pretty hard main tide skew. Alright, how would I adjust this? I have 800 left over. The Exalted Bloodletters are my only real infantry. They can't keep up in the same way that Glorious Forsaken can. I'll see. Round 2. Up against Navigator. Yo. Alright. Let's get it. Sorry, gonna have to kick my opponent because the next round has begun. You're up. I'm Demons of Chaos. He's Wood Elves again. Wood Elves again. All right. So interesting. Very interesting. Didn't stream it. That doesn't count. I can cast the replays after. He bans Altar of the Champion. We could play Cursed Oasis. Or Edge of the Darkwood. Edge of the Darkwood's a pretty nice open map. Let's play... Oasis? Cursed Oasis is... I feel like it's better for what I want to be doing here. Okay, but here's the problem, right? So, like, Exalted Bloodletters are just too slow. Even my Demonettes of Slaanesh. Okay, I guess a 54 speed. That's pretty fast. But Demons of Slaanesh can't really cook. They can't really fight super well, so... I don't know, man. Do I need another Bloodletter? Probably not. Okay, obviously we need as many Corn Furies as we can take. That's just good. Nothing wrong with that. Do I need Eternal Entourage? Only if he has like a bunch of single entities, right? I guess I do have to be slightly... Like, what if he goes Darthu, you know? There's always a chance somebody goes Darthu and then boxes. Against Demons of Chaos, though, I think a Darthu box is way riskier. And not worth it at all. Because I actually have range. We can choose to shoot him to death if we want to. Hell, I could just stock up on 1,000,000 blues. Actually, wait. I could stock up on 1,000,000 blues. That's kind of crazy. So if he goes for like a mega box, I just shoot him to death. And if he doesn't, I just murder him. With my Mega Rush. Are Flesh Hounds good here? I feel like Flesh Hounds are only okay. Maybe one experimental Flesh Hound. In general, though, I feel like rushing as Demons of Chaos is very strong. I think not enough people hard rush with Demons of Chaos, but we'll see if I'm wrong here. Fiends are definitely S tier against Wood Elves, so we're keeping them. Darthu kills everything, I swear. He'll be a little bit of a menace if we do see him, but I think I have enough options here to win it. We'll see. What's your build gonna be, son? Second game versus Wood Elves. Hopefully it's not crazy laggy. It would be cool for you to do like a meta builds series. Isn't that just like most of my tournament matches? As long as I'm not memeing, you can just go to one of my like single faction tournaments and just start copying my builds. A lot of them are very similar, especially my Slaanesh ones. Like you slap in a bunch of rush. You don't even run skirmishers. Like it's just Forsaken Hellstriders and Fiends. That's the whole faction. You want some meta builds? You can do that. For other factions, it's a little weird because they're weaker, so they have to like bring different builds for different matchups. It's hard to search live streams. I guess it is true. 80% of your builds are copied from me? Oh, hell yeah. Builds also change too fast, though. I think if you want to be really, like, you know, you need to get the vibes right with Warhammer builds. Otherwise, you'll kind of get outpaced by the meta. Or you have to keep changing them. It's not impossible for me to do, but it's also a lot of work. Because I actually just don't have that many saved builds. Most of the time, I'm just kind of winging it. But, I think it would be way better for players if I just did a good units list. So just, yeah, just lay out the units that are strong. And that's probably good enough. Because if you just take 5 of the strong unit, you'll be fine. Anyways, blue horrors. Big problem for the Wood Elves. Pinks. Otherwise, it's mostly still a rush. But the blues and the pinks are specifically if they are going for some kind of crazy boxy type build. But rushing is just so good. Now, here's the thing, these guys are a little slow. 38 speed is not bad, but it could certainly be better. Always pick Jade Warriors as Cathay, trust me. I haven't run Jade Warriors in Cathay in so long. Poor guys. I see. The Mad Lad has some stealth units. A Blade Wind. A Word of Pain. I would like to have a Word of Pain with you. Wild Hunters of Kurnos versus Malkoths. Why, how do you do? Thank you very much. There they are. Dodge it. Woo. Kind of spooky. Anyways, we're just gonna hard push them. Get some of these guys because they don't got no Malkoths. Then we're gonna go like so. We're gonna get the flanking on. Just gonna hard press with these guys. So that'll take care of them real nice. Goodbye, Wild Riders. That rampage is absolutely brutal. And then we just rush in with the fiends, and as long as my lord don't die, I think we're good. He's is he focus firing anything? I guess we'll see. Fiends are in though. Plowing straight through all of that there infantry. It's a great pendulum. Ouch though, he gets a really nasty volley on me. A couple Wild Riders are in here too. Okay. Gonna need to get the deep dive in on all of these dudes. Gotta make sure my lord don't die. That's actually some pretty good focus fire. Some good zoning. He hasn't killed my exalteds though. And they are actually crunching through him pretty nicely right now. Oh, that's gonna be a nasty volley though. Come on, fiends, get in there. Yeah, not having the Forsaken really sucks, man. Ouch, bro. Woo. Pull away. I need the speed boost. We're gonna need some flesh hounds. Should be able to rout him off at least. I gotta be real careful that my lord don't die. Hopefully I can get a heal or something too. Is that another cav unit? It is. What a ripoff, bro. I'm just getting way watcher-kited. Not having the Hellstriders is real rough. He just deleted my poor fiends. I think we may have goofed slightly. Now, of course, the Bloodletters is still cooking. Okay, there's an army ability. That's hype. Okay, Bloodletters. Get a solid routing on him. Gonna net down his lord over here. Whoop. Pretty good hit. Got a dodge. Whoop. Oh, that was a sick dodge. That was an absolutely sick dodge. All right, and I just gotta not die. Whoop. Oh, geez, I was close. If I can get this lord kill, we have a chance. They gotta die though. Okay, they're routed. I think my lord's about to die though. Oh, god dang it.
The enemy has slain our lord.
No. 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 Yeah, we dead. We super dead. Oh, man. It's just slightly too slow, ain't it? It's just slightly too slow, and then I just got mega kited. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Yeah, it's super over this fight.
One of your units has been
Ultra,
destroyed.
ultra over. His lord even rallied, man. That's so rough. Yeah, the Exalt Bloodletters just didn't get in there. Alright, is there any way I can pull this back? I guess there's a chance maybe gets a big throw. I'm gonna hope for the big throw. Not having any more leadership is rough. They're not even Way Watchers, they were Deepwood Scouts. There's no armor. Alright, let's see what we can consolidate. If I can somehow catch some skirmishers, I think we have a chance. Having fiends, having mass fiends really screwed me over there. Because they just got mulched, man. Absolutely mulched. Now, remember, he doesn't have any capture points yet. So we do have a lot of time to pull it back. But this ain't Slaanesh, so I can't farm the army abilities back as easily. Alright. Let's see what we can get done. It's gonna have a lot of cav summons. Now, a Lord resummon is a little risky, but they can get so much work done, potentially. That's what I'm banking on. Unfortunately, it's gonna cost all my money. Which sucks, but I gotta make use of the magic, right? You know what? A Hellforge Bellows is not the worst. You know, I'm gonna run the Hellforge Bellows. Maybe I should have started with that. It's not like he had a lot of great counters to it. I was hoping the full rush would do it. It's just not as strong, sadly. Now, thankfully, these Furies, they are quite mighty. Versus these guys, versus Dryads, some basic Dryads. Can we get a shot off here? Maybe. God dang it, Hellforge Bellows. What in the tree? What in the garbage tree is this? Okay, I can hit up his infantry though. Yeah, optimally I would have just summoned the Hellforge Bellows if I knew that the rush wasn't going to go well, but we'll settle for less. At least the Deepwood Scouts are fairly dodgeable. Run in a circle and they will never hit you. Just some basic campaign shenanigans. Okay, he's pulling back. It's a decent shot. Okay. Now, do I save up for my Lord? Do I want them back? He has his Wild Hunters of Kurnos in here. That's problematic. Let's see if we can get a few pot shots in. If I can get a good enough hit somewhere here, we're doing good. That was actually decent. Oh, he's going for it, man. He wants it. He knows that he's got to kill this thing. A Hellforge Bellows can back it up. Maybe we get a Sick Fury charge here. Yeah, there we go. We better back up. Okay. I can still summon in my Lord. Hellforge Bellows can capture and whatnot. All that lubba-dubba goodness. Okay, there we go. We got a solid charge with our Furies. Is he gonna shoot into this blob though? If he does, they're all gonna die. Whoop. Dodge it. Dang, what's with the Hellforge Bellows missing all the time, man? Come on. Alright, yeah. Did you well played? Yeah, alright. I think we just get the Hellforge Bellows earlier and it's totally fine. It's not even like he had a counter to it. Yeah, I could have just gotten the Bellows. The map kind of sucked for it though, but even so, it can probably still get a lot of value. Brutal. Oh, my poor fiends. Yeah, triple fiend into 5 Deepwood Scouts is so rough. No cheap cav. Is a Hellforge even worth it anymore? I think it would have been I think it would have been fine as an early game summon. Capture all the points and then we'd be goodies. In a rematch, I think we'll be able to get them. Dang, that was a lot of Deepwood Scouts though. It's hella Deepwood Scouts. It usually won't be as good because Forsaken can actually tank them. Unexpected. Let's see here. If we played defensively and just kept summoning in stuff, he'd be summoning in cavalry. So that would just kind of trade 1-to-1. You don't think it'd be focus fired to death? In the game that we just played, the Hellforge Bellows did not get focus fired. You can dodge with it as long as you're good enough at microing. So it would be able to weaken his spear front line well enough for my cavalry to probably get the jump in there. Let's see here. What unit would I want speed amped? I don't think Bloodletters would do well, right? Too low armor. I could just take more cavalry. I could just run yet more cavalry and just get a good enough rush. I think the Bloodletters are cool and all, but like, what if I just ran Mass Seekers? Okay, I think this is the way that we want to go with it instead. I think we need a stronger rush because the Bloodletters are they're not cooking hard enough. So instead what we want to do is probably something like this. So we still have our speed amp, still got all this. I think having Bellows in reserve is good. And I think... See, does Khorne have any... I guess I could take Fleshhounds as cheap cav. Maybe I shouldn't knock the Fleshhounds that much. If you compare them to Hellstriders, they're pretty comparable. They have 95 speed. Actually, you know, if you compare them to Hellstriders, they're not actually that bad. So what if we do something like this? And then this way, we have an absurd number of Fleshhounds. Let's see here. 515. Is there a way I can get the money just a little bit better? Okay, I can get a Fiend and then the ROR Fleshhounds? Yeah, alright, there we go. Okay, so what if my Fleshhounds are my Hellstriders? Beast of Nurgle support's too slow. It's 45 speed. It's slower than some of my infantry. Let's see here. Oh, Daceberg and Martin need an extra point. Whoopsies. Let me do some adminning. Martin. Daceberg. There we go. Fogs for the win. Yeah, the Fog Rush. The ultimate in Nurgle cavalry capabilities. Okay, but I do think having more cavalry will suit me very well. I think, you know, you can go as far as spamming the Fleshhounds. Because I think you need quantity. You need quantity to start. They are faster than the Forsaken. They're not as good at fighting, but I think you can kind of make do without. They got physical resist and a whack load of spell resist, so that's pretty nice. And then you combine them with yet more cheap cavalry. So I think you go triple seeker. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, the money's still kind of awkward. 50 left over. Okay, if I cut this, I have 1800 left. What costs 1800? The Golden Griffin. No to the Golden Griffin. He has nothing worth using. I guess, okay, it only has one Gehenna's and one Searing Doom. He's got some pretty good stats though, but he's expensive. I can take the Shrieking Sky Rays. I feel like it's almost there. Like, these rushes are very close to getting there. But the Exalteds are definitely not it. What if I run Karnak? You know, Karnak does have a net and a dog summon. For 1500, you can get a net and a doggy summon. He's very good at sniping lords, which is why I kind of like him. Wood Elves are just too good into Slaanesh units. Well, let's see. They're really good into Slaanesh baseline. But I think that game in particular, because people are building against Teams of Chaos, I think we had a chance. We just need a fat enough rush. Okay, you know what? The Blood Reaper tech, I don't know how I feel about that anymore. So what? 1800. What do I do with this money? I could get triple Fury. Triple Vanilla Fury. Okay, that's kind of funny. Vanilla Furies are... I don't know if they have that much going for them. The Slaanesh ones are so much better. The Corn ones are so much better, right? It's true though, Furies, they do slot in fairly well. Okay, we're real close to getting the pricing just right here. I think like if I take one Fury and make it like a Slaanesh or Corn Fury, then I have 1900 left. And then we should be good. And then we should be a-okay. Hope the tourney's going well. Pretty good. I'm a little, I don't know. I'm a little sussed out by the Demons of Chaos rush and whether or not it'll actually work. But I think these new additions will change a lot. Having some cheaper cavalry in the form of Fleshhounds, who will basically act like my Hellstriders, is good for me. I could do something like this. So it's 6 units of mobility. Let's see here. We have many more Fleshhound summons in reserve. We have a whack load of Furies. We have the Hellforge Bellows. Karnak and mass Fleshhounds is like... Oh, wait. Oh, that's actually perfect. Wait, what? Yes. Oh, wait. Crap. No. Man. Like, yeah, having an extra Fleshhound summon with Karnak, so he kind of counts as like 2 Fleshhounds on his own because he can also Lord Snipe. Prey of the Blood God is hilarious with the Keeper of Secrets. But like, yeah, I definitely need Fleshhounds. Okay, this kind of works. This kind of works. So I can get one more Seeker O Slaanesh. Okay, yes, 2 Seekers, 2 Fleshhounds, Karnak with a Fleshhound summon, a Fiend of Slaanesh. I got my Lord. Okay, yeah, this seems like a fairly proficient rush. And I still have my Furies in reserve. We have a Bellows in case. And then lots of very strong summons. The downside is I have literally no infantry. But do I need infantry? Pretty good turnout, yeah. I think it would do me well to have like 1 unit of like Exalted Bloodletters if I can fit it in. I think it would do me real well having just one Exalted Bloodletter. In case they have like no ranged. And we really just gotta like bunker break it. I think this is getting there. It's all about them tipping points. I just wish the Demons of Chaos Army ability built up a little faster. It's so slow. Surprisingly slow. But yeah, having a backline summon is good. Another thing, I could just rampage their spears and then charge them with the Seekers. But like, we gotta get a good flanking on. At the very least, we can capture some early points to force them forwards. That game I was playing way too far on my opponent's side of the field. I took the fight because I thought I could. But we gotta remember, this is Slaanesh at home that we're building up. Let's see here. I don't think I should take the Blood Reaper. He's too slow. Does the Iridescent Horror have anything cool? Locus of Change? Bro, he's useless. He's useless. I kind of like where this is going though. It needs like a tiny bit more oomph. It just needs a little bit more kick to it. And then I think we have a really good build. Just smallest smidge of oomph. I could take a demon net. 54 speed. They have so many bad matchups though. They have so many bad matchups. But they're fairly killy regardless. And they have 54 speed. As like a budget Forsaken, it's not the worst. Against heavy armor, they are better than Forsaken in terms of trading. Too slow. 54 speed. Let's see. The slowest speed unit in this army is my Hellforge Bellows. Everything else is faster. A Chariot. The Chariot, I guess if we have the mobility advantage, it does have Devastating Flanker. Is it a good Chariot? No. Slaanesh Chariots are really bad, but you know, as an infantry clear, maybe. Okay, let's try this. How to deal with armor halberd spam. If it's mass armor, you would summon the Hellforge Host and then play Keep Away until a good engagement opens up for you. You can also use the Hellforge Bellows to break boxes. So the idea is you have a mobility spam to kill all kite builds, and then you have the Hellforge Bellows to break boxes. If they go for kind of a main tide wide infantry style, that generally suffers versus kind of composition. Although it's missing out on the mass Forsaken, which would usually hard carry. Another good video would be which spells to bring and why. I've done that before. The series can do okay, but I don't know, man. There's not a lot to talk about with spells. Not anymore. CA kind of made all the spells standardized. What could possibly stop this? I think if they take enough infantry, life gets pretty hard. I don't feel nearly as comfortable since I don't have my Forsaken spam. Unless the demon nets just cook. Let me see units. Select a race. Slaanesh. Okay, demon nets have way less HP and armor than Forsaken. They both have devastating flanker. Jeez, Forsaken just have so much better stats though. The frenzy means that the melee attack is still just as good. So Forsaken are really good chaff clear. They're 51 speed. Demon nets are 54 speed. Okay, so this is like army number 1, right? If I were to play this just like how I would play Slaanesh, it would be mass demon nets. Like 5 of them. And then a bunch of Hellstriders. But I can't take Hellstriders, so then we go for Fleshhounds instead, right? It would be something like this. And then you spam out, yeah, then you spam out Seekers and Fiends and Furies. So this would be like the other type of build. What else is in my Slaanesh build? I guess Eternal Entourage. And I guess like usually I run the Bringers of Beguilement. They're not as needed anymore though because we got this. I could do something like this. Still have a bunch of Furies. So this would be like... this is very much Slaanesh at home, where instead of Hellstriders, we have Fleshhounds. I don't usually run a lot of armor with Slaanesh. So this is all more or less the same, actually. Yeah, I think this is the other one that I want to test out. Don't Demonettes get slapped in most engagements? They do, but they're so fast that they might be able to pick some good engagements. We'll have to see. You're running the same build as Slaanesh, but you're less effective in every single way. So this is definitely just trying to be Slaanesh. This one is more like, hey, I'm Demons of Chaos. I got some combined faction potential here, you know, Khorne and Slaanesh. This is just Slaanesh, but the budget option of everything, right? Budget Forsaken, budget Hellstriders. I guess you do have some Furies. We'll see which one actually turns out better, like, because the build only works if it's strong enough to punch through. Timu Slaanesh. Let's see here. Although Demonettes are not as bad as one might expect, especially if you can get the Devastating Flanker. It's not the worst. Okay, we got one more game that needs a finishing. Exiled Slaanesh. Fleshhounds are not that bad though, right? Anyone know how they compare versus Hellstriders? Let me see. So if we go to Khorne and then we click the Fleshhound, we go to Slaanesh and compare it to the Hellstriders. So Hellstriders have... What the? Chaos Law? Oh, you can't even do that. Hellstriders have 24, 26 melee stats. They have bonus versus large 10, so effective 34 melee attack. Fleshhounds are 36 melee attack. They got massive weapon strength, fewer entity count, and slightly slower, and they crumble instead of routing. They also don't have the staple ability of getting leadership the more kills they have. And they don't have poison. And they're 75 gold more expensive. Truly Timu Slaanesh. Can't you compare on the Warriors of Chaos roster? Oh, I guess we could. Because they have their campaign exclusive. True that. Okay, Hellstriders versus... Jeez, what a big roster. Versus Fleshhounds. So Fleshhounds have slightly more HP, slightly more armor, slightly less speed, but better melee attack, significantly better weapon strength, and some charge bonus. I think they might do a little bit more damage, in theory, but they don't have that leadership. The Soul Hunters is just such a good ability. I guess they both have ITP. Do they have Strider? They don't have Strider, bro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely real jank. Interesting. half the models. Does a Fleshhound beat a Hellstrider? Let me see. If I take one Fleshhound and they have one Hellstrider, who wins? Army abilities is the biggest difference. Slanesh army generation and payoff are just that much better. Definitely. I think it makes a huge impact for steamrolling the late game. Round 3! Exclamation mark. Let me see this. Let me just see this real quick. If they lose to Hellstriders, that'd be so sad. Oh, okay. This was a wrong test. They didn't charge. All right. Yo, yo, we're up. I'm Demons of Chaos. All right. Whoops. I forgot to adjust this. So much janky adminning. Thankfully, we'll have an assistant soon. Okay. All right, let's see this. Got our opponents. That should be good. Alrighty. Here we go. He's Warriors of Chaos. I forgot to turn on the thing again. Oh my gosh. Alright, whatever. Let's just get in here. Fleshhound should still be, you know, I guess they don't take spell damage as hard. I guess they do have that spell resist. Nobody's casted spells on them anyways. Okay, Warriors of Chaos. Alrighty. Do I go Karanak and then try and kill Archaon? Do I need infantry versus Warriors of Chaos? Okay, let's try this. Map is a Ragnarok Lair, Crystal Lake, Hashut's oil fields. All of them are pretty good for us. So scuffed. Evangel Ragnarok Lair. Let's play oil. Okay, we're playing Hashut's oil fields. It's Warriors of Chaos. We should be able to defeat them just fine. I think we have most of the tools that we need here. It's a little janky, I'm aware. But we'll see, we'll see. Actually, I want this to work so bad. Because I feel like Demons of Chaos, they should be able to replicate Slanesh. I think even if you play Slanesh without army abilities, actually, well, okay, let's see. You get the net really fast when you play as Slanesh. The net is huge because it just wins you cavalry engagements. In this case, should I like farm my army ability pre-fight? If I cast enough Melkoths with my lord before the fight begins, we could get enough of an army ability buildup where we can take the big fight with the ability. That would actually, that could work. That could be okay. That could be all right. I'm ready, man. I'm ready for a tussle. We do have to win our next we do have to win our next 2 matches, otherwise we are donezo, by the way. No semis for me. So we're locking in, man. No holding back. No memeing for now. Why do you hide your build with the picture of your build? For the memes mostly, but also, you know, I don't always take what the screenshot is. Just in case the enemy is watching. Alright, yo, I'm so ready for this though. I'm locked in. Warriors of Chaos should be fairly beatable. I gotta get ready to beat the Wood Elves though. Wood Elves are such a menace. Wood Elves are a pain in the butt. What a strong faction they are nowadays. I should do some tournaments as them so I can play them in some tourneys. Although I feel like I kind of already know how to play them. Let's take all the good infantry and then spam cav and dryads, right? Gonna take the Herald of Nurgle. You'll see mind games. Is there anything that can compete with the Keeper of Secrets? For Demons of Chaos, Lords? What would be able to compete? I guess you could swap it out. You know, against Wood Elves. You could take a normal Demon Prince and take Burning Head. How expensive is that? A normal Demon Prince with Burning Head is 2,050 gold. So technically, yeah, he's just a normal Burning Head caster with 50-50 melee stats. He doesn't have AP for some reason, but you don't need that versus Wood Elves. 80 speed. Yeah, I guess there's that. I guess. Is it at all good? I don't know. Great Unclean One versus Vampire counts. Yeah, the classic. So I guess you don't have to take a Keeper all the time. There is a little bit of that. I think the Keeper's still... They're still really hyped because of their speed and their sick... rampage ability. They are definitely more expensive though. So if you go for a Demon Prince, you get some mad savings, right? Yeah, let me see. What if you take like the Nurgle guy and just take Rancid Visitations? He's 2,150. Yeah, Keeper of Secrets are... They are expensive. Obviously, they're worth the money. They get a lot of value, but... You know, you could get a whole nother unit of infantry, potentially. So, yeah. I could see it. Blue Fire Spammer. You do need a terror-causing Lord, though. So, like, you would have to take, like, a chicken or something. Although, Malkoth's is kind of absurd. Alright, so I've settled for the Slaanesh at home approach. So this is literally my go-to Slaanesh build that wins tournaments like no one's business, except worse in every way. The army abilities are not there. The Flesh Hounds are not Hellstriders, and the Demonettes are not Forsaken. But I know how to play this build well. So we're gonna see if the general idea of the build is good, or if it's just because Slaanesh is OP. My opponent has mass skirms. He has an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch with the book. He has Sartorial with Final Transmutation. all pretty normy. He has a lot of horsemen, which is kind of annoying, but it's okay. All it really takes is one good Melkoths on these guys, and we are set for life.
Keep it from the foe.
I just gotta get a solid Melkoths-ing on their face. Fleshhounds can kind of dodge that. Very nice. Okay, let's get some of these boys in. Demonettes. Dang, they fast, man. Dude, Demonettes are so fast. He's getting a little bit of chip damage. Nothing too problematic, though. Nothing we can't fight against. Of course, the Demonettes are lightning speed. He summons in Aspiring Champions. I guess maybe he just doesn't have anything better. But generally, I would say Aspiring Champions and not it. Versus Demonette spam. So that means my army should be significantly stronger than his right now. Obviously, the skirmishing's a little annoying, right? I should be able to capture my points. Summon in some more speed demons, and then just don't blob up to Sartorial's madness. As it stands, the skirmishing damage is fairly low. And overall, not too problematic. If I can just get a good charge on these marauders, I am happy. Interesting. Yeah, Aspiring Champions, kind of crazy. Okay, yeah, he's just dancing. We dance back. Slaanesh is very good at dancing. Okay. Overall, pretty chill. Let's start looping into the backfield with our Seekers. So here's the thing, right? Like, everybody kites. Everybody and their mother loves to kite Slaanesh, or loves to kite Demons of Chaos, right? So if I can just get a strong enough anti-kite build, we should be fine. So now we go for the big press. I'm gonna pull away with these guys and then summon in. Okay, so those are more Doom Knights. I need a good enough counter for them. Jeez, my doggos. My poor doggos. Okay, we're gonna slow them. We're gonna catch them. We are ultra speed boosted right now. So hopefully this goes well for us. Alright, looking like the deeps is fairly decent on these horsemen at least. It's nice, it's nice. We're going to get some Slaaneshi Furies on them. Also very nice. Gonna hopefully catch most of his stuff here. And then use our Demonettes to ward off his skirmishers. It's a pretty decent Fury charge. It's final transmutation. But in general, it seems like we're getting some pretty good deeps in. So far, the engagements are they're okay. Knights of Immolation, yeah, kind of problematic. But he did lose a whack load of horsemen, right? We're gonna have some Furies in here. Unfortunately, this Doom Bolt ability is just not very useful. Sadly for me, could have been better. But what can you do? There you go, a little mini Doom Bolt. Lord is most definitely suffering. I don't think there's escape for them. I think they're dead. But at least we're gonna kill everything else in the local vicinity. And maybe even his Lord if we are lucky. As his trolls are completely and utterly surrounded, right? Lord may even live. Who knows? I'm not ultra confident that they'll live, but you know, maybe. Maybe we kill Sartorial. Maybe we kill Sartorial. We'll see. Holy crap, my Lord's actually living. Don't mind us 16 yet. They're actually alive somehow. Ouch. All right, final transmutation hits, but Sartorial's definitely getting cooked alive here. This little character over there is not going to help him either. And with the loss of basically his entire army, I think we're fine. My lord was healing up though. That was pretty jokes against his units that were routing. That was pretty funny. There you go. Goodbye, Marauder Horseman. Goodbye, trolls. Goodbye, trolls. And all right, yeah, it's not nearly as oppressive as like a hot Slaneshi strike, right? The killing power is definitely not quite there. The Demonettes surprisingly held their own though. I think maybe people are underrating them a little bit too much, because they do actually do decently.
One of your units has been destroyed.
They are one of the most decent units in the game, actually. Very, very okay they are. Also, these guys, super good versus single entities. If you can get the surround on them, because they have devastating flanker, they will just shred them to bits. Yeah, there we go. Goodbye, Sartorial. Does get the Buna on them, though, which is very painful, but regardless, they're dead. Okay, how long does that last? How'd they take so much damage from one Buna? Jeez, holy crap. They still paid for themselves, but holy crap, man. Bro, why is the Buna so painful? Alright, whatever, man. Lord's coming back. We will win it. Timu Slanesh prevails. Oh, jeez. My army ability would be so built up with this Forsaken routing. It's so sad. Oh, man. Yeah, you know, not the worst. Not the worst. I think the build did okay versus these guys. I think the Flesh Hounds are definitely not nearly as good against this business. Flesh Hounds could certainly be a bit better. Oh man, all the demon units got so nerfed. Demonettes also crumble very quickly without the support of my lord. My lord. We're both quite low on units, it seems.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I will resummon my lord though. I should just take a different lord at this point. Although, do we even have a Melkoth's caster? I don't know. Can we kill this guy at least? Dang, Demonette's got that deeps. They do actually kill him pretty hard. Yeah, there he goes. And the Lord is back. Huzzah! We got 4 units apiece. 4 units per player. There's so much to micro right now. Truly. Okay, so how much does a pendulum get me in terms of this thing? So pendulum, half decent shot on Forsaken gets me like nothing. It gets me a very mild amount of army ability. Whatever, I'll take it. Okay, at least we can do this. Huzzah! Easy rampage setup. Can you believe it? That's the only thing that's good. The Nurgle slow is better than the first tier Slanesh ability. So I guess there's that. Smell costs them to death. Get them out of here. This guy should terror out very soon on the charge. Nice. Yeah. Get that balance of power. I got loads of magic. Huzzah! The Zotes! I mean the Dragon Ogres! You darn guys summon Dragon Ogres, alright. Oh nice, we got the Curse of the Slug again, which means it's on cooldown. Great stuff. Love to see it. Why does Nurgle have a slow? They need the slow to catch anything. That's the whole thing. That's the whole point. Anyway, Seekers have a devastating flanker. So do my Demonettes. So if we just attack from both sides at the same time, someone's getting the devastating flanker. They actually do a lot of damage to Seekers though. They'll still die regardless, but Yeah, surprising. I am mildly surprised. Come on, you keeper of secrets. Attack. Attack. Oh, dang. They're actually kind of winning. Regardless, we're still good. Okay, yeah, so that felt significantly weaker than a normal Slanesh build. That felt like 50 times weaker, man. That felt absolutely garbage. If somebody brought this into my Slanesh build, it would be such an easy win. Oh my gosh. Chaos Demons versus Warriors of Chaos. Chaos Demons win. We must simply win the next one now. I love how whips are a serious threat to armored warriors in this game. Only sometimes. Not all whips are made equal. Not even close, yeah. Okay, so the demonettes were okay. They're very okay. They're quite fast, which is fun. Killing Sartorial was big. Can you play Slanesh without infantry? Can you play him without infantry? Full metal jacket whips. Let's see here. Obviously, if we're worried about kite, we can always take like blues and pinks and stuff. But I want to rush down kite. I feel like you should be able to rush down kite. This definitely doesn't feel tournament ready though, but yeah, okay, so we have that. And we have this. So this is the Karanak version, which is definitely much better at Lord sniping. So let's see here. Okay, Karanak can also use Foe Seeker, and then he can go like a bullet and just snipe their Lord. This is 5 units of mobility at the start. It's a good amount. But like without infantry to punish their spears for grouping in on your mobility, you kind of get screwed, don't you? Need something else versus Wood Elves. Chariot Max. Does anyone know if Secret Chariot Max can do anything? 70 armor. Only 5,000 HP. How good are the flying flamethrowers right now? Great if you have air superiority. Which you can do with Angels of Decay, but most people are shooting Demons of Chaos to death. I think one of the best things we can do is to forsake that Lord and to look around for other options. So what do we have? What if we take this lady? Oh, then I don't have terror though. The cost savings are massive though, right? Like you can get a whole extra fiend of Slanesh, but then no Lord. She also can't really kill anything. Yeah, Slanesh Chariots are kind of garbo. I'm probably gonna swap them. There's other options like spamming Furies at the beginning. It's kind of like having a million Hellstriders, but they're all in the skies. So what if we do that? What if we do that? Would that be a sufficient rush? It might be. But Furies disintegrate, Hellstriders rally. Hellflayers, clearly. They don't even need melee attack. They get AP though, they get 50% more AP damage. It's, yeah, it's a little bit more AP, I guess. But the Screamers. The Rotflies? Rotflies have 90 speed. It's a dangerous level of suck. Red Olgor. Caress the Darkling Prince. Okay, wait, actually. Oh, but they don't have the Rampage or the healing. But they are a flying Pavane caster. So you can get flying Pavane caster, you save like 700 gold. That's not bad. Compared to a Keeper of Secrets, you get more or less the same deal. They're also anti-large. They reduce armor for some reason. For all your non-armor piercing units. I guess the Flesh Hounds. They're 50% AP. Less. Yeah, so you can reduce armor. Is there something better? This guy. Burning Head Kindle Flame. Also relatively cheap. If Slaanesh Prince is not the worst. You don't have the speed boost, but you have Pavane, which is good in and of itself. Rotflies are more useful than chariots. I can kind of see Rotflies doing okay. Because if you want to rush a mass range build, you need a bunch of cheap mobility. That is fast. No plague darts. But a bunch of cheap mobility that's fast will go a long way. So you can take the Demon Prince. There's various kinds of Demon Prince too that we could potentially run. So we have a Slaanesh Demon Prince, who also has Pavane, but he's more expensive for some reason. Wait, what? The Slaanesh Demon Prince has more speed, less HP, no bonus versus large. They have Soporific Musk instead of the armor reduction. This guy has a shield. Is this guy just... I think Caress is just better. I think Caress is just better in every way. Yeah, none of these are like good abilities. This is really uninspired, by the way, for Demon Princes. This is very uninspired. The Corn one's mega garbage, because he's also super expensive and not a spellcaster. The Nurgle one is like a hard maybe. He does have the Children of Nurgle, but that's not super useful. Bound Stream of Corruption is good. And he has Fate of Buna, which is a delete Yo Cavalry type ability. You can just take him, and he's a flying Buna caster. Doesn't have self-heal, though. Green Olgor is the goat. He's a little bit more expensive. But I might even just start with 1,000,000 Furies. What, you can take 5 Furies at the start? Who needs infantry when you can have 1,000,000 Furies? Alright, so what if you... Can you even take this many Furies? You can't even take this many Furies normally. So you can actually break the Fury limit. You can break the Fury limit with Demons of Chaos. I think the Slaanesh Demon should have 5% extra physical resist for the mark. Did they not? Okay, but yeah, so you can take 5 Furies, which is kind of cool, right? Then you take this guy with Pavane and Blissful Rapture, which increases your Fury's melee attack by 12, which is kind of hilarious. And then you rush their face down like no one's business. Now, are Flesh Hounds good? No, but they're cheap and numerous. You know, this could actually be kind of jokes, especially if they're spamming spears. You can actually get a decent rush game going here, I think, with this type of build. You could start with Heartseekers if you really want to. There you go, boom, Heartseekers. They have Soul Sense, and that's it. Hell, Undivided Furies. You undivided your Furies so that they are even cheaper And then that way you can run the Eternal Entourage. Okay, let's not meme it up that hard. New list for single list tourney. I don't think this build is nearly good enough. Okay, one more game to finish. Let's see. This is like actually almost close to cooking. Having 5 flyers at the start is kind of jokes. But I do feel like it needs a little bit more oomph to it. Hey, what's up, Errant Massa? I think it just needs like a little bit more oomph. Just a tiny, teeny bit. I learned a lot when I watched this game. There's a lot to learn, that's for sure. Do the Nurgle Furies not? They just have Cloud of Flies and Poison. Nurgle Furies are the worst Fury. Tzeentch Furies have 10% more HP. Crazy. Okay, we may advance the Swiss. Okay, round 4. Round 4 has begun. Up against Daceberg. Let's go. Yo, yo. Let's see here. So Daceberg only has 1 win. So if I win, I make it to semis. If Daceberg wins, neither of us make it to semis. I'm Demons of Chaos. He's Greenskins. Okay, that's pretty chill. I'll ban... Do I want to play Imperial Ambush? Imperial Ambush is pretty good for mobility builds. Celestial Lake? Sure. Sure. Alright. Alright, Daceberg, give me your worst. When spawn only list? Spawn only. Warriors of Chaos can spam spawn, right? I think they can. Okay, so he's playing Greenskins. This is the true test of the build. Does the Demon Prince have anything going for them other than being a slightly cheap spellcaster? I get it's not the worst to have a slightly cheap spellcaster, Lord. Like, he's 60 melee defense. Like, you know, he's Archaon with anti-large. He has 20% physical resist. No missile resist, mind you, but you know, it's something. It's definitely something. It's cheaper than an Exalted Keeper of Secrets. I guess that's also true. You can name them what you want in campaign. Ah, hell yeah. Wants to play Changer's Madhouse. It's Greenskins. Okay, let's try this. Let's just try it. If it works, it works. If it don't, it don't. Let's see here. I think, yeah, I definitely want these. The chariots suck. Never fall to the temptation of chariots. Do I need blues versus greenskins? Not really. No, I really want Karanak to work. Oh, so maybe a little bit of Karanak action. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's just do it, man. I don't feel so great about this build. I think we will probably make it to semis. 'Cause I don't think Greenskins are super duper strong versus Demons of Chaos. We'll see though. I think the Penta Fury is potentially really good if it doesn't immediately die. But casting spells will give them a leadership and melee attack boost. So in theory, the lore of Slaanesh is perfect for Furies. In my mind, that is how it is. Man, Pavane is expensive though. Do I want Pavane or do I want Acquiescence? Pavane's just too good to pass up, isn't it? Man. If this was a pre-nerf, if this was Demons of Chaos, pre-nerf Furies, pre-nerf Fleshhounds, pre-nerf Seekers, they would be good. Oh, my bad. It would also be pre-buff Demon Princes. So, I guess it's impossible. Although, who knows? They did make Demon Princes 300 gold cheaper. Very few things in this game can get that much cheaper and still be bad, right? Demon Princes have to be good. That's like the whole thing. That's the thing that's exclusive to the whole roster. They're unique Demon Princes. So let's see. Does my opponent have what it takes to defeat the Demons of Chaos? I think not. You're gonna love this, guys. It's Fury maxing. Fury Road time. Hopefully it doesn't immediately all crumble away. Furies are really, they're quite interesting. I'm a little worried that they'll just all crumble away. But their DPS is certainly really high. So, like, if they don't get countercharged, and with this many, there's a good chance that they won't, then, potentially they cook. I did take Caress. So that means we have some Rampage shenanigans. Okay, nice. I can Mega Vanguard. This guy can't Vanguard though, but everything else everything else can Vanguard. Okay, that's actually hilarious. Okay, that's pretty hype. Interesting. All right, yeah, they're leaving him behind. So every time I cast a spell, I get 4 leadership and all that business. They have an Arachnarok Spider. They have Swamp Things. Okay. Nothing too terrifying, really. This is hilarious. So this is more Furies than anyone ever brings, usually. This is a crazy amount of Furies. Congrats on getting to the finals last night. Thank you. Really wanted a Grand Cathay win, but I guess not. Yeah, so the fun fact is that most demon factions can't take more than 4 Furies, but Demons of Chaos, they can. Okay, so he has an Arachnarok Queen, his Spidey summons. He has a Net Dude, and then he has a bunch of Spears. Now the Spears are pretty garbage. We know that. He also doesn't have anything to stop a Hellforged Bellows, so I guess we'll just summon that. I guess we'll just summon a Hellforged Bellows. What do we have? Spirit Leech? Okay, that's reasonable. We dodge. And then I'm just gonna Bellows him to death. We'll see if he can pass the Bellows check. I don't want to take a big fat engagement because I gotta remember this faction's weaker than one might expect. So we're gonna Rampage these fools. That unfortunately doesn't make use of my passive, but it's okay. So that should just be an insta-give on these guys. Rampage is still good. You can only run as far as, like, you know, the Rampage will bring you back to the area that you ran away to. Though, he also gets a Rampage on me. I see. We're gonna get our Furies in here, right? So that Rampage will wear off soon, hopefully. We're gonna charge in with the Furies. He netted my lord. He really wants to kill them. The Furies, though, are super good versus Spears, at least. So that'll be a very uncomfortable time for my opponent. I'm still netted for another 0 seconds. Holy crap, Furies dumpstered those guys. Okay, that's actually kind of impressive. Lord shall survive. And we already got a couple of routes. Nice. I gotta be careful about the fights we take. I did summon in this little range tool, right? I see some savage orcs, though, that we can bully, potentially. So I'm just gonna do that. And we should be okay. In the meantime, hello, infantry. Today is the day you die. Can we get a little bit of a Skarsnik tickle? A little bit of damage on him. No, I can just back it up, right? So I don't want my lord dying here. That'd be very embarrassing. Gets a spirit leech on him. Okay, they're gonna fly up. That's good. Obviously, the cannon here can cook him up. So he summoned in some boar cavalry. That's not really gonna help him, though, right? Against this number of Furies. We'll see, though. We'll see. The question is, how good are Furies? This is a rather stupendous number of Furies. But he has a bunch of anti-large, so maybe they don't actually cook here. Can I get a mass terror out? Hey, I got sweet sorrow. That's hype. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, the terror out. This only works because of my playstyle. Oh, that's hilarious. Yep. Furies. I also had my Heartseekers in there too. That was also pretty good. All right, well, yeah, that's a stupendous route and a half. No magic over here to punish me either. So I guess we're just chilling. He uses up his net on my Seekers over there. Not a problem at all. We can pull away. We can do this. Call this build the Plague of Locusts build. So many Furies, man. In terms of their ability to single out targets, it's quite magnificent indeed. Ragnarok Spider's coming in, though. Can I route off the Swamp Things, though? Probably not. I think we want to play it a little safe. He's going to Spirit Leech the Furies. I don't know if that's a misclick. Spirit Leech is very bad versus Furies. So I'm a little intrigued by that decision. He rampages the Furies. I was kind of planning on going in there anyways, so sure, so be it. Very nice. The point is now ours. It's a pretty good Hell Cannon shot. And then we just back up. And then we have ourselves a little bit of fun. So, in theory, if I just dive bomb all these guys, he doesn't really have AoE. I should be able to just kill them because I have so many devastating flankers. Devastating flanking abilities going on here that I should just be able to kill everything. Let's see if my instincts are right, though. So there's the buff. All my guys get plus 12 melee attack for a small amount of time. We pile on in. Broken Tusk Mob has arrived, but not a problem. And yeah, they're all out. Just like that. It's that simple, huh? Okay. Swamp Things are gone, man. Swamp Things are super gone. This is a bit of a gross blob, though. I should not be blobbing this hard, realistically. I don't even know if my guys are getting proper attacks off. Let's see here. Can we peel off any of these units? Yeah, I think we blobbed up a little bit too hard. When you blob up this hard, it gets really rough trying to disengage. And I don't have any Furies to countercharge. I was still winning this fight, but it's a little awkward. Here, Karnak can solve the issue. Get in there, boy. We got the bestest boy in here. Karnak can kill off the heroes and such. I think he whiffed his fungus. He whiffed his fungus cast. So unfortunately it does not actually hit my lord or anything. Can we get some Furies in there, mayhaps? Yeah, it's kind of just mosh pit. I can't even cycle charge right now. It's a little awkward for everyone. Maybe a second Pavane, though. That'll give me army-wide leadership and thingamajig and melee attack. These Furies refuse to attack the skirmishers because they're stuck in this fight. Just Warhammer things, it happens. Yeah, they can't even disengage. I was a fool! I blobbed up too hard. Black Orcs are actually kind of holding too, but... anyways. He is capturing my back point also with like some random fools here. But I think with a few terror outs we'll be okay. The Fiends are absolutely still cooking. And then of course Karnak here, right? Yeah, there's the net. He's gonna capture this? What if I send 2 Nurglings? Let's not throw. I'd rather not do that. His trolls came back too, dang. Alright, yeah, the mosh pit fight was not a good idea. The mosh pit fight was a silly idea. Karnak is actually getting murdered by Skarsnik. I see. Alright, we're pulling back. Okay, yeah, the Furies, they have their limitations, it turns out. Thankfully, we still win this. Because his army's incredibly slow. So that's what we're playing for. Abuse the slowness. I'm really surprised he's not casting Spirit Leech on my Lord more, by the way. I feel like that would be really good against him. There's the super speed boosted Seekers. 140 speed. That's insane. Yo, that speed amp is so good. Yo, the Slaanesh army abilities, man. Oh, man, I miss them. Now I want to play Slaanesh proper. But anytime Slaanesh is banned, I can play budget Slaanesh. Dude, the speed amp insta gives any mobility. God dang, no wonder they're good. Anyways, there's the double cap. And I guess I just start resummoning Furies? I don't know. The Orcs are having a good day at least? Yeah. Yo, those Black Orcs cooked. They got a decent amount of value off that engagement. Broken Tusk Mob, we can kill him. No problemo. Do I just Pavane these guys? Just get him killed. Oh, he brought back the spider dude. He has a net again. Interesting. Spirit Leech on Karnak. No, Karnak. Oh, wait. No, he has a million physical. Oh, a million magic resist. Yeah, Karnak is the worst target for Spirit Leech. I think it does like 350 damage, tops. Pretty garbage. You done goofed, my good sir? Honestly, if he did get some better Spirit Leeches on my Lord, it could have been real sus for me. This will be good, though. Good old Pavane on the cavalry into beating them up into a pulp. Draw them here. Come to me. Yes. Yes. And that's a free counter charge right on top of them. Turns out Pavane is still a good spell. Almost insta-gives them. Greenskin cavalry tend to have very high DPS, very bad survivability. So if you can just get a little bit of deeps on them, they will be screwed. And you know what? Caress was not the worst. He's no Melkot's caster, but he definitely cooks. As long as he's not getting murdered by this spider dude. Oh. I see. Run, Caress, run! Caress, now! Turn and fight! Beat him up! He'll be fine, I'm sure. Another flesh hound. Yeah, okay, he's fine. No minus 16 today. Caress is indestructible. Yeah, not having that heal's a little sus. Oh, this is a spirit leech too. Alright, you're on retirement now. Slaanesh will be paying off those war veteran funds to Caress for the rest of his life. Get out of there. Oh, hello there. Some snotling pump wagons. I see. Anyways, it's still pretty over. I got doggos on his guys. They might be no Hellstriders, but there's still a light mobility unit that can get the job done. Let's get more Furies. Can I kill these Black Orcs? I do have AP Furies here. So in theory, on the rear charge, they can actually do a lot of damage. It's 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Holy crap, now they're hitting. Yeah, so the Furies, the AP Furies at least, they were contributing like 1,000. Contributed like almost 1,000 damage very quickly there. Not bad. You know, honestly, Fury maxing is not the worst. Greenskins versus Chaos Demons. Chaos Demons win. Nice. So, what are we looking at? Dogs did okay. Furies, though, they did great. I like spawn camping any units that they bring in. That feels pretty good. Yeah, like spawn camping them and then just spamming the bellows on them is not the worst. Get that Demon Prince win off the list. Oh, true. We finally won with the Demon Prince. Where's that? Eh. Let's see here. Eagle Max. Yeah, Demon Prince win. Boom, baby. One down. 30 to go. You know, honestly, not the worst though. I think this Demon Prince is... The fact that they're so cheap is a huge plus. Huge, huge plus. You have any info from your connections at CA about when we might see 6.3.1? If I did have connections, it would or if I did have info, it would most likely be NDA'd. So, yeah. Unfortunately, just because I'm at CA doesn't mean I can actually do their marketing for them. Could add people's names and let them know when the challenge is played. That's true. It's more work though. But I think most of these challenges are actually coming from the same people. And those people are usually in chat a lot anyways, but it's something I should like have it on the Discord, you know? It'd be way easier to manage. Maybe I'll start something like that. when I do a challenge run stream. You know, I'll add it right now. Authenticity challenges. Permissions. Okay, nice. I have a new channel. Huh. I got a feeling in 39 days the DLC drops. That's very specific. It would take 60 consecutive wins to bring Demons of Chaos up to first place. That is a lot. Wait, how low are they right now? Stats. They're the worst right now. They're literally the worst. It would take 60 wins? I could probably get them most of the way back up, though. I'm playing the worst faction right now? There's no way. Dead last, 42% win rate. All right, here we go. Demons of Chaos win rate. We're reeling it back in. How much for you to make it happen? Let's see here. To get the Demons of Chaos to #1? That's a long process, man. That's a long process. This is like multiple streams. To get to #1, I have to play them basically 24/7. And I have to get like a 100% win rate as it. So we're talking like 10 tournaments. I need to play 10 tournaments and go 6-0 on all of them. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I think I can get them to like top 5 factions pretty easily. I'll get okay, how about this? All right, how about this? I will get Demons of Chaos into the top 50% of factions. No, I would get them to let's see, wait. Let's see here. It's 43. Let's see here. So 100 losses, and you need 100 wins. 100 wins to get to 50. So they need 30 more wins. Oh boy. Just 2 weeks, bro, of constant Demons of Chaos grinding. All right, you know what? 50 bucks. 50 bucks. I will get them to I'll make Demons of Chaos a top 5 faction for 50 bucks. If we can get that, then I will consider getting them to first place. All right. But this is multiple streams, okay? This is multiple streams. That is a big ask. I don't want to be stuck playing Demons of Chaos forever unless I'm actually getting paid for it. What makes Demons of Chaos so bad? All of their units got nerfed. For 25 bucks, I'll get them to for $25, I will get them higher than 50% win rate. $50 to top 5. And then TBD first place. I don't even know if that's possible. You know, it's just gonna get them nerfed again, right? I hope you guys realize. They need to be at the bottom to get buffed.
The first 10.
Holy crap. The first 10. Thank you, Bormond. Alright. This is gonna need its own request section.
Doc top faction.
Holy
Go get
crap.
it, boy.
Holy crap, he actually paid it. Demons of Chaos, top faction. Go get it, boy. Alrighty, you mad lad. Alright. Alright, that's crazy. Yeah, that's so 230 DKK to CAD. Yeah, that's he paid $50. And then the extra from Bormond, which was 10 CHF to CAD. That's an extra, yeah, $17. Oh god. Alrighty. Alrighty. Y'all's just sponsored Demons of Chaos. Okay, so that's plus at Boermond Beast Slayer. Alright. Alright. Oh boy. We have a sponsored series. These next few streams are brought to you by Decay and Boemon. Thank you very much for the support. We will take this unholy vow. It begins. You guys are crazy. Alright, what would I call this series? Day 1 of getting Demons of Chaos to top 1 on top 1 faction. Demon Chaos to top 1. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna be so good at Demons of Chaos after this new series. I'm not even a Demons of Chaos fan, I just like watching you suffer. Okay, so now I really have to cook. Fury Shenanigans for the win. Okay, so we have all the matches are finished. So it's how many people have 3 wins? Quite a few. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4, 6. So it's ats. So left is top bracket. This is tiebreakers. Left is top bracket. It's Navigator versus at Kane 8 at Bilbo Baggins. Why are there 2 people named Bilbo Baggins? Anyways, Bilbo Baggins versus at Pizu. At Anticity versus at Martin. Message me when you win. Or I guess if. If you win. At Danican, you are on standby. Alright. Yo, yo. I'm top bracket versus Martin. I'm Demons of Chaos. Alright. Should be pretty chill, right? These Greenskins? We just beat Greenskin. Alban Eastern. Okay. I can beat Greenskins again, right? Surely we can beat Greenskins again. We know Karnak kind of sucks for his Greenskins, though. I think we start by getting rid of him. He wants to play on Itza. Itzami. Okay, so Demons of Chaos versus Greenskins. What are we looking at? He can Buna me. If he brings a Buna caster, my life suddenly sucks. I guess I could bring healing for my cavalry. Does anyone know? Okay, wait. So Pavane of Slanet, or like Buna does like 2,000 damage, right? 2,300 or something like that. Fleshy Abundance is 1.6 times 19 seconds. Heals you for 30% of your HP and is way cheaper. So technically, if I bring the Nergs, if I bring Grand Vomitus, what an amazing name. If I bring Grand Vomitus with Fleshy Abundance, I can bring Elite Cavalry and then keep them alive with his healing. It could be funny. It could be funny. Grandis Vomitus. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything that reduces melee defense, though. $50 seems like a cheap price to get them to top place. It's I actually got paid $70 because we got 2 donations. We got 2 donations. Anyways, it's not super hard because not a lot of people play Demons of Chaos. It's also just kind of a fun series. But I think we can like it doesn't, they don't feel as bad as Skaven. Demons of Chaos is genuinely a fun faction to play because they have so much random Slanesh garbage. Let's see here. Yeah, I want to bring these guys. Move these. That's 1,200 gold. What do I do with 1,200 gold? Oh crap, I do need something that can actually catch. I guess like, yeah, it doesn't really make sense. You need a way to catch their skirmishers, sadly. So I think I kind of have to do it like this. This'll do. $2 million for Cathay. If someone wanted me to get Skaven to top to #1, I would charge a much higher price. Skaven are pure suffering. Did you guys see Turin play Skaven yesterday? He was not a happy camper. Okay, he wasn't raging, but like he couldn't stop talking about how garbage they were. At least his build. But like like all things considered, it was a pretty normal Skaven build, and he got dumpstered, man. Absolutely dumpstered. So I feel like Skaven are definitely the worst. Ooh, it's fun build, okay. What's wrong with the rats? They have no mass. So cavalry got upgraded across the board a couple patches ago. It's almost like a year ago now, I think. But basically cavalry got huge buffs to become viable. But Skaven really rely on being able to kill cavalry because they don't have cavalry of their own. And with cavalry getting more mass and turning speed, you know, all of that, and just general buffs, suddenly Skaven just couldn't stop cavalry anymore. And that leads to them just mass routing. They can't defend their ranged. And then it's just a big old collapse. Not very pretty. You know what is pretty though? This build. This build right here. This is a beautiful build. This build will crush his face. Presumably. Or we lose here and now. There's a lot of money on the line for me winning. Ready? Good luck, have fun. Alright. If we win this game though, we're already pumping up the win rate. Yeah, double the amount of money for Skaven. They're really garbage, and I don't like their playstyle. Anyways, yeah, we got Flying Lord, so we got Caress again. This time without the lore passive, because I didn't really find it that useful. Alright. Make Warp Gale a generic net. That'd be interesting, just Skaven having a normal net. It's very weird. They've never had a normal net outside of Warp Grinders. I think making Warp Grinders cheaper would already help them a ton. Paying $50 for watching 66 games of Furies. Fury maxing. Okay, this is actually kind of sick though. The speed at which they kill infantry is absurd. Potentially, I could even bring like a final transmutation so that they can't blob. And then I can obviously blob with Furies. That would be pretty fun, but the risk of getting kited into Oblivion's a little high. I don't want to die to that. Only flying units in Cav, diabolical. We don't even know if it's a good build yet, though. You're gonna start playing Demons of Chaos and lose on purpose to make it harder? That's vile, man. That's absolutely vile. Just like this build against my opponent. Just like this build. He has a Buna. Buna. So let's see here. What are you gonna do, huh? Gonna bring in the little Grom. What you gonna do against this? He brings in okay, I don't want to overcommit to a bad fight, right? I gotta play this a little bit smart. At least we can kill off some basic orc boys here. All right. Then we charge the squiggies. So like they're insta routing. Very nice. Squiggies will die in the trees, and then we kill Grom the Paunch. And if all goes well, most of his guys here will be out of position to really help out in this fight. And then we just take a big forest engagement, and then everything goes well. At least that's the plan. So far, so okay. Rampage is certainly very nice. We got more mobility coming on in. Grom is getting taken to Pound Town. Ever so slightly. And Valley Trading's actually okay. Unfortunately, with all the crumbling, it's a little sus. I think it's safe to disengage right now. But we've already chipped away at his sides. We routed off some archers, and we did some damage to Grom. So I'm pretty happy with that. I think it could have been a little bit better. Losing off a Fury's a tiny bit rough. There's a Buna cast, okay. I think that just kills them, but it's 1,000 gold. Relatively cheap. All things considered. Maybe they can do a little bit of hunting before they die. Fleshhounds versus the Warlords boys is not a terrible trade. In fact, I can send my Furies over there. Can send my Furies over there to cook them up. Yeah, so these are just ITP gobos. If I cycle charge them though, they'll die. You know what? The flamers are not the worst. I did indeed bring some flamers in this build, knowing that he might not have too many archers that are actually able to survive the shenanigans. This is slow. Get cursed, son. Get mega cursed. Oh wait, I can actually kill these trolls real quick. That's much better for me. If we can actually catch them. We'll see. They're a little exposed, right? Just a little bit. But will be enough. We shall see. The Ponchinator over here, he's doing all right. Flamers, of course, will cook pretty hard. And it seems like indeed we do have a terror out on the trolls, which is not the best thing in the world, right? Certainly could be better. Does buy me some space to catch Grom the Paunch, though. He's looking a little worse for wear. More Furies, of course, are solid. There's another terror out over yonder, and the Flamers are absolutely cooking these guys alive. I think we can get some mass rout action here. Grom actually took so much damage. That's huge. And yeah, he's just summoning in some Moon Howlers, which I don't think are that scary. Indeed, we got that mass route. Very nice. And the Flamers are so uncontested because I have so much mobility. Lord is still doing fine. Love to see it. Get him, Flamers. He gets one volley off. I get one volley off. Who trades better? It appears actually not me. He has a hill. He has a hill advantage blocking my path, sadly. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Okay, well, Flamers will have to back up then. Flamers will have to back up. At least we killed off his gobos on the flank, and I can escort the trolls off. It's not like he has many archers here or anything. And they can continue to bully his forces over here. And with the double cap, it ain't too bad. Yeah, get him, Flamers. Trolls will take a little while to actually escort. I might just let them rally. It's not the end of the world if they do. Keep roasty toastying them. And then get ready for a big flank, potentially. Those are Rugloods. We gotta be a little careful about them. Flamers are doing okay, though. Yeah, I think we just let the trolls rally. They're not actually a big deal. We can bait them out over here. Very nice. And then we rampage the Rugloods so that they do not cause me any issues. And the Flamers will be totally fine. Then we go for his Lord. The Ponchinator shall not survive this. Hopefully. And if he dies, my opponent's super duper dead. He gets the wall, though. This is definitely a big mosh pit. It's as mosh pitty as it gets. So I really gotta win this fight decisively, otherwise it could be a bad day for us. Makes me a little worried because we already lost one of our Furies. Grom is getting hit though, but it's not the best trading I've ever had in my life. If we kill Grom, there's a chance. If he lives, it's really bad. I think that's all it comes down to right now. He doesn't have most of his forces here though. And the Flamers are coming in. Grom is probably gonna die too. He is kind of getting brutalized right now. Takes a massive hit from my Lord. Okay. And he routs. He does rout. Okay, that's huge. You get Flamer attack off. One Flamer volley would be immense for me. But I'll settle for a Grom the Paunch kill. Your Spirit Leech is not going to matter. There's a Flamer hit. That should reduce their leadership just enough. Yeah, there we go. There's a Grom route. That should reduce their leadership just enough for me to start cooking here. Oh my god. Let's go. Huge bloody routes. Make them unkillable. Run with the fiends. Run with the fiends. He leaves!
Unending
Woo!
glory is yours.
Huzzah! The build worked, kind of. Mostly because Grom was a little out of position. We bullied Grom real hard. How'd the Flamers do? Yeah, Flamers are not bad in this build. Flamers are not the worst. How'd the Furies do? Okay, they did alright. Corn Furies are not bad. Seekers only did okay. Honestly, it was mostly the Grom kill. Gobbo Spears would die to the Furies. At least that's the rough idea. I need something to punish, like a blob. I don't know if Pavane is the way I want to go. It's obviously really good versus Kite, but yeah. Oh, I guess that match technically, because it's not logged on Total Tavern, it doesn't actually count towards the Demons of Chaos wins. But also if we lose in tiebreakers, it doesn't count. So it's not the worst. One Chevron Fury gets insane melee defense and can tank for the other Furies. Can't I like tank with anything else? Like literally anything else? What's this? 24 melee defense? That's... But it costs 950? Okay, wait, let me see. It's 60 leadership though. You're paying 300 more gold, but you get Mega Furies. It's so dumb. It's too dumb. There's no way. Unless it actually makes them not crumble so fast, which leads to them just smash and face. Yeah, I was thinking the metal chicken for final transmutation could be hype. So I could go an Exalted Lord of Change and take final transmutation and Searing Doom, Greater Arcane Conduit, and the Portal Glyph for more Furies. This guy brings a lot to the table, because I'm noticing when people see this many Furies, they blob up. And if they're blobbing up, final transmutation eats them alive. So maybe it works. These are mostly here for DPS. What if I make them Nurgle? Yeah, no, they're all the same. They just have poison. I guess I could take one of them to be Nurgle for poison damage. And they have Cloud of Flies. It doesn't make them mega tanky though. I think okay, let me see real quick. So you guys are telling me with a straight face, you're telling me that if I grab Furies... Wait, is this cheaper? Oh, yo. Chevroning vanilla Furies is significantly cheaper than chevroning... Yeah, you save so much more. And they're still very well stat. They just don't have the other buffs. Yeah, are you really going to pay like 75 gold for Frenzy? Maybe. Maybe. All right, let me see this real quick. So if I have two Corn Furies, one is Chevron, one is not Chevron, right? And we are usually... You know what? Okay, 2 Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh versus 2 Slaanesh Furies. One is Chevron, one is not. Who wins? By how much are they winning too? Is this where chevrons will finally cook? Let me see this real quick. There's no way though. There's no way. Okay, let's see. So these are Chevron Furies versus non-Chevron Furies. Okay, so those ones die. This still has 50% HP left. And then they die. Yeah, that's not very impressive. Okay, let's see the difference if we have 2v1. Because it's usually a 2v1, right? It's usually a 2v1. Remember, I'm spending 300 extra gold for this. I might as well just have another Fury at this point. Let's see here. Alright, so if I fully shove on them, Let's see this. Viewers win. Okay. So this is hella Furies, right? So this is 2v1 Fury situation. Who wins? My money is it's gonna be the same. We're gonna do basically just as effective. Yeah, bro, there's no difference, man. There's no difference. This one got 300 value. This one got 300. Bro, it's a 16 gold difference. I'm paying 600 gold to save 16 gold. There's no world where this is worth. Sorry, just admin. All right, so Navigator and Danican are playing now. Do you know anything about SFO mod siege rework? No idea. Zero ideas. Okay, so yeah, I think you go for the chicken. Poison Furies can reduce damage by 15%. I could see taking one Nurgle Fury so that we have a form of poison. I guess it's probably better than another Corn Fury. Heard SFO is gonna buff Skaven next. Oh dang. Ban whoever lied about Furies. But yeah, I feel like one Nurgle, two Slanesh, two Corn. And then we take Exalted Lord of Change with Final Transmutation Searing Doom. Although I don't think Searing Doom actually does much. I might want to save money and not take Searing Doom, we'll see. But Great Arcane Conduit's great. No Sartorial's a little sad. This guy gets pretty expensive. I guess if you don't take these abilities, he's cheap. But this is definitely worth, and this is also definitely worth. There's no patch log so far. Interesting. Anyways, I don't really pay attention to SFO that much. I just don't have time to really dig my teeth into it. Does Tzeentch Furies don't do anything, right? Yeah, they don't even have fire damage. So Tzeentch Furies are not useful unless I'm making use of the shields. I actually should test Tzeentch Furies versus Corn Furies, because the significantly lower damage that you take could be really hype. So like, let's say I'm fighting Greenskins, and then there's two big guns. Do you guys think Tzeentch Furies will be able to come out with more or less no damage taken? Because if they still do a lot of damage, and they're gonna kill them regardless, that's a big reason to just take Tzeentch Furies for sustainability, because I kind of need these mobile guys to live a long time. You think the Corn is going to win out? Being able to uptrade significantly faster is nice. So these guys have 46 melee attack. That's a 10 melee attack difference between these two. They don't even get a melee defense reduction. And you can see it's a very fast route. Overall damage taken So these guys did 358 value. These guys did 334 value. The damage value is actually the same, which means that the shields... yeah, the shields are not too bad, but them routing faster is very important. You can get the shields back, though. And each shield recharge is like an extra 10% HP. So 2 shield recharges and they have like 20% more. Eh. Shields, in this build, because I'm not YOLOing my Furies in, having some that can regenerate their shields could be useful. Big question mark situation on that. So Bilbo Baggins won. All right. We are now in the top 4. You're first. I'm Demons of Chaos. Oh boy, here we go. So I gotta win these next 2 to increase the win rate. To increase our glorious, glorious win rate. He's corn. Okay, alright, alright. Does anyone know who wins between Corn Furies and my own? Oh boy, alright. Interesting. So he's Corn. Okay. Alright, alright. Could use a Shield Fury to bait some archer shots. Maybe you can lead with them. Okay, alright, so he's Corn. I'm gonna need like some Slanesh Furies, maybe a Corn Furies. Just get all the Furies. Corn Furies will eat Slanesh Furies, yeah. But I need Slanesh Furies for armor piercing damage. Ooh, Wrathmongers are weird, yeah. On a charge, I think my Furies should still kill them. As you all should know, Corn is very susceptible to being kited. He bans Itza. Let's play Chateau. That's a good open map. But yeah, can Demons of Chaos effectively kite Corn though? Angels of Decay absolutely just insta-win the air game. I'm very tempted to just have an Angels of Decay here. It's very expensive though. I guess I could do... Yeah, you know what? This is not the worst. Okay. Alright. Nurgle Caster. Corn has a lot of fire damage. It's very easy to accidentally lose out on your healing. It's not a terrible idea, but it can be a little sus. Time for Angels of Decay to shine. I'm sure they're pretty good at charging. I don't think a cannon should be able to do much versus me. And of course, he doesn't have magic. Corn lacking magic means that my elite cavalry, they should be able to cook super hard. Like normal seekers, when they don't have to worry about Melkots or anything, they're just, yeah, they're really good. Should be able to trade into Flesh Hounds, though then again, these are armor piercing. Flesh Hounds are not armor piercing. I can counter Flesh Hounds with Flesh Hounds, though. Is that at all a viable strat? I don't know. Do I need Plague of Rust? No, I don't need Plague of Rust. Psychological Warfare, bring a full Tzeentch build. The thing is, it's Horsemen that do well against Corn. If I was playing Tzeentch and I spammed Horsemen, then it would be good. In this case, a little less so. What if... Do Demonettes of Slanesh cook? Do I just bring my own Bloodletters? What is Corn even gonna bring versus Demons of Chaos? Is he gonna main tide me? Is he gonna bring a bunch of single entities? Maybe a Karnak? I think I do have to at least respect some sort of single entity spam. This seems like an okay start though. Isn't Curse of the Leper spell in Nurgle very good against Khorne? Since all Khorne units hit so hard? Fun fact. Spell resist works against Curse of the Leper damage. All abilities technically count as spells. So if you have spell resist, you can basically treat it like ability resist. Which means that it's actually not as good. Especially against the guys that have really high spell resist. Despite that, it's still okay, but I'm not like drooling over it, you know? Could certainly be better. I assume he's gonna have a lot of Minotaurs. Minotaurs. Are Fiends any good? Are Fiends good against Khorne? Fiends are good against everyone, right? It's not a lot else to take, really. Not a whole lot to take. Yeah, sure. Sure. All right, let's bring this weirdo build into the finals. Curse of the Leopard dealing 1,500 damage instead of 1,800. Let's see. How many times do you have to get hit for it to deal 1,500 damage? What, it's 28 damage, right? 1,800 divided by 28. You have to get hit 64 times. I guess it's not too bad. Although those numbers are still, let's see, that's roughly comparable to like a Melkoth's. You'd have to overcast it. They'd have to stay in combat. I could see it in use Fury on Fury action, maybe. What if Bloodthirster Goon Squad? Oh, I'm ready for that. Bloodthirster Goon Squad dies to Final Transmutation Bird action. Behold. Top of the line, Slaaneshi. Weird Demons of Chaos build. So, okay. I had 800 gold, so I just slammed a random Demonette in there. Here's the rough idea, right? So Angels of Decay win the air game regardless. My Lord has Final Transmutation, so if he goes double Bloodthirster, we're fine. This air squad should be able to win anything. Now, I have too many flying units, so I couldn't take the flying flamers, but ground flamers are good enough. And then otherwise, it's cav maxing, which means most of them can be vanguarded. Except for the Fiends and the Flamers. But yeah, I think we're just gonna micro our Seekers very well here. Furies tend to make my opponent blob up, so Final Transmutation should do well. It should. He has 11 units. Makes me kind of wonder. But yeah, anyways, Curse of the Leper is as good as Khorne, as Curse of the Leper is good against any other melee faction. Yeah, and I think Final Transmutation is just better. I'm surprised the reinforcements aren't Marauder spam. Well, I can't take Marauders as Demons of Chaos. But also, I think it's meta right now to not run infantry in your reserves. It's generally pretty bad with how big these maps are getting, because infantry will take way too long to get to the fight, and fights are so cutthroat that you need all your money pooled in once it gets started. Otherwise, you just fall behind. In Warhammer, the person with the bigger army will almost always win. Now, he's gone for Scylla and Fingrim. Please no Mortis. Probably will have the Mortis. Just the Rampage. Let's go. Some Korringors. All right. Some running Korringors. All right. Take that. We'll take that. Yeah, yo, they're running for their life. Can they make it back in time? I'm not entirely sure. I don't want Scylla to rampage me, you know? Yeah, it would be a little bit foolhardy to engage there. Well, we got him to disengage at least. Now, what type of cavalry do I want? So there's a spawn of corn. What in the off-meta pick? Okay, so we got some spawn of corn. We got Skull Taker. I have full map dominance right now. So I can bully Skull Taker with the Death Heads. And we can definitely bully his Furies too. I just gotta make sure I don't get rampage to the ground. That would be certainly very bad.
We have a victory point. Keep it from
Scylla and Fingrim's rampage though is very short range, however. So this should be relatively painful. Can we charge these Furies mayhaps? Oh, okay. Actually goes for it. Wowza. Wowza. Alright. So rampage is definitely going to be coming in. Can I dodge it? If I just flee? Seems like we can. So that's just a unit of Furies for free. Unless they kill off these Furies. Looks like the rampage does drop. Angels of Decay are doing great though. And these Furies, they still get a charge off. So I don't think they're suffering that much. Plus the Death Heads are in. Plus I have a final transmutation. So I don't think that was the worst trade ever. Now more Furies are coming on in. With my Lord here, they'll be taking lots of deeps. That's mega value final transmutation, by the way. That is absurd value final transmutation. Okay. And we know the Angels just murder Furies. Little known tech, but Nurgle does have the best Air Force in the game. Skull Taker's already at half HP. Yeah, this is becoming very rough for my opponent. Value City, I know, right? Insanity value for us there. That's absolutely huge. If we can kill Skull Taker, we're great. We got all the corn buildups going. Cornate abilities for days. But there you go. Furies are ultra dead. He summons another unit of Furies. The Furies are bad, man. They're a bad idea. I don't think these Furies will actually do well here. Well, we're gonna go for them. We're gonna bully the Skull Taker a little bit more. Just get some Death Heads on him. And then we're going to start singling out units here for straight murdering. Oh, here they come. It's another Fury. Another value city. Okay, yeah, that was a massacre over there. And then we're going to get the Eternal Entourage in here. They'll be able to cook it up real well. Is he landing with those? I think he's trying to, but not quite fully committing. Okay, yeah, well, if you land with them, I'll just disengage. That ain't the problem for me. And I already have another final transmutation waiting for Skull Taker to blob up. This is great, by the way. This is actually kind of a legit build. You single out your opponent's units, and if they blob, you final transmute them. What a dream. What an absolute dream situation this is. Let's Wibby Swappy over there. Get some Fury charges. We got that air micro. What are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a Rampage here? A Rampage here doesn't really matter that much. We're already doing fine in this fight, more or less. We want the Skull Taker to get in here. Here we go. Most of his army's like not even here right now, by the way. So they're not really participating, though. Pretty massive damage on the Eternal Entourage, actually. That's a little rough. Scylla will probably die, though. And a whiff. Oh no, it wasn't a whiff. It was a Rampage on my Angels of Decay. Okay, that's actually a pretty smart move. I see. Unfortunately for you, I have another final transmutation. What ability do I have today? Give me something good. Fascination. Can I use that? I could make these unkillable.
The enemy has captured
kind of waste the fascination, but I don't really have a use for it much right now. Final transmutation, working out pretty well. Gonna get a Fury summon over here. Nice, that should save him. And then hopefully we can kill the Skull Taker. It's a little sus though, right? Like this fight is not the prettiest thing in the world. I will need another final transmutation. My opponent's actually starting to come back up here in terms of value. Skull Taker, of course, heals too. It ain't the prettiest thing in the world. But I will have another final transmutation soon. There's a speed boost on them. Lots of crumbling. Lots of crumbling. 3, 2, 1. Now, where am I casting it, though? Am I just plonking it down here and leaving Skull Taker alive? I might. He's already mostly dead anyways. So we're just going to do this. Hopefully kill off Scylla and Fingrim. Kill off Skull Taker. Kill off everything here, right? There you go. Goodbye, Furies. Okay. Yeah, I just want to kill Scylla and then dip. You know, just capture the other points. That should be good enough. Scylla, unfortunately, has a lot of extra resistances and such that make them super hard to kill. Could be a little sus. Triple cap's actually pretty bad for us, too. It's a little sus. It's a big mosh pit. Can Skull Taker actually kill my Lord, though? Can he actually kill Lord Chicken? Okay, I'll be able to get a pretty good charge here. I don't have another... Okay, I actually need to spam Nurglings here now because this is taking so long. Seeker's kind of suffering. Is that a debuff? Yeah, that's a Skull Taker debuff, so I should play away from that real quick. Can we kill him? Come on! I'm running out of units, man. I'm running out of units. Even if we do kill Skull Taker, it's gonna be a little hard to actually capture anything here. I wish I had dipped earlier. Dang, alright. Oh, the mass crumbling. So we kill Skull Taker. We get lots of routes, but I have like no units left, bro. Alright. Oh, this is interesting. I really wanted that Scylla kill. Is my Birdman gonna escape? Yeah, everything's on life support. Okay, let's get Birdman out of here. No! No! Alright, here we go. Can I hit the Furies up? Okay, we can get some pretty good damage on his Furies at least. Okay, that's decent. And then I can get a Seeker of Slaanesh to charge down the Marauders. As long as my Lord lives and we get some capture points, I might be able to scrap it back. But my opponent wins on 1 point right now, so time is absolutely of the essence. He could even re-summon the Skull Taker if he wants to. Very sketchy indeed. Skull Taker is a fairly cheap Lord, all things considered. Good pivoting to make sure my cavalry don't catch his Marauders. Can get a flank charge here while they're not braced, maybe. Decent charge. I don't think we're winning this though. My Furies are kind of stuck in the fight over here. I will be able to capture a point, but I don't know if it'll be fast enough. That's the big problem, right? So I'll get another Seeker, and then I'll have like what, 5 minutes to try and grind this army down. It's a little sus, right? It's a little sus. Not even 5 minutes, actually. I don't think I have time. Dang! And Skull Taker's back. He's back! Oh! No! I should have gone for the flank fight way earlier. Misplays and misplays. Brutal. Alright, so what? We got 3 wins. 3 wins for Chaos Demons. But only, yeah. Only 3 wins, 2 losses. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. All right, here he goes. Yeah, I really should have just played the mobility game more and just avoided a big fight. I was banking too much on my final transmutation cooking, sadly. Firestorm. He had a lot of monstrous units. I don't know if it would have actually ended the blob. Unfortunately for me, he's just gonna take this point now. Even if we kill all these, I think we lose on time. Dang, man. Dang. Ah. Fun game, though. This was actually a fairly chunky game. I think my poor cavalry, though, is just a little too squishy for the Korngors. Ugh. Do we even win this fight? I don't think we win this fight. Dang. I totally could have just gone for the flank too. But we went for the blob. Okay, is there any way we actually capture this in time? With so many marauders, it's probably not happening. We'll see how far we can get though. What? I have a demonette coming in here. He only has to hold for a minute though, right? He only has to hold for a minute. I don't even know if I capture this one in time. It's gonna be 20 seconds. Yeah, that's GG. GG, well played. Dang, man. Now I want to play another SFT. GG, well played. He threw away a lot of Furies at the start. They didn't do anything really. I guess these guys got a little bit of value. But the big problem was I just took a really big fight against Korngors and Forsaken. You can see how much value they got just in that grind. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Birdlord still got mega value though, but Final Transmutation alone does not carry. And yeah, the Heartseekers just died. Rage Host City. The double day. I think I will. I think I will. Lobby code, please, for finals. All right, we rage hosting. We rage hosting. I'll set it up to be 30 minutes from now. That should be enough time. And then we just gotta learn how to play Demons of Chaos properly. You played Demons today and lost to the same 2 players that I lost to. I think, let's see here. I think the Wood Elves one. Yeah, I think I misplayed the Wood Elves and the Corn one. Okay, nice. We got a spec slot. Okay. Nice. Grand finals time. Who's gonna win? It's currently a match between Navigator and Danican. Danican won. Sorry for the ambulance. Yeah, there he goes. Every time. All right, so that was verse Chaos Demons. Corn wins. Yeah, we're gonna host another tourney. We're gonna host another one. Because I feel like I can get Demons of Chaos to a viable place. I think there's stuff we can do. Can we get that siren to play out every time you kill your lord? That would be a pretty jokes. Yeah, I should send that one to turn. I feel like that one, that was a good match. Oh boy, Dark Elves versus Khorne. I will let you know that Danican has a pretty mean kite versus Khorne. I'm interested to see how this one pans out. Excuse me. Let's see, replays. Yeah, I'll send that one to turn. That one's pretty good. There's a Chaos Mass Furies versus peace out, Decay. Peace, peace. Let's see here. All right, let's get the tournaments. Electricities. Evening, Monday, Swiss SFT. This is on the 15th. Yo, it's getting so hot. Is my, let me see if the AC in the apartment I'm in is still running. I am melting. It's 12 plus 4, so that's 16. 30. And then I gotta get the maps. And then if any of you guys want to join, new players are welcome, as always. And then we gotta go here. We gotta go to the maps. We gotta do line operations. Randomized line order. All right, sick. I'm just setting up the tournament. It'll be in 30 minutes. I don't know how many people will actually sign up, but worst case scenario, it'll be very good practice for Demons of Chaos. Oh, right. Everything's set up correctly? I think it is. Nice. All right, let's make sure that it's all set up correctly. Yeah, Danican on Dark Elves versus Khorne. I don't feel great for our Khorne player here. I feel like they may get absolutely slaughtered. Dark Elves have a lot of kite tools, let me tell you that. All right. At Goblins, Rage Host City is back. Tourney in 23 minutes. SFT tourney in 23 minutes. All right, if you guys want to play in a tournament and you have the time, here you go. I just gotta win more. I just have to be better. That's it. We just gotta be better with Demons of Chaos. How in the pits are they? Let me see. Stats. I should be able to get them at least above Tomb Kings in a short amount of time. I'm surprised how low Tomb Kings are, actually. It's not like they got nerfed. They're basically the same faction. Silly question, but do you coach? I do coach. Thierry, Hyens, if you are interested, you can send me a DM on Discord. We can work things out. Oh, Lost Temple of Sotek is actually a pretty good map for Khorne. It's harder to kite on this map. There's a lot of trees and there's a lot of hidey places. Put the new Siege of Salernum map into the tourney. Sure. Siege of Salernum. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Is that the only new map that got added? I remember seeing a post that new maps were added, but I didn't actually look into it much. Let's see here. Warhammer, self-promo. Where's it at? Can we listen to the Hollow Knight OST during the fight? What if I get a copyright struck? I think the Hollow Knight, well, technically we stream Hollow Knight music while playing Hollow Knight. But I just don't feel like getting it set up right now. Also melting, man. What happened to the weather? I thought summer was over. Should new tourney time be delayed a little? Only a few signups currently. If we don't get too many signups, I will I'll push it back. Totally fine with me. Play Elden Ring boss music when Danikan's playing. Humidity giving us one last FU, yeah. It's hot. Oh boy, here we go. Who will win? Same build, more or less. I guess there's no Scylla and Fingrid. Interesting. Very interesting. We got some executioners, all right. I know Danikan has been searching for matchups where he can bring elite Dark Elf infantry. So executioners are pretty fun. There they are. Hargoneth executioners with their great swords. Look at them go. All right, well that's very interesting. They are extremely elite Dark Elf infantry. Absurd amounts of bonus versus infantry. Absolutely terrible melee defense, but they're very killy. Scourge Runner chariots to make up for the executioners, and a Dreadlord sword and crossbow. Makes a lot of sense. And the Coronate army, it's yeah, just a bunch of infantry. They're huge. Aren't they just gonna get massacred? Well, it depends. Khorngors have pretty atrocious melee attacks, so they're not gonna hit the executioners. Marauders have no AP, so they won't deal damage. The only real option to hurt the executioners is either Skulltaker or the Minotaurs. It's one or the other, really. Yeah, they have really low HP too. So executioners, actually no, they have 8,400. It's worse than the unit of Marauders by 1,000 HP almost. So it's rough. They take more damage from all sources, and the armor is not 120, only 100. But they do a lot of damage, especially against Khorngors. Like if he can somehow get them on the Khorngors, I think he's fine. Skulltaker has his bloody onslaught. All right. Don't want to know what Exalted Bloodletters do versus Executioners. You don't want to know what Scourge Runners do to Exalted Bloodletters. Dark Elves still have Kite, so it forces Khorne into a more light infantry playstyle. low to mid-tier infantry. The only sketchy thing are these Minotaurs. One good charge and it's over. But mayhaps Danican will be able to punish them for it. The Dreadlord on that dragon, look at that glowing green eye. He's getting ready to go in there. And his first Dread volley should be soon. He likes his volley of dark arrows, which is kind of like a mini arrows of Kronos. And he's just going to be shooting at some Marauders at the start. Mayhaps a breath attack. He's posturing for it. Bagosh says, I don't care about no breath attack. And no breath attack gets launched. But the chariots do get a pretty solid charge. Charge and disengage. Flesh hounds a little too slow to respond. Very nice to see. Danican getting loads of value. Corn with basically nothing. But the Scylla and Fingrim summon. Surely with the Rampage is now on the battlefield. And they are absolutely going to be trying to Rampage this guy on the ground. Now, breath attack is still going to be good. Hits a lot of Flesh Hounds. Hits a lot of Marauders. But did it actually get a lot of value? Pretty decent. For 3 breath attacks, if each one gets 300 value, that's almost 1,000 gold.
Take it back.
And Danican knows that if he controls 1 capture point, he has all the time in the world. 125 tickets. Or no, it's 120 tickets, right? For, you know, per minute. And that means it's 12 minutes, 12 and a half minutes from, you know, the double cap for the Coronate player to actually win here. So we're looking at like another, yeah, we're looking at another almost 12 minutes for Danican to army wipe this. Maybe a little under now, closer to 11 minutes. Can he actually clear him though? They're just kind of chilling. The thing is though, if he takes a melee fight, they're probably just getting shoved off, right? Hey, it's Rexus. Thank you so much for the $5.
Love the channel, man. Keep up the good work. P.S. What are your favorite pizza toppings?
Yo, I can talk about pizza toppings all day, man. I really like creamy pizzas. So instead of tomato sauce, it's creamy sauce, like garlic parmesan sauce with oh, hey, Terran's playing Iron Harvest. Anyways, I really like creamy garlic sauce pizzas with meat crumble on them, and then like some sort of veg, like mushroom, meat crumble, creamy garlic sauce. Oh my goodness, amazing pizza. By the way, mega value on that breath attack. Very good value. He only needs 1 more good breath attack and he will have squeezed almost as much as he could. Technically, you can get even better breath attacks if you're fighting in melee, but Danican wants to wear this army down so that his infantry do as well as possible. And Corn's just taking it. Corn's just absolutely taking it to the face. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're just gonna die. Like, this is not even that much kite, and they've taken so much damage already. Once the main fight gets going, these are like half HP bruised Marauders against full HP Bleak Swords, and his passive is gonna trigger. The Crying Baby versus Nuclear Bomb comparison. Like, these guys are gonna rout immediately. Was another shot with his crossbow. Hurting Skull Taker a little bit too. Creamy chicken pot pie. I liked chicken pot pies before, but like, I don't know, man. They always feel a little dry to me. Might just be where my parents bought them from when I was a kid and eating them. Nowadays, though, I would not go out of my way to get chicken pot pie. A Wrathmonger surely destroys all his executioners. So we could potentially see Bagosh go for a late game Wrathmonger summon after the kite is already done. But Wrathmongers are also kind of weak to high DPS. And a charge from the executioners could potentially kill them. But in the right circumstances, one Wrathmonger could cleave through a lot of this. But we're already looking at a 2,000 gold deficit, right? So that Wrathmonger is going to be fighting executioners, maybe a cav charge in the rear, maybe, well, if he uses another dragon breath attack, maybe not that. But yeah, this is looking real sus, right? Like, Danican has burned through less than half of his time for kiting. He's burned through less than half of his time for kiting, and he's already killed off like a third of the coronate forces. This is not especially pretty. Yeah, I feel like yeah, the crust for meat pies, unless it's done really well. And at that point, I just have to make the meat pie myself. And at that point, I might as well make something else. A dry chicken pot pie sounds like a sin. I've had so many of those. Oh, frostbite. That's actually real high. Frostbite slows a unit down by 45 seconds for a decent amount of time. Really helps with cavalry catches. Very good if you're being rushed. Very passive corn play, by the way. They're just taking it. They're just saying, you will shoot at me, but my infantry will still beat yours even after this huge battering and bruising. But a Dark Rider repeater crossbow is on the battlefield now, already paid for half of its value. We'll be getting more soon. He could desummon it if he really wants to also. We're seeing no aggression from Khorne. Sometimes Coronate players will just go for the triple cap. Bagosh is saying, you know what? I get 15 supplies every second. That's enough for me. Dreadlord gets to 1,260 value. A marvelous breath attack. Marauders are severely injured to the point where maybe it makes more sense to just desummon them. Fleshhounds are getting bruised, but Silas still at good HP. Skulltaker is still at okay HP. He can still fight. And the Minotaurs are at full. If the Minotaurs absolutely cook, this Dark Elf army still dies. The Minotaurs are pretty chonky, right? They just have to not die to Cold One Night charges. And as long as there's a little bit of infantry, there's a chance. Another great slow, by the way. Catches the Fleshhound, but decides not to engage, even though it's fairly weak infantry. He wants to be at full power when the main fight goes. All right. Here's the thing though, right? So kite, usually this playstyle will work against lesser players because they don't really know how to optimize for damage. They're kiting damage, right? They'll spend too much time repositioning. They'll be kind of slow. They won't use their cavalry effectively. And then they just, yeah, then they just run out of time. You get too many tickets, they take a big fight, and they lose. Danican, on the other hand, is really good at dealing damage, right? Already at 3,000. So if he can get that tipping point, it's going to be a really rough match for Khorne. Now, it hasn't been an absolute army wipe. There's still fighting forces here, but they're going to have to punch way higher than their price point is at. Because 3,000 gold is gone. That is 2 Wrathmongers completely down the drain. And we're only seeing more units for Danican, but Bagosh is saving supplies. He has 2,000 hanging about. Something is not being summoned right now. Very interesting indeed. Korngors ward off some Cold One Knights. Okay. He's still holding on to the capture point. And if he can make it where he wins on 1 capture point, that could be a pretty solid win condition. But Danican's moving on in. He knows if he captures the 2nd point in the next few seconds that he doesn't have to rush to capture the back point. He just has to hold 2 points and he wins. So the timing is very much so intentional. Because, yeah, Khorne's gonna have to fight for this middle. They can't fall back and try and mitigate damage. On the flank, Cold One Knights are getting caught a little bit by Korngors, but they don't take a lot of damage. They do disengage. Point does get captured, which means the ball is in Khorne's court to try and get the value now. But Witch Elves are actually kind of murdering the Minotaurs with the help of the Cold One Knights. Center line is completely punched through. Dark Elf passive is activated, and yeah, I think Khorne's just dead. I think Khorne's just dead. You can't really just sit there and take damage unless your Vampire counts. But even Vampire counts advances to slow down the range damage. To just sit there and take damage from 2 repeater crossbow cavalry and 2 chariots and the Dreadlord. Dreadlord got like 1,400 value. He was like half the value of that game. It's a little bit too much. And unless Corn can suddenly get the biggest sword of Corn you've ever seen in your life, this is absolutely a massacre. He's saving up for retirement funds. That guy still has money in the bank. Kind of ludicrous. He still has a little bit of cash. 1,200. Your men need saving. Karnak's in here. He has 0 kills and he has dealt 1 damage. I don't even know how it's possible for Karnak to deal 7 damage. Is that like an impact damage? Did he hit a singular nearly dead cav unit? We may never know. He's really struggling getting that attack though. Karnak's having a rough day. Oh, there he goes. Hey, up. Hey, there you go. That's over 100 damage. Ooh, 200 damage. Hell yeah. That's 56 gold value. Amazing. How about Skull Taker? Is he cooking? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Brutality. Daniken's desummoning now so he can resummon some boys. Gets the Scourge Runner and the Dark Riders back. And it's completely over. GG. Next tourney though is starting in like a couple minutes. If you want to play in the tourney, we already almost have enough signups. But if you want to play in the tourney, that is the link to go to. The double tourney. Indeed. Turin's not hosting today, so we are absolutely taking over.
You have the hope.
Demons of Chaos is the faction I'm playing. Faction declared. Let's see here. Sorry, I just got a message. I'll just do that. This game's totally over though. It's an absolute massacre. Corn just had nothing left. It wasn't even the Executioners. Did they? Yeah, it didn't have to be Executioners. The Executioners is more of a bonus, you know, to say that you had them. We know what he's playing for the next few weeks. Demons of Chaos are, if I can just unlock that small bit of potential, it feels like they are close. You're new to the game and don't know what units to pick for multiplayer? Do you have any YouTube guides? I don't, but Turin does. If you look up Turin Warhammer, some of his videos in the last month or two have guides for, I think he has a guide for every faction, and a couple guides that are faction specific if you want to play like Nurgle or something. Brutal. Daniken with the massacre. There's a lot of donos possible within Demons of Chaos. Oh yeah, no, this. Just Red Olgor alone is memes enough for Demons of Chaos. Don't you worry about that. Own Goal also makes content? Ah, hell yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised Skulltaker lived though. He's a tanky boy. Heals in combat. Sylar also alive. Daniken just straight up ignored them. The BM. Okay, he's not BMing, but I mean like Skulltaker himself is getting BM'd by the Dark Elves. He's like, fight me! Fight me! But no, they're just gonna stand on the point and stop him from capturing. Daniken's really good at this, by the way. Barely making sure that you don't capture. He basically stalls for the last minute before having to engage the point so he can maximize the value on his units. It's a nice play when you really know your capture weight numbers. Oh yeah, Return's not making as much content for Warhammer nowadays because there hasn't been an update in forever. But you know, he still hosts tournaments fairly regularly, so I'm kind of happy. As a content creator, though, I absolutely understand it. Although maybe he just likes Dawn of War. Regardless, congrats to Danican. Danican, congrats on the win. Huzzah! GG! Woo! That was brutal. Nothing like watching Corrin getting pounded into the ground. Absolute brutality. Wasn't there an update like 2 weeks ago? It was a non-multiplayer update. Yeah. It was not a multiplayer update. Smack in the face it was. CA, they promised an update and it just got canceled completely. Not even delayed. Brutality. Massacre. It was worse than this Khorne army getting murdered by the Dark Elves. But I think after that initial shock, the multiplayer scene's been fine. People are signing up for tournaments again. All that stuff. Alright, so the next tournament is starting up very soon now. Danican signed up for it. Hell yeah. Yo, I want to face Danican. I want to face the man. Let there be blood. L Darkness. If you want the basics of multiplayer, Zarkovich is really nice for general tactics, I would say. Zarkovich is really nice for that. And then there's some niche channels that'll give you some specific content. It's a good time. Alright, check-ins are done. We actually got a lot of sign-ups. Dang, man. Well, let's go ahead and generate that there bracket. At Goblins, round 1 again. Dang, yo. We got another tournament already. That's actually very fun. Parapoto. So they get a bye round. And I'm up against Pope Patty. Nice. Very nice. I think the finals, maybe I'll try out that new map. Someone mentioned that there was a new domination map. What was it called? What was the map called? Siege of Salernum. Siege of Salernum. Whoa. Whoa, okay. So this is a domination map? Interesting. It kind of reminds me of the old domination maps with all those choke points going on. Ooh, that's a weird map. That's a weird map. Yo, yo, we're up. I'm Demons of Chaos. I'm very new and quite dyslexic, so give me a little leniency. What's this unknown? You giving it a go? Hell yeah. Alright, so we've got Pope Patty. I'm Demons of Chaos. There's the code. I gotta redeem myself. We must. Check out Vineyards as well. Vineyards. Interesting. Okay. All right. I'll add them to the map pool first of all. Vineyards of very no. And then siege of seller. No. And then I'll make it to the finals uses that map pool. Okay. What's your faction? He bans Decrepit Moor. Interesting. The trees can't hide units, but don't block range fire on this map, the siege map. He's playing Bretonnia. Okay. Let's play Lost Temple. Lost Temple of Sotek. Here we go. Can we increase the Demons of Chaos win rate? Gonna stick with the boss fights? Yeah. I do plan to do more Warhammer content. I'm interested in getting more Warhammer action in. So I want to get boss fights, I want to host tournaments, and I want to edit some campaign stuff. Lots to do. It's going to be busy. But I think I have a little bit of time now. Unknown needs to declare faction. If, you know, if you declared your faction late, then your opponent gets to pick the map, but you get to pick your faction. But everything is handled on Discord, on Turns Discord. I think there should be a link to it through the Total Tavern website in the top right. DM me if you need anything, because I will often miss chat. Now, how do you beat Bretonnia? How does one beat Bretonnia with Demons of Chaos? Let's see. So, we know Fiends uptrade most of their cavalry, right? I just kind of wonder, what magic should I go for? There's so much magic for Demons of Chaos. But it's very hard to tell which one I prefer. Thank you, Trizik, for the help. Thank you, thank you. Bretonnia. They do have Alberic. They do got a Flying Lord, which is very annoying. I think, though, if I do this... If I do this... Then... Okay, you know what? Actually, this is kind of hype. Oh, wait, this is actually insanely hype. Okay, wait, no, I think we might actually have some cooking. Some cooking here with the Demons of Chaos. Thank you, chat, for all your help. For all them new players. Okay, how else do we beat Bretonnia? So you do need a whack load of cavalry to countercharge anything that they chuck out. Fleshhounds, unfortunately, are terrible versus Bretonnia. Angels of Decay, though? Angels of Decay should be able to win in a fight, right? They're elite. And then what? And then what? Plague drones? Do I need infantry versus Bretonnia? Is that even a necessary thing? Okay, I think it makes sense to have... Probably we're not going to go without any infantry, right? I need at least a little bit. Moby Max Demons of Chaos, though, is definitely going... It's definitely going to work at some point. Yes. And then Furies. Slanesh Furies are best versus Bretonnia because armor piercing. That's just the thing about Bretonnia. You gotta have that armor piercing. Yo, imagine if like Blood Crushers start becoming a thing that I run. just because they have armor. Actually, Blood Crushers are... You know what? The armor-piercing 55 charge bonus cavalry. They have 70 speed, which is a little slow for my liking, but you know what? Let's do it. Infantry versus Bretonnia. If they hardbox it with a bunch of halberds and archers, if you go only mobility, you can run into a lot of issues. That's what we are trying to avoid this day. Very interesting. Very interesting indeed. So I should start transferring these requests to my Discord channel. Let's see here. We gotta do this. Although it's still kind of nice having these requests up here too. All right. There we go. There we go. And then I can get into the game. All right. And all that's done. So then I can finally get rid of this bad boy. Remove. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I'll leave it in for now. All right, let's get rid of that army blocker. Let's do this. This one's a weird one. But here's the thing. This guy has a net. He has Gaze of Fate. And I feel like Slaanesh with Gaze of Fate has to be good. Ready. Good luck. Have fun. It's a very low unit count army. So is his, though. But here's the thing, right? So I got the Fiends who uptrade into all things mobility based. They will uptrade into almost all Bretonnian cavalry. And then we have our Flyers here, who can win the air game. Now he's gone Grail Guardian, Max Gold Chevron. I see. So my man wants to meme a little. Okay. I've won with the Grail Guardian build before. It's pretty funny. But it's certainly a little risky to do such things. So we're gonna get our first catch point. We're gonna bully Alberic a little. He takes a mild amount of damage, but he has spell resist from the Damsel of Life. Of course he does. Of course he does. Now we can push him back at least. The Trebuchet is not going to do too much damage. And if I Gaze of Fate his knights, it's gonna be pretty bad for him, right? Wait, I should just yeah, I should just blue fire the damsel. Oh wait, she on a unicorn? She ain't. She ain't. She's on a horse. She used the knights to tank the shot though. But the fire damage does slow down the healing slightly. Now this guy's great because Gaze of Fate is a really long range net that also lasts a decent amount of time. 14 seconds. Enough for me to get in the fight, which I am totally fine with. Going to start bringing in the Furies now. We're gonna fight good old Alberic. Which one are those? Are Grail Guardians? Those are Grail Guardians. Okay. And then we're going to net these guys down. We're gonna counter charge them, counter punch them up, while Alberic is getting mobbed by my Rotflies. Then we charge him in the back. The Grail Guardians can't save Alberic. And just like that, I think we have ourselves a pretty solid victory. Unfortunately for my opponent, Grail Guardians just don't do really well if they are hit by the Ultra Cav. These guys are kind of busted. Yeah, there they go. Oh my god, it's a massacre. He summons in the Knights of the Lionhearted. They do have magic damage, I guess. Is that enough though? Oh, good pull away. Is Albera gonna die? Oh my gosh, Grail Guardians have never felt so weak. So there goes Alberic. He gone. He gone. Oh my goodness. It's almost like chevrons are bad. Those poor Grail Guardians, man. They did not deserve that. That's rough. Is Alberic gonna live? He may live, but this battle's already over. I could have done a slightly better job chasing him, though. Had I kept Furies around him, he wouldn't have rallied. But my Lord's still at full HP. A good start. A good start for our Demons of Chaos one. Bluefire is also pretty decent at building up this thing. Does it kill Treb models? Does it kill Trebuchet models well? It should. It doesn't do the most damage ever, but yeah, I kind of like this bird guy. Bird guy's kind of hype. Look at the value. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Oh, he's de-summoning it. Don't let it get away. Alberic dying to Furies too. Dang, that's rough, man. He is an anti-large specialist, though, I guess. But yeah, he's dead. And that's GG. Okay.
Unending glory is yours.
Decent. Very decent. I think this Bird Lord is the way to go. Having a net is great for outmaneuvering. I lost 64 units. Dang. That's brutal. That's pretty rough. Well played, Popatty. You did well. Chaos Demons versus Bretonnia. Okay. Some fast 7k value. Dude, those Grail Guardians are so expensive. Against all that armor piercing. Oh, 268. Brutal. I had the melee attack boost too. I think that helped. The Angels of Decay really hard carried too in the air. Nice. Yeah, I think you use this guy for anti-skirmish. So this guy shuts down skirmishers. He has blue fire to poke away at your opponent. He has shield, so he can cycle charge. I don't know how well this would go versus Kite, though. Kite's kind of TBD. You could take Zinch's Firestorm on him, too. If I could spend the monies. So, there's a few things we could do here, right? So, what was this? Enabled if out of melee? Oh, dang. He has a +8, +8? +8 leadership, +8 melee defense if he's not in melee. Yo, that's kind of cool. The thing is, you kind of want him in melee. So you're paying money to make him a hybrid unit. Kind of garbage. Mildly garbage. Paragon of Change. Replenishes barrier, which I don't have enough guys for that. You can make him unspottable for 73 seconds. Stock and unspottable. You can't cast it on a unit though. It's literally only him. So yeah, I don't know what you would do with that. Oh, you can use it to net. You can use it to net down guys unsuspectingly. Okay, at the very least though, you take Zinch's Firestorm. That's just good. Because you can net them down and then Firestorm them. It's a really good blob buster. Then I have 1,200 gold, which is the most awkward amount of money Unless I get an Exalted Blood letter. It's a very awkward amount of money. I don't think the Angels of Decay are a must-have if we're rushing. I think they're good. Although, combined with the Fury Charge, you could be looking at a lot of damage. Is there like a kite? Can I kite my opponents with like the Shrieking Sky Rays? Zarevic? And... yeah, and they just spam their abilities, I guess. Pink Fire versus Wood Elves. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, I think, we lean slightly Zinchi with this. I still want to go heavy Slanesh, though, but we can afford to be slightly Zinchi. Let's see here. Spending-wise, what we're looking at. But I think this is getting somewhere, though. Better than the Keeper of Secrets. Cheaper, too. And Zinch's Firestorm and Net. Yeah, that's just so good. You get 3 nets. It's like I get my army abilities back, kind of. Shrieking Sky Rays is weird. But they do have Lamprey's Bite, so it's 3 casts. Or it's 5 casts of a fairly cheap spell. You can't really go wrong with it, though, as long as you keep them alive. It does mean that I should not engage right away, though. But definitely a cool unit that we can try out. Can a Lord of Change do anything? What if I take a Lord of Change? Okay, so let's say Pink Fire gets 200 gold value for 2 casts. And blue... okay, so that's 300 gold value. Is this guy worth it as a 1,150 gold single entity? Do I de-summon him and get 700 gold back? Does that do anything? Probably not. Problem is that they don't stay alive. Yeah, I'd have to really kite it up for a while. I want to keep with the melee theme so I don't get rushed. This guy has Searing Doom. He costs so much more, though. What the crap? Uncle Furuncle. The Furunk. Okay, this is a good start, though. Is there a... does anyone know if the Demon Prince... does anyone know if this Demon Prince, if you Zinchify him, does he have the net? He doesn't. Wow, he's garbage. Absolutely garbage. Furies are terrifyingly good at Lord sniping. I can kind of see that, especially for large flying lords, because they have a huge hitbox. Okay, so we got Zarevic. We have the Sky Rays. We have Fiends. What other units are good here? I could really commit to the Kite and just say, hey, an Exalted Flamer. He's gonna dance around. This would be my only unit, though, right? And not only that, he is mildly susceptible to getting shot to death. At only 800 shields, but a measly 3,200 HP. Very, very susceptible. Beast of Nurgle spam. Beast of Nurgle sucks. I've had people try to run Beast of Nurgle against me, and it is so garbage. But yeah, I kind of like the Flamer. So, what? You can run like a bunch of Furies. And then a Seeker of Slanesh. So now you got the smorgasbord build, right? So you got the Feathered Prince. You have a little bit of tradesies action. You're really fast, so they're never going to catch anything. Even this guy has 50 speed. Beast of Nurgle's a campaign powerhouse, though, actually. Is it the regen? Is it the regen that makes it not terrible? I'm out of flying units, sadly. But, okay. So we have Exalted Flamer. I think it's better than, like, the Soul Grinders, at least. I think if I can make my opponent rush me, it feels like that might be good. Fiend. Eternal Entourage. I don't know how I feel about them. They tend to die. Like, people are kind of ready for these cheap cav units. Fiends will stick in the fight for much longer. But yeah, if I'm getting them to rush me down, do I even need this Hellforge host? I think I just stick with Demonettes. They're fast, they can get into the fight. So we're still very Slaanesh themed, except now it's Slaanesh plus Tzeentch. Which is actually pretty good, right? I think, like, when you ask people to imagine Slaanesh plus Tzeentch, it brings fear to them, right? They're a little bit worried. Regen plus immune to flanking. I could see that. They're very pink and blue. I think Eternal Entourage level expensive units need lots of support or heals versus Buna. Yeah, he's gonna Buna it up. All my opponents. But yeah, I kind of like having the Exalted Flamer. I could take a second Exalted Flamer if they're really just going for stall strats. Because the archers are not going to live versus much mobility, right? So you have 2 Exalted Flamers. I got loads of cavalry. We're kind of forsaking Khorne, though. I thought Khorne would be really good as an addition because they have Bloodletters. But the Bloodletters were surprisingly lackluster, I found. Yeah, I don't know if I'm in love with Bloodletters. Khorne doesn't even run Bloodletters that often anyways, right? They kind of like Khorne Gores instead. Heralds of Khorne's Fury, Blood Crushers of Khorne. It would be pretty jokes taking this as cavalry, but they're just too weak. Much too expensive. 1 Hounds of the Blood Hunt. They do have dampening, so they can remove spell resist, which is actually potentially good versus Khorne. Is this my Khorne counter? Remove the spell resist and then hit them with magic? I could take the Marquis of Masochism, who's just a really good single entity, but they don't really clear infantry super fast. I do really like the Marquis of Masochism when I'm playing as Slaanesh, though. But they're not really an always run. We're really banking on Hellstriders most of the time. We need our melee only Soul Grinder. Soul Grinder of Slaanesh sadly kind of sucks. The alternative is to go super Lord Snipey and take the Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. Okay, I'm okay with this as a baseline, though. Like, this feels like it's actually getting somewhere. It's kind of a mobility kite style. The secret furuncle tech. Yeah, but I think it's like either I can take more Lord Sniping. I could take more mobility. Or I could take more infantry. The Demonettes should be able to, like, get around and kind of poke at their flanks. I kind of want them to blob up so that I can get Tzeentch's Firestorm. And then maybe it works. Maybe it works. But I don't think you can just go full Slaanesh, because Slaanesh is truly... Slaanesh, you just want to rush them. This, you want to wear them down and then rush them. It's kind of like the Dark Elf build that we just saw. The Marquis is too expensive for what it brings. It's just a terror causer that can kill single entities. Although I've been having trouble versus single entities. Unfortunately, I can't bring another flying unit for like a burning chariot. Unless I just do. What if I just bring a burning chariot? You know, I could always just cut a flyer and take like a burning chariot. Or even change bringers, right? Of course, I still have to kill the ranged. But it can't be that hard with this. That could be real funny. That could be really funny. Like, if I just do this, get the change bringer going, right? And then what are they gonna do? Most people are gonna be ready for change bringers though. But yeah, it's just a mobile, it's a Moby Max kite. So we have change bringers. I could still take the Exalted Flamer if I really wanted to. Yeah, Plague Bearers. It's armor piercing because plague. Next round is starting soon. We're waiting on 4 people, so that's 2 matches. I guess I could, yeah, Flesh Hounds are just way too nerfed now, right? If you need to bring a big Demon Lord, you're bringing the Exalted Keeper or Nakari. So you would only bring the Marquis if you need a second Keeper, which is rare. It's the same with Zerovic. I already have a big fighty dude with AP. Like, this guy's insane. He's quite powerful. I am very excited for Tzeentch's Firestorm. I think that's hype. I'm ready to kite, guys. And the benefit too, if we face an anti-kite army with like a lot of infantry and stuff, I still have a pretty nasty rush build. Hell, I can even cut the flamer and just start with the rush build. You know what? This is potentially much better. So you start with the Slaanesh rush, and if they're playing super defensive, you just chill. You just hang back a little bit, get your flamers on, melt their faces off. Do I even need the Hellforge Bellows? Every time I take the Hellforge Bellows, it kind of seems like it sucks. Anyone else feeling that way? I don't know how I feel about the Hellforge Bellows, but this, yeah, I think this is getting there. It's also basically a perfect spend. The only issue is that when I take a spell, it reduces the cost of spells by 5, which is literally useless. But it makes it not a perfect spend, which hurts me. A Slaanesh Rush with Exalted Bloodletters might be cool. I actually tried that earlier today, and it doesn't seem to work because the infantry is not fast enough. Palanquins to victory. Oh boy, you know, if there's one theme that we've seen today, it's that I'm not really using Nurgle units, with the exception of the Angels of Decay. I feel like a great unit means it doesn't matter if the opponent is prepared for it or not. Yeah. Most units are that way. But sometimes you'll have units that are pretty hard countered. But you just leave them in reserve in case your opponent doesn't bring an answer. It works. It works. Waiting on one more match, and then the next round shall begin. Did Danican win? Danican lost to Halidin? Yo, what's he playing? Surely he's not playing... Ah, he's playing Grand Cathay, no wonder. No wonder he's playing Grand Cathay. That's a garbage faction. He already got the Dark Elf win out of the way today. Wasted 5 gold. I would pay CA to make it where the price of these doesn't get cheaper the more spells you get. It's so silly. Why is it that you save 5 gold, man? Why would you do that? There's like basically no situation where that is even remotely useful. I don't know what they were thinking. Has Grand Cathay actually taken a tourney yet? I think I've won a couple times with Grand Cathay. Their Moonbird builds are quite fun. A Cultist of Corn, thank you so much for the raid. How goes? Weird. YouTube is not letting me see your channel. Let me look it up proper. Cultist of Corn. Hell yeah. Looks like bunch of Warhammer videos here. Nice. Anyone want to see their YouTube channel? There it is. Yeah, seems like a generalist Warhammer tips type of content. Got magic guides. We got campaign tutorials. Got tier lists going. Hell yeah. Alright, now are we in the next round yet? Nice. Advancing the Swiss. Goblins. Round 2. I'm up against the Big H. That's a Rogue AI. Yo, yo. I'm Demons of Chaos. Rogue AI. Played against them many a time on this channel. A formidable opponent, for sure. Especially with me playing Demons of Chaos. These Chaos Dwarves. I see. Celestial Lake, Creeping Swamp. Is Creeping Swamp a, Oh, it's this one. I'll ban... Chateau. This will be interesting. Kind of weird that Melkoth's is cheaper to take than Occam's Mindrazor. Yeah, Occam's Mindrazor is not very useful in campaign or multiplayer. I have like not seen it so long. All right, so I gotta figure out what am I doing versus Chaos Dwarves. They got a lot of armor. They have some spooky cavalry, and they have some terrifying artillery pieces. Artillery pieces, I have ways to kind of jump them, but I could see them being a mild problem. They also got some really good flyers and a lot of fire resist. So blue fire is significantly weaker against Chaos Dwarves. Just a little something to consider. Interesting. Chowie. So what am I taking then? I think this honestly this build's kind of already there in terms of what I'm looking for. Let's just get our opponent in here. I think I can already ready up. I don't think I gotta make a lot of changes. So we ban Chateau. Full Slanesh Corn build I'm expecting. I don't know. I just can't make Exalted Bloodletters work. I know they deal a lot of damage, and they'll be good versus a faction like normal dwarves. Chaos Dwarves, though? I don't know. Playing on Creeping Swamp. Here we go. Let's get that Demons of Chaos win rate up today. Kolek beatdown. I think I missed the Kolek beatdown. Whew. I think the plan is, if we see a lot of artillery, I'm just gonna have to kill them somehow. Don't copy me. You want Changebringers? I think Changebringers have really high potential if we're constantly winning the air game. But I think Demons of Chaos is more than the Changebringer one-trick faction. Obviously, Changebringers are great, but is that the only thing they'll ever do? Curious if Turn will post a vid. Gotta bring Furuncle because we're in a swamp. Be'lakor. The Be'lakor meta. I can't believe he was such a menace before and then people just stopped taking him. I don't even know what it was about him that was so great. He was always very expensive. I guess just like the Warhammer 2 factions were just stronger. Most factions in Warhammer 3, base Warhammer 3, were weaker than Warhammer 2 factions because they had no variety. And it was all demons, there were no mortals either. So basically the Warhammer 3 launch factions, most of them were just demons of chaos, but you had to go mono god. Other than that, it was literally the same. So in that world, I guess I could see Be'lakor being strong. Most of the demons, they cost reduced too. I'm surprised it was Be'lakor and not, like, you know, Exalted Keeper of Secrets running around all the time though. But I guess Blue Fire was quite prominent. Kislev at release was awful. No, Kislev had capture kitties though. They had capture kitties. So they were actually kind of good because you could steal points super fast. Oh man, early Warhammer 3, the good old days. I think the rose tinted goggles are almost there, but even with that, it still looks pretty bad to me. Yeah, Warhammer 3 is going pretty nice now, though. I can host 2 tournaments back to back and people are actually signing up. That's crazy. Crazy. At some point, once I have Trizik helping me host tournaments, I can start hosting more new player tournaments, too. I feel like some ultra new player tournaments could be interesting. Because as it stands right now, there aren't that many gateways for completely new players to join. And I've been noticing a lot of you guys being more interested in playing the game. So it's something that I'm looking into. It does need a little bit more work though, so we will see. He's still making his army. Taking a while. I'll eat a gummy. I'll eat a gummy while we wait. I need sustenance. Come on. This is a long stream today. Usually I don't do the double stream, but I don't have that much else going on. All right. So this build doesn't really capture super fast. Not too many vanguards. I do still have this guy. We got the Fiends. And then we got the Flyers. The idea is simple. Use the mobility to get him to blob up. And then use Inch's Firestorm. Otherwise, we're just spamming blue fire. Hopefully it's enough. Ever bought an all-air army and forgotten a land piece? Absolutely. Cathay Destroyer? Dang, that's crazy. The Blazing Beards. They have 35% resistance to my blue fire of Zinch. A bunch of Cathay too. Well, first things first, we want to make use of our Lamprey's Bite. It has a long cooldown. I'm gonna have to keep these guys around for a long time. So we gotta just start dishing it out one way or another. It shows as a circular attack, but it's not. It's very strange. 65 gold value though. From the get-go is decent. And so begins the kite. Now, he doesn't have anything that can shoot up. So that means Changebringers are the de facto way to go here. Changebringers should cook. Blue fire, a little bit of damage. 131 is very okay deeps, but nothing too impressive really. It's like Daniken's Dark Elf kite, but like way worse. This is kite at home, guys. I don't feel so good about this. So there's Zaytan, the black. He has his orc laborers all over here. But is he going to get absolutely obliterated? I think the odds are fairly likely. We've already taken a nasty triple cap. He's gonna Buna my guys. Okay. Can I kill him though? So he turns a chonker. Oh crap, why'd my lord land? Whoops, it is. Okay, there's another one of those. We're gonna bully these guys. Satan is getting nice and toasty. I just friendly fired my guys, right? It's a little silly. Mayhaps a little silly. Changeringers got Zaydan to half though. That's an okay amount. I think we just bring our other flamer here. They're quite good at roasting infantry too, by the way. And if it takes 2 Bunas to kill them, so be it. That'll still be quite painful for my opponent. Yeah, just shoot at some Cathay. There we go. Pretty decent chip damage. Then we shoot at his bull centaurs. He just spirit leeched me. Okay. I am insulted. Just straight spirit leeched me. Thankfully, it doesn't do that much damage to them. The OB jokes is summoning a healer so that these guys can keep on cooking. So far, this is working out pretty well, though. It's a kite build through and through. This is, yeah, this is just standard, very standard kite. He's hiding in the trees, but it ain't gonna be enough. Got another. Oh, jeez. Okay. He brought in the guns. I did not see them. Ouch. 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 Mildly painful there. We live, though. We live. That'll do him. That'll do him real good. Get another one of these. So these guys have gone 200 value. That's it. Off the little screams. I guess it's hitting like the lowest priority targets known to man, but still. It's pretty good little vortex going on there at least. He will finally kill off my Changebringers, but they got their values worth. And of course, Tzeentch's Firestorm is a good spell.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Okay, yeah. You know what? Tzeentch plus Slaanesh is the way, clearly, right? Tzeentch plus Slaanesh has performed much better than my other shenanigans so far. So we can escort these guys off, no problem. He's bringing in the Zaytan. I got Slaanesh Furies for his Hobgoblins, though. More Seekers. Fiends actually, they don't do that well versus that big boy. Let's back it up. At least we can surround this. For some reason I'm not building up my army ability. No idea what's going on. Lord's just not attacking, I guess. But yeah, I can finally commit with the Screamers. And then we're just gonna ignore the Cathay, you know what? We're just gonna ignore the Cathay and let them chill. Whoop! Those are some elite boys. Let's pull away from them. I have Tzeentch's Firestorm. Is there anything I can do with this? I don't know. Just that. Just plonk it down. It's a little awkward, I know. But that should do reasonably well. Do Seekers kill Cathay? I don't know anymore. Hey, Tzeentch's Firestorm went very well, though. And then the Sky Rays. Boom. They've gotten 450 value. They are on their way to paying for themselves. I'm telling you, the Sky Rays are clutch. Seekers are doing not too great versus the Cathay. Dang, the Cathay is a chonker, man. The only thing that really makes it rough is that it just will never be able to support the main army. But if I ever fight the Cathay, it's actually a little spooky. It's kind of like Kugath. Oh, dang, they lived. Well, I can just kill them, that's fine. Little train shows up, nothing a couple fiends can't murder. This guy has only 600 value. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Flamer spam. Flamer spam feels only okay to me, sadly. Trees aren't fire. The trees are so fireproof. The Warhammer universe is strange. But somehow, some way, indeed, they are able to resist the forces of chaos. The artillery of the Empire. Absolutely everything. Nothing can withstand the power of wood. Alright, there you go. That's a good volley. Much better volley that time. And then Cathay hopefully go down relatively quickly. If not, I do have Furies for them. Which would usually not do well against Cathay, but because they're fairly exposed and I think they'll just die immediately, I should be fine. Very nice. Then we go over here. So there goes his Demon Smith Sorcerer. Cathay are ultra dead. We charge some Wolf Riders. Hopefully we can flank with some cavalry. Maybe we get a blue fire on them. I don't know. Honestly, a little bit of an awkward game. I think my Flamers, it feels like they just are not exactly getting the skirmish damage that I want. It's not like they're, you know, they're not like my prime time skirmishers, right? It's not like Wood Elves or something. They kind of suffer. Oh, jeez, I have so much money. Yeah, they kind of suffer when it comes to their skirmish damage. Unless it's at like the perfect angle for the flamethrowers to hit properly. I guess in this game, most of the infantry was pretty cheap. So maybe against more elite infantry it'd be better. Maybe against single entities, I don't know. What I'm hearing is Wood Elves OP. Also, you know, it's true. Okay, it actually does pretty good damage for single entities. I'll take that. I'll take it. Yeah, kill that Demon Smith. You didn't even get that much value. Hell yeah. This guy's still alive? Dang, that's crazy. That is rather impressive on their part. Zaytan also survived the change bringing. But in the end, it was not enough for the proud Chaos Dwarves. Cathay has been ignored all game. 1600 value, which means it is a value loss in the end. Triple capped. But I have a new appreciation for the unit. I think you really have to be wary of the Cathay Destroyer. If you don't do it just right, the Cathay Destroyer will kill all your single entities. It is a bit of a chonker now. I don't know what CA did to it. Very spooky indeed. Can I get another Tzeentch's Firestorm on this guy? That's the Immortals. What does overcasting it do? More damage. Increased AP damage. Wow. Now, is that needed in the slightest? I'm going to say probably not. Am I going to do it anyways? The answer is absolutely yes. Come on. Hey. Goodbye, Immortals. There's a Firestorm. I believe that just ends them entirely. The thing is, it builds us up so much, but then, like, I don't really... It goes back down to 0. It's such a rip-off. Okay, we got a Meteor Strike. Sure. That's half HP off the Immortals. Dang, yo, this guy's hype. Yo, I like this bird. This bird's amazing. It reminds me of the early Tzeentch days when people were really grinding Tzeentch. He's kind of a beast. I hope there's a mod that makes it all Christmas trees in December. That'd be hype. Would probably lag the game a lot, though. All right, let's see this guy. Did he 950? Yeah, he didn't really feel like he was cooking. Immortals, totally fake news. Technically, they barely lost any entities. Time out, though. GG, well played.
Unending glory is yours.
All right, solid. Very solid. It's a win for Chaos Demons versus Chaos Dwarves. We're increasing the win rate as I speak. We're 2-0 now with Demons of Chaos. Hell yeah. Now, how did the Changebringers do? Yeah, Changebringers were great. You need to cast 2 Bunas to kill them, and in that time, they can still farm lots of value. Exalted Flamer was okay, despite there not being that many great targets for him, so I'll give him a pass. And the build itself is not terrible. Cathay did eventually pay for itself, but realistically, I should be able to just avoid it 24/7. Nice. I'll be back in a second while we wait for round 3. Demons of Chaos to rank 1. Here we go. I gotta get some water too. 1 second. Yo, how do you guys feel about the screamers, by the way? Yay or nay? These guys, the Shrieking Sky Rays. I think technically against something that has no armor, that's expensive. Sure. How often will we actually run into that? I don't know. I'll do a YouTube poll. What do you guys think? They have Lamprey's Bite, and it can get maybe 100 gold per cast. So technically, they can get 500 gold if I keep them alive. They are screamers, though. They got Vanguard deployment. For all, like, you know, they cost 2/3 of a Changebringer. So I don't know, man. Do another one for Uncle 55% yay, 45% nay. That's fairly low confidence. Oh, Neo Nightshade, you had a Oh, you were up against Greenskins with the Kolek action? Oh, hell yeah. Turn was casting it. Nice, nice. Oh, Kolek versus Cathay Destroyer? Bro, that's crazy. Yo, Kolek got thumped by the Cathay. What the crap? Oh my gosh. Okay, this was the battle that sent Kolek to the glue factory. I see. If anyone wants to see it, it's on my Discord. 50-50 yay and nay. Dang, all right. We're 50-50 on the Shrieking Sky Rays. Not a lot of confidence. Daniken got a buy round. Dang, yo. And when the guy has to play Grand Cathay, man. Grand Cathay kind of rough. If it's 50-50, I also get to put a vote in. So naturally, Shrieking Sky Rays, garbage tier. Okay, I might still run them, but I feel like I can do a lot better with other stuff. Like, I can add a whole nother flyer instead of this, right? We could take 2 Changebringers. You just call Kolek a horse? Me? It was just a wild sight. I see. Yeah, Kolek, I think the Cathay Destroyer, it actually does duel fairly well. Maybe a little bit cheaper. Well, I don't know. It's kind of slow. It suffers the same issues that like Giants have, where Giants are really good at fighting, but they're too slow. The rest of your army's gonna die. Nice. Advancing this wish. Goblins. Round 3. Huzzah. What are we going up against? Parapato. I have not messaged them before. Interesting. Somehow they've already gone 2 wins. Okay. Ah, okay, so they had a buy round and then they won versus unknown. So they might actually be pretty new. Interesting though. He's shaped more like a horse than any other animal. Kolek? I don't know. Are we gonna call centaurs animals? Is that racist? He's new. He's new. Oh crap, wait. I forgot. Let's see here. I think someone might have dropped. Ah, okay. So it was this one. Let's see here. T. We gotta do this. Adminning. So much adminning. Adminning. Right. A drop. There is. Someone will message you in 5 minutes. All right, what are we looking at? Password 123. I'm Demons of Chaos. Okay, so we got a new player. Their faction, it appears, is... what is their faction? Tzeentch! Ooh, okay. He's Tzeentch. Sure. That changes things. I think we have to play very differently against Tzeentch. Like, we gotta not get Air Force dominated, you know? Interesting. It'll be a good test seeing Corrin Furies versus Tzeentch Furies. That's for sure. Yeah, just mirror match it. He will have those chariot guys, which worries me slightly. But I will have fiends, seekers, to surround them. All right. A little bit of Tzeentch action. Now, apparently it's new, but we generally don't hold back against new players. Generally. I have a pretty mean build, though. Let's see here. Demonettes of Slaanesh are actually... they can be useful here because Tzeentch can just go armor spam. He says don't hold back. Ah, hell yeah. Let's see here. They will have their Marauder Horsemen, though. But other than that, I don't think we're especially worried. Honestly, I've been really liking this Slaanesh Tzeentch mix-ups, you know? It's Tzeentch Kite with Slaanesh mobility is the rough idea that I'm going for today. Maybe it's enough. We'll see. Was there a fly near the mic? Was there? I think the little like foam thing on top of my mic would stop any noises that a fly makes. Yo, anyone know if the Demons of Chaos win rate has gone up yet? Oh, they're tied with Tomb Kings. I brought them up 1%. Hell yeah. All right, we just gotta keep winning. 20 more wins and they're already at 50%. That's it. There's like 4 streams. That's like nothing. Is that what it's for? No, it's a pop filter. It makes my P sounds less aggressive. Next is Tomb Kings to the top. Just select the weakest faction, elevate it to the top. Where's Skaven? Let's see here. Ooh, yeah, no. You know, I think I'll end the series after Tomb Kings. You know, I feel like, yeah, that'll probably be good. Oh, crap. I forgot to change the map. All right. I'm asking if he's okay with the map. If he is, we can move on. And then we can see if Tzeentch Furies win or, yeah, if they win against Khorne Furies. Let's go. Must be chaos corruption. All right. Might have to buy some, what's this? You want Mother Astenkia? She's pretty hype. So the plan is air superiority, or at least trading in the air, then using my mobility to win it. He's gone for a disc dude with anti-large. He's a metal sorcerer with final transportation. Okay, so don't blob. Lots of Doom Knights. So a lot of stuff that's kind of annoying to deal with. I actually don't have Slaanesh Furies for Doom Knights either. Zongors can be very strong against my guys. It's a little sus, actually. I don't really like where this matchup is going. If he lands with his Doom Knights, I'll be okay. Oh crap, he's gonna final transportation my Furies, isn't he? Sends in the Doom Knights. Okay. I wanna undercommit here. If he casts a final transportation and kills everything, it would be very bad for me. So I just wanna, yeah, there it is. Come on, get out of there. Yes. Okay. So final transportation is not a sticky spell. So as long as you disengage after it gets cast, your units will not continuously take final transportation damage. And that actually worked out magnificently for me. Unfortunately, I still lose a Fury. But his Doom Knights are definitely suffering. That was a pretty good tradesies, though. And then he brings in the big bird. All right. Now, definitely, I can just chuck this out. I don't have to waste a whole slow or a whole net for that. Spears will die to the Furies. There they go. Lots of deeps. And overall, I think we're doing okay. Lord's taking a bit of damage from his heroes, yes. But look at that infantry melt away, right? Ouch. Why is this guy so good at fighting? 30 bonus versus large. Holy moly. That's mildly terrifying. He may want to just go for the Lord Snipe. We'll see. No one's gone for this point. And he has a blue fire caster. Oh, that's a Lord of Change? I thought that was a different bird. He straight up has a Lord of Change? Yo, you crazy, man. Yo, that's kind of hype. Now, here's the thing. We're still clearing off the majority of his army here. His ability to snipe me is very high. So that's the main thing we got to be careful of. But if I can just capture this point, I think we'll be okay. Lord of Change, we can snipe with blue fire. That's not a big deal. Fiends are quite good against single entities. Alley. And that gives us a bit of an army ability. Maybe some Nurgle healing, perhaps? Dang it. Well, I guess we'll just missile this guy instead. Honestly, not terribly played by him. I feel like, you know. I actually got my Lord a little low there. It's just the infantry didn't fare super well versus my magic. Look at that, another good Searing Doom. Kind of spooky. This guy's kind of cooking. Gonna have to run away from the Chaos Lord too, because apparently he is kind of intense. So I'm gonna land my Lord here to keep him alive. Then we're going to get our other Demonette for point captures. If he lands his Lord, they're gonna die. His heroes are getting murdered. And I think we do win this game. Although definitely a little sus. Opponent kind of hype. There's another blue fire, by the way. Blue fire is really good versus Lords of Change. I always find it funny when factions are really good against themselves. Like dwarves die to cannons. Tzeentch dies to blue fire. Is that this the Gaze of Fate? I'm saving it for a better opportunity. I could use the Gaze of Fate right now, but actually, you know what? This is a good opportunity. There we go. There's a Gaze of Fate. We'll use it specifically on yeah, on that little group of Forsaken. That'll hurt him real bad. That's 900 gold value get. Or wait, no, that's like what, 300 gold? I mean, not 300. 800 gold value get. You will now see that demonettes are indeed mildly proficient at killing chaff. Surprise, surprise. And then once you capture this point, I think we done did it. Yeah, look at the demonettes. They're okay, you know, they're getting a little bit of damage. Yo, what's all the Searing Dooms, man? This guy's made out of Searing Doom. Yo, he's been spamming that like crazy. I did not know you could have so many. I'm aware it's Tzeentch, but jeez. All right, let's get him off the battlefield. Screw this guy. Yeah, that's right. You better run. I'm gonna finish the job. Get him out of here. Yes. Gets us our army ability. Come on, give me Nurgle. High roll Nurgle. This is too much gambling. Dang it, man. All right. Yo, if Demons of Chaos could choose which army ability they got, they would probably still be bad, but I would feel so much better. Sometimes you waste so much of your army buildup and it's so slow. Definitely a huge loss for Demons of Chaos. Or those spawn. Not a problem. GG. Great success. Okay. Demons of Chaos are cooking. They might not be the bottom tier faction anymore. Hype. All right, very nice. GG, well played. So that's Chaos Demons versus Tzeentch. Not too bad. Not too bad. I don't feel as powerful as when I'm playing Slaanesh, but it's like getting there. It's like still feels weaker than Elves, like High Elves. Definitely Wood Elves. Probably weaker than Dark Elves. But it feels like I feel stronger playing this than when I play Khorne, at least. Not that Khorne is like a devastating faction, but like look at this guy, 2,200. Alrighty. I gotta drop somebody. Hope you're having a good day. I am. It's a fun tournament day. It's been a while since I really did a big Warhammer grind. Alright, so this guy should have 2 points. Which he does. Everything's better than Skaven. It's wonderful. Yeah, I should just keep shoving Skaven into the last place. Like, anytime a faction is worse than Skaven, I just play them for a bit. Return the world to its natural balance. Alright, all the adminning is done. Alright, gotta do this. Source points are at the right number. Same if someone drops. It can give too many Swiss points. Alrighty. So what we're looking at. I wonder if Danikan's actually going to be able to pull back. He might not be able to. Grand Cathay's an awkward faction. And he's a kite player. And Grand Cathay can't kite. They literally do not have any units that can do the job. Unless you count the Phoenixes. But not really. Did you progress in Silksong off stream? No, I'm only playing it on stream. But yeah, Demons of Chaos. I would say Demons of Chaos are better than Skaven. Skaven have a lower, like, strength ceiling. Let's call it that. So I think Skaven... I think the skill ceiling for Skaven's really high. Like, I think you have to be really good to play Skaven. And there's a lot to learn. But the faction's just so bad that you're not going to get anywhere with it. So... as soon as you start running into people who know how to play against Skaven, you just die. It's over, man. It's like Dwarves, but like they don't even have good matchups. What are the strongest multiplayer factions currently? Slaanesh, Ogres, Wood Elves are by far the strongest. I think that's like S, you know, that would be like S tier factions. Oh, and Norska, my bad. Yeah, Slaanesh, Ogres, Wood Elves, and Norska are all in like the rough S tier. I think like A tier, you got like Coast. Dark Elves, I'm not entirely sure about. Because I know that the Danikan inflation's kind of extreme with them. Chaos Dwarves... I don't know. They have a high win rate, but like I don't think they're actually that good. Vampire counts in my head are much scarier, but maybe that's Maximillionaire inflation. But yeah, Bretonnia, High Elves are good. It depends on what you're looking for too. Some factions are better generalists. Other factions are much better specialists. So like Dwarves are weird because they are really good at killing some specific set of factions. But I don't regard them as strong because in something like an SFT, they'll end up finding bad matchups and just get horribly massacred. The anti-Skaven propaganda is crazy. Yeah, no, this is definitely pro-Skaven extinction. Skaven need a big rework. They gotta get some buffs. They gotta get some weapon team changes. Because right now, the roster just kind of sucks against anything with mass. They will only ever be good in a meta where infantry have high mass. And, yeah. Like, infantry need high mass and the ability to stop cavalry. You're gonna host a single list tourney someday? It's a little bit too much management, and Turin's already kind of doing it, so probably not. I'm more interested in getting tournaments that will get people tournament ready. So I would say like SFTs for people who are learning new factions, 3x3 matrix tournaments, that type of deal. What's the most middle of the road faction where you can't predict what will happen apart from the players? Demons of Chaos is actually one of the more middle of the road factions where they have so many different play styles. It can be hard to know what a Demons of Chaos player is going to do unless you know their name. In which case you will know what they're going to do. If it's me, it's going to be mobility maxing. If it's boss toss, it's going to be some weird spell shenanigans, right? But there's like Changebringer shenanigans. Some people will go slower Corn builds. Some people will spam Nurgle and go ultra slow. The variety here is through the roof. It's just all the units are not very optimal. Demons of Chaos have like no unit that they can just spam a ton of and feel great about, except for maybe Fiends. But if you only have the one unit, people are gonna hard counter them. And hard countering Fiends hard counters everything else. So, I don't know, man. Would be cool if Skaven could choose which direction they route to. I don't think that would really save them now. I don't even know if it'd be cool. It sounds like more micro. More APM sync. Do we really want that? Ooh. But alright, so far looking decent. Looking decent with 3-0, so I qualified for the semis. I don't think, as long as no one's playing Wood Elves, I don't think we have like a top tier player playing a Demons of Chaos counter. I think like some bigger names, like we got Danican here, but he's playing Grand Cathay. Did he win his second game? If no, oh yeah, he got a bye round. So if Danican loses this next game, that would be pretty bad. That would be pretty bad. It means we probably have a good shot at this tournament. So it's not like a whole ton of big names, so we'll see. That'd be so funny if they announce a big Skaven buff and it just makes them better at running. That would be pretty hilarious. Would Skaven players even be upset though? I feel like they've been so abused that they'll still be like, thank goodness. Something, anything. Although then again, if you're a campaign Skaven enjoyer, you're eating well. So many cool shooting units. But when it comes to multiplayer, all the cool shooting stuff sucks. Rattling Gunners are garbage. Plague Claws garbage. Some of the mortars are really hard to get working. You can dodge them. I don't know, man. But alright. Turn it continues. It continues. We should be done this round soon, though. And then top 4 should be pretty fast. Might not even need tiebreakers for the top 4s. Based on the number of signups, let's see. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? So there's me at 3 wins. I think it's likely going to be me, the Big H, Halidin, and Danican, who will be in the top 4. What would make Skaven good in domination? Like I said, anti-cavalry. So if you want Skaven to have any chance, what you want is you want weapon teams to actually go. What is this army? Well, actually, okay, like, so Storm Vermin are actually decent. Oh, it's Warlord. Okay, I don't know what exactly is going on here, but I think this is from my boss fight series. I was like theory crafting what people could do. But yeah, what you need is this unit. Warp Grinders. This ability. Make it 55 meters. I don't know. Make it a targeted ability. Make these guys cheaper. You know, I think the best way to do it is to make Warp Grinders cheaper, because they're really good at zoning out stuff. So like, I think this ability, I think it already does a decent amount of damage. Make Warp Quake have like a 75% slow. So that way you either use Snare or the slow instead of kind of using both because you want to get damage in. So make this like a damaging slow that does damage to 12 entity units. I think the whole 25 entity plus thing is silly. I don't know why my magic is going to be less effective versus ogres compared to infantry. What is it about being an ogre that makes you invincible to spell casting? I don't even know, man. It's silly. We get rid of that. And then once they're cheaper, you can sprinkle them around your army, and cavalry are going to be real sussed out getting in there. Then you need an answer to kite, because Skaven kind of suck versus kite. And I think one thing you could do is maybe I guess they already have Jezzails. You could make Jezzails slightly cheaper. That's kind of a boring way to go about it. When Poison Wind Mortars were cheaper, I think if you make Poison Wind Mortars just do a lot more damage. But like, I don't know, man. Because then they'll get too good versus infantry, right? What else is a good option versus kite? Because like Rat Ogre's got no armor. You have Globadiers, kind of. Maybe you could make the Rattling Gunner an anti-kite option. You can give them more stealth options if you really upgrade the Skaven lore of stealth. So make Skitterleap give unspottable, stalk, and snipe for 50 seconds. Make it a spell that's actually worth using. And then that way, if someone's skirmishing against you, suddenly Rattling Gunners out of nowhere are just piling in. They're slowing you. You're taking loads of damage on your skirmishers, who aren't going to have armor. They're skirmishers. Then you're good. I don't know. Maybe give Rattling Gunners magic attacks. I think Rattling Gunners with magic attacks would actually give them a nice niche. A lot of skirmishers might have physical resist, so that could actually help. Yeah, give them a little bit more damage and magic attacks and some way to stealth them up, because Teeth Breakers are actually almost viable with the whole concealment bomb thing. And make it snipe. I feel like the lore of Eshin, literal assassination stuff, would make sense for there to be stealth snipers. Is Veil of Shadows even useful? No. Veil of Shadows? So I asked Charix, right, who likes playing Skaven. I was like, okay, Veil of Shadows, it's a free spell. It literally costs 0 wins of magic, but you can't bring any other spells. Do you take it? He said no. And that's because, yes, it is that bad. If you made another spell free, if you made Melkoth's free, there would be riots in the streets. If you made Veil of Shadows free, people would not even notice. Oh, rip Veil of Shadows, man. Ripperonis. That's a terrible question. I think it's a really good question. People would totally run other spells if they were free. Like, I think Vangeist Revenge, it's not a great spell, but if I was like, hey, Vangeist Revenge, you can spam it off cooldown and it's free, people would run it. There's a lot of bad spells that people would run if it's the only thing. Because, like, this has very high potential and a lot of setups where you can actually land the ability. Let's see. Fog of the Damned. If this was free and it's the only spell I could run, I would consider it. Spamming this bad boy off cooldown. Occam's Mind Razor. It's a cheap spell, and it's a spell I would also spam off cooldown. Magic attacks and 50% more damage. Maybe it's not as useful as Malkoth's, but it'll have more longevity. There's situations where you would want to use it, and it would trigger the lore passive, which is something that you would want. I think let's see here, like what's it? I think where is it at? Yeah, Death Frenzy. People would run this if it was free. If it was the only spell. Flaming Sword if it was free, maybe not. I can see why the metric is not perfect though. I can see it. I can see it because yes, it's the only spell you can run. A lot of builds only run one spell though, right? So like there's a lot of builds that are solo Malkoth's builds or solo Flock of Doom builds. Man, imagine though, right? Like we made Flock of Doom free, but it's the only spell you could run. It'd be so good. I remember the tournament where someone got a Vangeist right at the start and deleted like 6 units. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yo, Vangeist is hype. It's kind of like Wind of Death. Question wasn't if it was doable. You asked if you would rather take the free spell versus any other spells. So we're saying like, you know, I think the point is the spell's really bad. Is the point I was trying to make. If someone's trying to make the argument, is the spell viable? Is Veil of Shadows viable at all? I think it's not viable, but you would need a different explanation. I agree with you on that. Although Veil of Shadows, if it was zero, if it was free, if it was literally free, would it make the Shadows caster worth taking, the Eshin caster? I think that's an interesting question. If it was free, would I run an Eshin caster? Probably not, right? I don't think it adds anything. Does it add anything? Okay, another question. What does this spell do? What does this spell do in terms of usability? I think if you cast it on top of a skirmisher, it would make it a little janky for them to escape. So it might stop them from shooting a little bit. So you could use the spell against, or maybe just a normal archer unit. Anyways, I don't think it's I don't think this spell does enough as a spell in general. I think the spell is so far from viable that I'm pretty sure if the Eshin caster could use it for free, I don't know if it would see play, but maybe it might. Especially because I think you can trigger the lore passive a lot. That's pretty jokes. So, you know, I've heard the argument where you use the spell to open the ranks and run through. Skaven do not do that as a faction. So I could see the spell being cast if I was playing Slaanesh and I want to push through some spears. Maybe there's something there. Skaven is not a faction that has a need to rush through spear lines because they simply are incapable of rushing. And Doomflayers have enough mass to plow through most infantry anyways. So yeah, but I guess if it is in another... Yeah, if the spell is rolling around on other factions, I guess you can push through. It's really risky though. So there's a tactic that most people go for. where they go super wide with their units anyways, because usually going through a unit will not actually get you a huge advantage. You set yourself up for any unit that goes through is going to get immediately surrounded and focus fired. For example, if you're playing Empire, you leave like I would say a 20-meter gap between your infantry most of the time. So the spell adds another 20-meter gap. But like, the issue is that going past the unit is death. So in most play, it wouldn't even be that useful. Even dwarves go pretty wide, right? I don't think anyone goes side by side. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. What faction is my opponent playing? I'm Demons of Chaos. They are Corn. Ooh, Corn Revenge. Okay, I'm done. Does it remove bracing on units? I think it might. I think it would remove bracing on units. So maybe you can kill the infantry unit that you cast it on. I did run a bunch of tests before, and I wasn't able to get a lot of value with the spell. Maybe as a brace breaking. Maybe I'll have to retest that, like charge a bunch of rat ogres at the unit you cast it on. I remember it being really janky though. It has a really long wind-up time. Let's play Cave. So I'm playing against Corn. The Dread rematch. Last time we faced Corn, we lost to them just spamming a ton of infantry, and there was not much I could do. This time, I will find vengeance. I think I have a much better build against Corn, as long as I don't goof it up and take a terrible engagement. I think we win this. Skollendir's Cave is the map. Vengeance for myself. Looking forward to you not losing this time, yeah. I need to add more wins for Demons of Chaos, man. They need it. I gotta knock Tomb Kings down a rung. Let me refresh. So Tomb Kings is 119 wins. Okay, 793. Oof. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need a few more wins. I'm gonna need a few more wins to beat out Tomb Kings, but we're getting there. 20 more wins, and we're at a 50% win rate. So if I can just get plus 20 wins on Demons of Chaos, we already bring them up to the halfway point in terms of faction balance. Which dramatically skews them, by the way. This is the worst idea ever. If anyone uses the leaderboard for trying to judge factions, they're gonna get so screwed by Demons of Chaos. But I don't know. Maybe Fiends are hype. He's talking like it's a quota. It is literally my job right now to get Demons of Chaos as high as I possibly can. Yeah, I wonder when we're gonna see that Total Tavern update, by the way. Turin did say that he was thinking about like grand finals in like what? Did he say a month, was it? Oh crap, I forgot my Slanesh Furies. Silly me. Regardless, I should still be fine. $10 units. I got Changebringers this time. I think that was my big misplay. We use our Furies here to bully like corn gores and stuff. Anything that's overextended, I might be able to just kill them with Furies at the beginning. And then we win. If they could fire through their own units. Rattling gunners. I don't know if it'd save them. Because hitting your own units is pretty bad in this game. Adding damage taken means that they're much more prone to routing. But if they had perfect line of sight, that would certainly be a really nice buff. Very similar build, this time with Karanak. He has his doggo summon, presumably. Reveals units, he silences. A net, but no doggies. No doggies. Scylla has just the Rampage and the Mortis. Skulltaker has a bunch of stuff. So those are some very juiced up single entities that I got killed this game. That certainly makes it a little bit sketchier. I do have Blue Fire, but Scylla has 60% resistances to Blue Fire. So Blue Fire literally does nothing there. Karanak, on the other hand, 75%. Skulltaker, only 35%. So we have our target. Target acquired. We're gonna bully the Skulltaker. Then we're gonna get the Changebringers. We're gonna make sure they do not get rampaged. And then we should be good. It's gonna be a bit though. Marauders, some Corn Gores, Marauders. Yeah, it's gonna be a hot second, but at least I can probably kill Skulltaker. This is gonna go there. We're gonna get another Blue Fire. Karnak's coming in hot. Did he actually dodge that? Kind of hard to tell. What are you doing, Skulltaker? Still takes a little bit of damage, so I feel like that's worth it for me. Furies can fight Furies. And you know what? We can bully the infantry. Yeah, there we go. That's a roasted toasty. Come on. Yes. There we go. That's another roasted toasty. So far, the bullying is going well. We gotta not get rampaged. Gotta be super careful here. Don't want to lose our units. Jeez, that's a lot of damage though. My opponent's getting kind of brutalized. It's another Reign of Chaos proc. Alright, so what do I need now? I could just bring in the Bringers of Beguilement. Not the worst idea ever. The reason they're great is because they can clear out all this random infantry that is chilling around here. Skulltaker takes another nasty hit. I can probably go for this capture point too. Then we bring in the Bringers. So far the kite is slow, but as long as I can maintain 1 point, I'm fairly happy. We'll see if this missile spell beats him up too. Is he gonna go for the rampage? He might. Now you can dodge the Scylla rampage if they're a little too aggressive with it. It is very short range. So we'll see how that goes. There's the Fury Deep Dive. I'm gonna kill off all them Corn Gores. Very nice. Whoop. Don't let Scylla get in there. Corn Gores took 1,000,000 damage from that. But Berserkers are in. Okay. So we got some Wrathmongers. You know, my Furies though are having the time of their lives right now. I'm gonna ignore the Wrathmongers. Scylla just used their rampage, so that means Flamin' Time has begun. Let's get some Seekers in here. We can kill off another unit, but I did lose one of my Fiends, sadly. Now, can we kill Skulltaker is a big question. I really only have to maintain a double cap here. Or, I mean, I really only have to maintain 1 capture point to be fine. So I think that's not a big issue. We already stole one. So I'm buying myself lots of time, right? This is the Danican special. Skull Taker just took a massive, massive hit from Changebringers. Very painful indeed. And if he gets hit one more time, this could potentially be the end of the guy. No dodge. Absolutely brutal for him. There's the blue fire. And now he's grumbling. Very nice. Now I just have to not give my opponent a good fight. And then I think we're okay here. The Silas going in. Gotta be a little careful here. It's all about being as optimal as possible, right? I always get a little overexcited when we start getting a lead and then it leads to throws. We want to play as clean as possible. Going for the easy trade so that the later game is not so scary. Because Corn can absolutely make the late game super duper spooky. Oh, he netted my lord. Okay. I can't net his things. He's silencing me. All right, that was actually a pretty nice play on his part. He gets a charge, but I still have too many units here, so in the end, it's not a huge problem. So there's no point shooting Karnak. And now the Minotaurs are here. But blue fire is amazing versus them. And at this point, my opponent's basically tabled, right? I think there's not that much here. I think Terrence said he paid someone.
One of your units has been
You know, a
destroyed.
huge total tavern rework would be so hype. But yeah, we don't really know. We won't really know until we see it. I would love to see just a massive total tavern rework though. Would make my life so much simpler. Also, rip Wrathmongers, man. The poor guys have not been able to get a single fight this day. And they are about to get absolutely swarmed by Furies. For those of you who want to beat Wrathmongers, the secret, I tell you, is damage per second. If you can get as much damage on them as humanly possible in one fell swoop, they tend to not be as scary as you're used to. So by surrounding them with Furies and Seekers at the same time, they lose half of their HP almost immediately. And then if I could potentially get a route, that would be huge. Quarter HP is already very low. Quite nice, quite nice. It looks like they'll live, but their overall damage is severely mitigated now. I shouldn't have to worry much about them no more. Great success. Whoop. They're kind of like, you kind of treat them like slayers. I think that's a good rule of thumb. Treat Wrathmongers like slayers and you'll be fine. Although they actually did get a lot of damage in. Kind of scary that they were able to do so much despite the despite the full surround. My opponent, unfortunately, kind of goofed up his positioning though, so they weren't really able to participate in the main fight. But yeah, a little scary. Is that a Sword of Corn? No, that's a Scylla explosion. Oh yeah, Scylla has a Mortis. Oh crap. Yeah, see, this is the getting ahead of yourself problem that we gotta avoid. Scylla's gonna Mortis all of these guys right now. All right, let's disengage. I was silly. I apologize. Back it up. Everybody dip. It's like not even worth shooting Scylla.
One of your units
So
has
many
been
resistances.
destroyed.
Okay, there we go. Huzzah! All right, we're just gonna keep bullying them with blue fire. How much value does this guy have? 1500, not bad. Could be a little bit better, but not bad. What is this? Corn Gorers? All right, well, we know the Furies do well against them. I'm surprised how slowly they're capturing this point, by the way. Shouldn't it be like way faster?
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured
Karnak
one of
and
your
Scylla
victory
have
points.
6 capture
Take
weight.
it back.
So it should be going at least as fast as like a normal unit of infantry, right? Strange indeed. And there they go, capturing another point. That's what I get for taking a bad fight. We got mildly punished. Should still be able to win this though. I'll just ignore the single entities for now. Kill off the Wrathmongers, go over here, and then I should be okay. Get some Nurglings for the capture, why don't we? Korngors got mangled. Very nice. We'll unblob so that they do not murder me with like a sword of corn. That would be such a way to throw the match. Very nice. And then I'll get a Seeker. We'll triple cap, and then we're good.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Huzzah! Bringers of Regalim went to hype 2. They have Charmed, which is a -8 melee attack for anyone in the blob that they're fighting in. So they'll do pretty great. We're out of magic. I can get a little bit of magic left, but it's just going to be a blue fire. That's not very useful. I think this match, killing Skull Taker so early was definitely the big plus. Though Khorne in general is actually a little bit annoying for Demons of Chaos. I'm sure there's like other weird builds we can dish out that'll do well. Let's see here. Most of it's just like a whack load of infantry spam. I could just take a bunch of infantry myself and just play a normal game against Khorne. I guess that's probably not the worst idea ever. Yeah, why don't I just play like, why don't I just take Exalted Bloodletters versus Khorne and then bring in this guy to kill his elite units. That would actually be kind of annoying, right? Because like he's just gonna have Flesh Hound, so I win the mobility fight. Yeah, you know, maybe next time I do just take a normal you know, melee army. Next time. For now though, Syla dies. Syla may have 60% spell resist, but that will not protect them from a missile from this guy right on the dome. Huzzah! Vengeance is now ours. I'll be back in a second. Did I get a shipment? Jeez. I should be fine.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Okay, we're back. I swear I'm not trying to be on my opponent. I just this is important stuff. There's important stuff that needed doing. All right. Where were we? Where were we? Cherwin, the quickest triple cap ever. Dude, I missed out. I apologize to my opponent, but I had to check the door. There's actually some important stuff. Whew. All right, there we go. A win for the Demons of Chaos. Huzzah! Chaos Demons versus Khorne, and we've avenged ourselves. Huzzah! All right. GG, well played. I think I might have moved out of range. It's quite small. Oh, right. Dang, Syla got value. 3K on Syla? That's crazy. Crazy value. 3,800 380 on Skull Taker is crazy low though. Syla's kind of a menace though. Although I did blob super hard on Syla, which is just a bad idea. Changebringers got Omega value though. They're the answer. Just get Changebringers and you're fine. I think that's... I should start having them in my reserve more often. They're just too good. Wrathmongers? Oh crap, my bad. Forgot to check the value. Anyways, we gotta win. So now we see who falls into the top 4. Get him out of here. All right. Will Danican get his 3rd win? He's fighting Unknown, and Unknown is a new player, so Danican will probably win, thus getting him into the semifinals. We have Big H. Let me see. Who's the competitor here for top 4? Calfas, who I just beat. Already, okay. So we both qualified for top 4 for sure. The Big H, Halidin, Parapoto, Saint, Blake, Renataki, Daceberg, and Danican are all dueling it out to try and get to the 3 wins. Now, there's 4 of them. Or there's 8 of them. So potentially 4 of them could get to 3 wins. Oh, minus Blake, my bad. Okay, so maybe there'll be 1 tiebreaker that needs to be played. Poor Unknown, he had to face Danican twice. Yeah, that's actually kind of rough. Hey, you know, it's good playing high-level players, though. Very good practice. $19 more to go. Hey, we can make it where it's only 17 more for Demons of Chaos to have a positive win rate. That is progress, okay? That's ultra progress. And this build is actually not half bad. You have air superiority times 1,000,000. And then you change bringer. And then you have yeah, and then you have ground superiority cleanup. You have a pretty decent cleanup crew. Sorry, just admitting. So much admitting today. Wrathmongers were 2,145. Dang. Okay, so you really do have to change bringer everything in the face. That's pretty cray. I guess it is just a change bringer faction. Unless, what if I just slow push corn style? So what if you're playing like this? Like, I still think this is probably the best. Zerivik is probably the best Lord, because he has Zinch's Firestorm Gaze of Fate combo. He's basically just Kairos. He's like, he's a fighty Kairos, you know? It's fine. But then, like, you go Mass Plague Bearer. If you go Mass Plague Bearer, like, how do you capture points though? Okay, like, if you take like a bunch of Plague Bearers, they are actually really good at fighting. They just don't move very fast. But if you have a bunch of them supported with Festering Stooges, and then you get like, or I don't know, you get like some cavalry to support them, right? Just have a big old front line of dudes. You get Sick Hammer and Anvil. the thing is, you're gonna get kited. Most people kite Demons of Chaos. And then you don't have anti-kite. Unless you feel like Gaze of Fate is strong enough anti-kite, which it might be, right? You get 3 casts. Your Seekers will be able to murder. Maybe that's it. Nurglings to Vanguard points. Most of the time I'm just trying to kill my opponent, so Nurglings don't really help out very much. Except for maybe some late games, but like, because we're kiting, holding a point for a few seconds, like we're gonna be behind on tickets. So stealing a point for a little bit doesn't really do us much. You kind of have to army wipe if you're kiting. Like, Wood Elf Kite doesn't use Treekin to hold points, for example, you know? Although Treekin don't have a lot of capture rate. Even if they did, though, I don't think they would do it. Let's see. Unless you like final charge on the last point. I think we can do better, though. What if... Yeah, because you can't just tank Kite. You can't tank Kite with these guys. So, if you can't do that, then your best other option is you gotta have some sort of Kite defense. You can kill some... Oh, actually, no, maybe you can. Maybe you can. Is Tzeentch's Firestorm in the net? Okay, so if you survive Kite, and you can win a melee grind, because these guys are very cost-effective in a melee grind. What if you go for, like, a main tide build? If it's a main tide build, it's kind of a normal game. You got some cav, you got some infantry. This guy's a little expensive, though, but... Yeah, maybe. You reckon if Slanesh Chariots had Vanguard, they'd be more useful? No, they're just bad in combat. Super, super squishy. And it's not like they even do more damage than normal chariots. Yeah, you could do something like this. Just have a chonky front line. Just walk into your opponent. It's a playstyle I want to experiment with. It doesn't really make use of the Changebringers. But I guess if your opponent is spamming Furies, or some other anti-Changebringer unit, like this is just hard to deal with. Of course, if they have Buna, your Seekers are still gonna suffer. Yeah, Tomb Kings have the best chariots. High entity chariots are good, unless it's the Goblin Wolf chariot, which sucks. So Danikan's still playing against Unknown. Rogue AI is still playing against Saint. Let's take a look-see. So right now it's me, Calfas, Parapoto, Daceberg. Let's see here. Yeah, and then Big H is fighting Saint. Okay. Let's see here. So Calfas got there. Parapoto. Pope Patty got only 2 wins. Rip. Crimson 2. They did not make it. Blake only has 2 wins. Daceberg, though. Daceberg beat Halidin. Oh, dang. So they're actually doing pretty well. They did lose to Saint, though. A lot of these guys actually got bye rounds. It's nice, though. It's nice not getting screwed over by bye rounds and having a chance to make it into the semifinals. Single entity chariot can half health bleak swords on a rear charge. But anything with 120 mass, it can get out of the fight. The single entity Slanesh chariot. I imagine it still sucks versus cavalry, though. I think the issue is like any situation where a chariot would do well, cavalry will probably do well. And they can also fight cavalry. Some of us don't have a chance unless there's buy round. Anyways, the tiebreakers is where the real fight begins. One more. Saint versus the Big H. Did Danican lose? He won. Okay, so right now I think we have 5 people in the top section. It's me, Calfas, Parapoto, Daceberg, and Danican. And then the winner of Saint and the Big H will be fighting it out. So that means that there will be 6 people in the top 4. Or 6 people fighting to get into the top 4. So we need to have 2 matches. We'll just give it a second. Some people make chariots look good. It's true, it's true. I don't know how they do it, man. I've never been a big chariot guy. I'm aware that they can be used a lot better than how I use them. I think you see it the most with the Norskin Ice Wolf chariots. I love skirmishers, so I always go for them, but man, those things look strong. Yeah, we're just waiting on one last match. They had to replay a match because of a crash. Totally fine. I would love to face Danican's Grand Cathay. That would be real hype. Does Demons of Chaos beat Grand Cathay though? Probably, right? They have Exalted Bloodletters. What's he gonna do? A balloon build? Okay, if he does go a balloon build, I do have Changebringers. Against Crowmen, I have... Yeah, I think Angels of Decay would beat a Sky build. If he's going a Mass Cav build... Well, I still don't have a lot of Kite, but... I'm pretty sure Fiends of Slaanesh would win. What's Danican even planning to do? Is he gonna go... Is he going Moby Max? Cathay? Or is he gonna have ranged? Regardless, I don't think this is it. I think you probably do need a lot more cav. Although Longbow Riders, I could actually see Longbow Riders being a slight problem. If he overwhelms me with cavalry. Demons of Chaos have pinks, which are probably okay versus Crowmen. They both do magic damage to each other. Yeah, very okay. Dionysian. I could run Final Transmutation. Punish the Blob, maybe. But I kind of want Tzeentch's Firestorm if we're facing a heavy armor faction. Slaanesh Furies are probably good in the air. Yeah, but the thing is, Crowmen will shred Furies. At least generally speaking, Crowmen are very good versus Furies. So I might need to like specifically tech magic for Crowmen. Although I don't really know what I would want versus Crowmen. What, am I gonna Hysterical Frenzy my Furies? The damage buff is actually not that high. It's only 25%. Kind of garbage. I can acquiesce his Furies with Blissful Rapture. That would be okay. Last time I fought Danican's Cathay, it was like fighting dwarves with elite flying corps. Some normie infantry build. I feel like that's the weakest Cathay strat, though. I could see it being played well. Depends on the map, too. If we get a giant map, he's super screwed. At least in theory. Then again, on a real faction now. Oh my goodness. Don't even. If he wins this tournament today, that would actually be rather embarrassing. I can't let the man win. He lost round 1. Let's see. Exalted Bloodletter should just shred though, right? Karavdir, what do you do to beat Exalted Bloodletters as Grand Cathay? Assuming it's on Demons of Chaos and not Khorne, because I know this guy junk build shreds Khorne like no one's business. Let's see, like I think the Fiends will be good. His micro is kind of spooky though. Maybe I just Noxbringer him? No. Absolutely not. Honestly, Changebringers are not bad. But yeah, it depends on his flying army. Interesting. I'll have to think on it. What's this? You can get fire rain rockets to out damage the Sunmaker? Really? But how? Curse of the Leper? Maybe. I think Curse of the Leper would be okay. Crowmen don't have AP. You bought Satang. Was this one Satang was still good? Yeah, that'd be pretty jokes though. He gets a 6 Satang win. That would be rather extreme. Oh man, Demons of Chaos. What a strange faction. They have so many units that do well in the right situation. Right? Like Furies are amazing. Fiends are amazing. Seekers are amazing. Changebringers are amazing. But they all have the same counter. Let's see. Same with the Flesh Hounds, but they're not amazing. One drink every time when you say Fiends would be good. Yeah, I think you, as Demons of Chaos, you can't leave home without them. Hey, Sotek, what's up? Yo, we got Sotek on the Twitch chat. It's going good. I got paid $70 to get Demons of Chaos to the #1 highest win rate. So that's my current quest. Will it be a while? Maybe, but I think it's hilarious, and I kind of want to, I kind of wanted a faction to practice. Yeah, I don't know. So right now they're the lowest tier. But I almost got them above the Tomb King's win rate. Almost. Now, getting them past Slanesh will be different. I think someone calculated it. I need to win 60 times in a row with them to get them above, to get them above, like, Norska. But we're doing all right so far. I think Demons of Chaos are actually the least played faction right now, aside from Ogre Kingdoms. So they would, in theory, be the easiest to pump the win rate on. Fixing Demons of Chaos on campaign is one of your biggest white whales. Yo, getting CA to do anything for multiplayer is my biggest white whale. I do wonder if the next multiplayer patch will have some of the stuff that I asked about. Oh, weird. My Chrome tabs are not working. Are we still live? Okay, there we go. Why are Ogre Kingdoms not played more? They seem really good. They are really good. I think that's one of the reasons why we don't see them more. Ogre Kingdoms, unfortunately... Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know why we don't see them more. They're really good. Just spam a bunch of bowls and Noblar pigbacks. I think 6.4 is supposed to be multiplayer focused since they don't have time to squeeze any of it into the admittedly massive 6.3. Maybe I'll believe it when I see it though. I've become a bitter old man, Sotek. I don't know what happened to the young optimistic Anticity. But yeah. If we get a if 6.4 is actually huge though, I'll flip. All right. If there's one thing I can do, it's flip-flop my you know, my views on multiplayer rapidly based on the last update. I will say the new capture flags are actually kind of hype though. They have been more useful than I thought they would be. They're actually really nice. I don't forget to capture points anymore. It's crazy. I miss the old Anticity. The old Anticity is dead. Nah, he's chilling. He's just a bit tired right now. He just needs a nap. But yeah, Ogre Kingdoms. I don't know. I feel like Ogre Kingdoms don't really have a lot of play styles though. Everybody goes double Lead Belcher, one Man-Eater, and then otherwise it's just Ogre, Bull, and Noblar spam. And I think people will just kind of get bored of that, right? So like if you think about Ogre Kingdoms, what makes them cool as a faction? It doesn't align with how you actually play them. So if I was like, ooh, I really want to play Ogre Kingdoms. Let's see what I can do with them, right? It's like, Greasus. No, I don't want to run Greasus. Run a big Thunder Tusk? No, they're kind of getting countered by, you know, people having a ton of big single entities. Gorgers got nerfed. Yetis are bad. Giants are bad. So, like, unless you really like Saber Tusks, I guess Crushers are probably the coolest thing about Ogres right now. I think if you like Crushers or Lead Belchers, then you play Ogres. Other than that, yeah, you don't really see Gold's Man-Eaters in the meta nowadays. I think it's because too many people are bringing shooting against them. Also, sometimes they're banned, but not for my tournaments, which is a little surprising. I feel like, you know, I feel like people should play Ogres more in my SFTs. Right now, they don't really have a main either, right? Like, a lot of people are playing Dark Elves right now because Danican keeps showing how cool they are. We need someone that just, like, dumpsters with Ogres 24/7. Why did he ban a faction that's not even top 3? Ogres are top 3. And I know because anytime there's a big tournament with actual stakes, people play Ogres, like on both sides. So yeah, and you know who doesn't get played? Vampire Coast, which is for some reason really high ranked. You forgot about Blood Vultures? Yes. Honestly, this is kind of a cool ability. It's kind of like the Hellstrider ability, but unfortunately, I guess it's just not Hellstriders. I don't know why Carrion Frenzy isn't better. On paper, it's really good. Maybe it just takes too long to build up. All right, match is finally finished. Okay, let's go. Took a hot second, but we are there. All right, so what are we looking at? So we have 7 competitors. So, at the big H, stand by. Tiebreakers, left is top bracket. At Calfas versus at Danican. At Parapoto versus at Daceberg. I'll be casting Danican's game. I want to see Danican's Grand Cathay. I think that's very exciting. Yo, spec slot, please. All right. Let's do it. We get to witness the horrors of his Cathay. Cathay meta is coming. I can feel it. I feel like I am not nearly as optimistic. Can he actually make an infantry Cathay look good? If he can do that, you can color me impressed. He did not 4-0 though. He bleeds. Who did he lose to? What was his first match that he lost to? He lost versus Saint. Saint is playing. Let's see here. Demons of Chaos? Hell yeah, that's a good sign. Danican lost to Demons of Chaos in his first game. Sick. That means we definitely will win against him, and he definitely did not adapt. I would love to get wrecked by Danican on a Cathay build that I don't usually play, like a play style that I'm not used to. And I can swibbity swipe that build. Imagine he makes use of the gate general. He's like kiting with the random gate guy. He's gonna bring double Moonbird. Double Moonbird would be pretty jokes. That would be Danican stealing my build, which means that watching him does not give me as much information. Before Danican played Dark Elves, it was considered a meme faction. That's true. Danican brought Dark Elves into the light. Also, by the way, I've been I gave an idea to CA. Hear me out, okay? 360-degree missile block chance for Rogue Idols. This is stolen from Turin, because Turin was talking about it, right? But I think this is actually really good. Because it's a rock. So, that way, it will have really high missile resist to small arms fire. And the only way you can take it down effectively is with like cannons and stuff. I feel like that would be great. Just give them missile resist? No, because it doesn't make sense that they resist cannonballs, but it does make sense that archers, like an arrow shooting at a rock, you really expect that to do anything? That's perfect. I think that's perfect. Yeah. I feel like that would be sick. Grand Cathay versus Korn. Okay, if Danican beats Korn, that would be amazing. If he beats Korn without a double balloon build, that would be sick. I'm mildly skeptical. 360 missile block chance makes a ton of sense. Yeah. Yo, Sotek, you gotta go to the we gotta message CA. All right, help me out here. Help me out. I need all the help I can get. And everyone's gonna love that in single player too, right? I don't think anyone in single player is gonna be like, God dang it, they buffed the Rogue Idol. How dare they? I hate multiplayer. There's no way. It's a win-win-win. Okay. 0 people will complain. I'm calling it right now. Danican did not lose to Saints Demons. Oh, he didn't? Oh, he lost to Halidin. Sorry, I was looking at Daceberg. Halidin. Oh, crap. What were we looking at? It was Dwarves. Oh, no wonder he lost his Dwarves. Ah, crap. Alright, that changes things. Of course it's Dwarves. Dude, Dwarves are menace. I see. I see. That's a little sus. So playing at Rift at World's Edge. So in theory, this is a really bad matchup. Also, if you hear noise in the background, don't mind it. Is top 4 up? I added you in the thing, Rogue AI. The tiebreakers are being played right now. I messaged you on Turret's Discord. If he can beat Korn without double balloon, I would be quite impressed. Triple Wrathmonger is such a menace versus Grand Cathay. And his house is just haunted, super haunted. Yo, man, yo, if Rogue Idols actually got 360 missile block, do you think it would actually be viable? Let's say Rogue Idols had 50% missile block from small arms fire. Would they be good? Maybe versus Dwarves? They're really slow still, though. I don't know if any unit... Because, like, Kugath... Oh, I guess Kugath can get shot to death, too. You know what it would be? It would be the Cathay Destroyer all over again. Yeah, it would just be the Cathay Destroyer. The Cathay Destroyer always pays for itself, never actually does well. So maybe in land battle it would see a little bit more play, but that's about it. In like a greenskin box against like vampire counts. Then again, they don't even have shooting. Dang it. Yo, I think the Rogue Idol is so slow. Yeah. So tech, I would absolutely just give it 360 missile block. Because there's not a single unit right now in domination that is slow moving. That's a slow moving single entity that's meta. Unless it's like Kugath versus vampire counts. But like other than that, like the CA just doesn't know how to make that unit type work in multiplayer. And I feel like going to the extremes for these buffs will like at least give us an idea of how to get these units in. Wouldn't 360 missile block for Rogue Idols kind of force Tomb King's constructs to also get that since they're made of stone as well? They are, but like they don't seem as chonky as the Rogue Idol, you know? It just doesn't, the vibe is kind of what I'm going for. Tomb King's constructs also have like riders sometimes, which I don't know, maybe that matters. Giants are okay? Yeah, giants are okay. Giants are okay, but they're definitely not big meta. There's only a few people that run them sometimes. I've seen Hydras do decently. I've played with Hydras. I would dispute that one. First things first, Grand Cathay. This is a war drum build. It's a war drum build, people. Holy crap. Danican, man of the people. All right. Alrighty. Yo, Karavdir. Today's the day when wishes come true. Against Korn, bringing a war drum build against Korn. In theory, the Wrathmongers just absolutely annihilate, but I'm interested to see where this one goes. He brought a war drum. Yeah, Karavdir's getting excited in chat. Oh, by the way, look at this. For anyone who hasn't seen it this morning, first place, baby. Woo. Look at that. It's my mini. It showed up. There's even a 2-scale Jimmy. Look at that. If I yeah. Look at that. It's so perfect. Holy crap. But yeah, this is for winning the Warcraft 3 tournament. I remember now. This is for winning the Warcraft 3 new player tournament. It's so good. It's Thrall, except it's my face and I'm ripped for some reason. I love it. I love it so much. Sell it on eBay? Never. You ran into a double Hydra build playing as Wood Elves. The regen and missile resist actually make them kind of hard to kill. Really? It's Wood Elves? I'm still skeptical, but I can kind of see it. You've always been ripped in spirit. It's my spirit animal. Alright, so we got Yuan Bo. He has a net. He has Jade Shield. He has a box around the Grace of Kuai Yin. Mega damage. 50 missile strength. Okay.
Together,
Peasant Horseman. And then Korn has the Screw You cannon. Screw your box. Why is Yuan Bo so loud? I'll never know. That's a pretty good prize. Yeah. So, okay. Hellforge Bellows Skull Cannon. Rolling on up. Gets a shot in. Ouch. Brutal. 5 horsemen down.
Keep it from the foe.
It's like 50 gold value. 41. Wait. This can be higher than the actual... God dang it, CA. I've never actually seen this number be higher than the actual value that the unit has dealt. How is that possible? How can it be that wrong? Oh my gosh. All right, well, there you go. Apparently this can be wrong in both directions. That's actually quite the revelation. Usually it undershoots, for the record, but hey, you know, if they get it wrong in both directions enough, though, on average, it'll actually be correct. 6.4, please. Please fix it. All right, what are we looking at? We're gonna get another shot. Do Stone Horns and Thunder Tusks count as slow-moving single entities? No, they're very fast. They also have insane infantry clear. I'm talking like the Hyro Titans, the Giants, Rogue Idols. Things that have like, you know, like 36 speed, like infantry speed. I'm pretty sure Thunder Tusks are a decent amount faster. My brain tells me they're at least 40 something speed. Hey, I could be wrong though. Anyways, very passive game from the Corrin player. Final boss here. Just kind of getting in position. There is a fun thing you can do where you just hold one capture point as Corrin, summon in all of your units, and then make one ginormous attack onto the Cathayan forces. And because many of their units have to route off the battlefield, they kind of run out of units to summon. It's potentially an option that a Coronate player might go for here. And you can sit back for a while, by the way. You can summon all your units before your opponent wins on 2 points. Pretty spooky. But Yuan Bo, he's here to get some value. Doesn't have Shems, which was a spell we saw come into popularity for about 2 weeks. And now nobody's using it again. Tomb King's sadly just not strong enough. He's not transforming into a dragon. He does have the Dragon's Fang. He can execute the Skull Taker. This is a Lustria battle right now. In the middle of... Does Lustria have snow? Probably no snow. No snow. Not even on a mountain. You can, but you shouldn't because it's boring. Well, that's something we got to take up with CA on how they can make it not a strategy. Maybe they make it where these points get tickets the longer you hold them. And that would encourage people to try and snipe points off instead of leaving the status quo be. Great cannon shot, by the way, on the crossbows. Disrupts a few of them, but they get back up and still shoot. Losing only 13 entities. A second shot could potentially wreck them though. Goes for the Celestial Dragon Guard instead. Great value for the Hellforged Bellows, already at 600. And the front line charges in. Just a couple Marauders versus Jade Warriors. A little bit of friendly fire, rip. But the Bloodletters are getting on in. Now they are stacking, and this kind of averages out the DPS of these units. But it means that the damage is spread between them, so leadership will hold it a little bit better. Skulltaker is getting shot real bad though. He doesn't have any missile resist. And these guys have magic damage, so they deal 100% damage to Skulltaker. He gets netted. Giant misplay. Absolutely huge misplay. Blood Beasts are going on the flank. Bloodletters are trying to flank. But the Skulltaker, he still has 5 seconds in the net. He's super debuffed. The sword is coming. The Executioner has arrived. And Skulltaker is going to die just like that. Oh my god, he doesn't even attack in the right direction. Brutal misplay at a pivotal moment for the forces of Khorne. And no Wrathmongers. Absolutely zero Wrathmongers. Marauders are running for the hills. Bloodletters are still grinding though. It ain't over just yet, but that's still a massive loss. He has to jump on top of these guys. Uses the summon. Says, you may have killed my lord, but you will pay for it. Bloodletters get on in. Will they be able to jump the range? So far, not yet. As one Bloodletter starts crumbling. Crumbling damage is way faster than undead crumbling. And they will actually just completely disintegrate, but they rally. That's a huge save. Blood Beasts are in, but getting charged by Jade Lancers looks like they may even rout. Lord loss penalty is still very strong. Actually, oh no, it did degrade to just Lord dead, but that's still -10. And if the Blood Beasts are gone, that means that the right flank is probably going to hold. It's going to be the left flank that final boss has to push through here to win this. If he doesn't get through the left flank, then the Cathayans will be able to hold and pull back. Double cap for Khorne though is good, but oh my gosh, the Hellforged Bellows, no! The crumbling, the Bellows are down! Goodbye, expensive artillery. The summoned Bloodletters are gone too, and all he has really is just a random cultist. Just a random cultist, that's it. He's gonna walk in there, he's gonna lay into the Celestial Dragon Guard. Not very impressive though. Even takes a lot of damage from a Jade Lancer charge. How embarrassing. Oh, okay, I missed a Sword of Khorne. Kinda whiffed though. Papa Khorne could do better. Now here's the thing. Despite a very strong early game, you gotta remember Cathay does still have a pretty weak late game. I'm pretty sure they win this, but Khorne has 2,000 gold in the bank. So this army is actually 4,000 gold behind, which sounds very bad. I think we could have seen a summon. Oh, it was a Skulltaker resummon. Okay. But he's not part of the fight yet, so yeah, this army is significantly smaller than the Cathayan one. He does have a triple cap, but he's gonna need a hold for like 5 minutes. Even on a triple cap, he has to hold for 5 minutes. And the Cathayans have pushed up fairly aggressively. This could be bad. I think the Khorne player should have probably waited a little bit before taking the fight. The Nangao Grenadiers are even completely fine. They're rocking a solid 620 value right now. And this is kind of a thrower of the Blood Beast, right? There's no way they're gonna get anything done here. Not only is there a net, there's also cavalry at the ready and halberds. It's a death sentence for these poor guys. Yuan Bo can kill off the usually hard to kill cultists of Khorne. Blood Beasts getting mega traded, but there is a Skulltaker. Full HP Skulltaker with barely any threats. Could he potentially get the game back? First capture point is taken, which means Khorne's gonna have to start up trading. Now they are only 3,000 gold behind right now. That helps them out mildly. Skulltaker is in. He's fighting Yuan Bo. He's getting revenge on the grace of Kuai Yin. So they'll probably be dying. And if he can kill Yuan Bo somehow, that would be insanely good. He does heal. And you really have to shoot him to death. I don't think Yuanbo kills him here, right? He has anti-infantry. Pretty good attack animations too, will make him hard to hit. But the problem is Danican is getting the capture points. The Corn player is basically saying, I am going to just try and use my early ticket advantage to trade into you. Now, it's only a mild ticket advantage, but he does have 2 cultists. He now has 0 cultists. Yuanbo is a raid boss. He also has anti-infantry, which makes him really good versa. But he only has 19 melee attack or melee defense right now. Bloody Onslaught's a good ability. Still somehow misses though. Rip Skull Taker. And there's a volley. There's a volley. Iron Hail Gunners got summoned. Oh my god, and the net of Amatok. The absolute brutality on the Skull Taker right now. Look at these ladies. Lined up, reloading. And a massive shot on the Skull Taker. The Mark of Yin. The Celestial Dragon Guard lived. Oh my god, the Skull Taker. Getting massacred. And there he goes. Glorious explosion. And that's going to be a win for Danican. I think the double Skull Taker loss is pretty brutal. That's 4,000 gold down the drain. To basically no value at all. I think had there been even a couple Wrathmongers, this could have been a very different story today. Then again, they might have gone Focus Fire too. But yeah, that's a rough one. That's a big rough one. Absolutely brutal Lord Snipes. I could watch his Cornmobile get gunned down all day. It's pretty satisfying. That was a nice shot from the Iron Hails. 835 value, 0 kills. You'll love to see it. Very nice. So it seems like Danican will be moving up into the semifinals. He will be advancing most likely. And he will be facing me. Yours truly. Will I have a Demons of Chaos build that can defeat this? It's kind of spooky, right? Just a little spooky. Routes the Korngors. He's actually making the Nangao Grenadiers look good. 800 value. Dang. Although they kind of had the perfect game. I think some units could do better in the perfect game, but it's still not bad. It's still not bad. You know, I think switch them out with archers. I think they actually would still perform better in this specific case. There's the Yuan Bow capturing coming on in. But yeah, there's no way Korn wins this. You can't double Lord throw and still win most of the time. What's this? 800 Curse of Honor here. What's this about that? ROR Expos have like 50 weapon strength. Yeah, he's like super amping them up with the drum. Got them up to 50, especially if they're not tired. Obviously, some Zinch magic can kill him. But that Yuan Bow net too. The net's devastating. Korngors are not gonna win this. It's a massacre. And GG. Grand Cathay wins. Nice. GG. We're up. So let's take a look at the values. Okay. All right. That's, I think, the highest value I've ever seen on Celestial Dragon Guard ROR. Yuan Bow got some mega value. Skull Taker got 463. Dang, man. Dang, that's brutal. Corrin got annihilated. Alright. So we're facing Danican now. He's top bracket. All right, let's see what we can do. I got a theory craft, but I'll be back in a second first. Alrighty. He bans Bray Valley. Rift at World's Edge, a dried floodplain. Let's play dried. Alright. Now let's see here. You're up versus the Big H. Alright, so the Big H, you're going to be facing up against Daceberg, who took the dub. Much excitement. Will Danican get a double tourney win today? There's a good chance. He's kind of a menace right now. Alright, let's see. Alrighty. So his Cathay build. He got a lot of nets, don't he? He got a lot of nets. He may have a lot of crowmen too. Found you because of Turin? Hell yeah. Very new to Warhammer, but really enjoying it so far. Awesome, man. I'm kind of bad at it, but it's been very fun. Any suggestions on videos to watch or anything to get better at campaign? Thank you. At campaign specifically, I would say Zerkovich is really nice for like a nice generalist, you know, basic tactics channel. There's like some more extreme multiplayer channels if you want to do that. There was like Mercy the Mad, who can be nice for just like, you know, some cool tips and tricks. Legend of Total War, of course, is the biggest one for cheese specialty. I'd say you have many options, my good sir. Many an option indeed. Let's see. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Gotta not die to Danican. How does one live? Yeah, Mercy the Mad streams too. He's chill. I'm looking at my roster. It does not fill me with too much confidence. I think we could do all right, though. I think we could do all right. Oh, jeez. Danican's such a menace. Can I get rid of this ability? You know what? Sure. Okay, I have a build of sorts. Does it cook? We will see. We will absolutely positively see. Non-zero chance he just mulches me here. right. Danny can only be stopped by Demons of Chaos. Now, he lost versus Dwarves. He can only be stopped with Dwarves, which is a good matchup into Grand Cathay. Forgot the Forbidden for Uncle meta. Man, I wish for Uncle was good. If he was good 10% of the time, that would be enough. He's not even good versus Vampire counts, though. Give him, I feel like Furuncle should have his own Mortis engine area. I feel like he should be a Mortis. For how much you're paying, it's fine for Nurgle to have multiple Mortises too, because I think they already ban multiple Mortises in land battle. But also, like, he's just... he doesn't have anything else. Or make his AoE do a lot more damage, you know? Just like everything around him dies. But, yeah. He could be a nice point holder if he was a Mortis engine. Then you can split Kugat and Furuncle on 2 points, and then you have to shoot them to death. He's already getting shot to death. At the very least, if he's doing his job, right? If he's in the perfect position, then he should get a lot of value, I would say. Guy dies to skirmishers like no one's business. Yo, Demons of Chaos, single entities, having physical resist but no missile resist is kind of insane to me too, by the way. Because they also tend to have very low armor. So most of the time, demons just take true damage. Make the Mortises not stack? Yes. Yeah, if you make them not stack, then I think you're good to go. Alright. Danican. Grandest Cathay. You think you can take on the Demons of Chaos? In lore, they're apparently perfectly suited for it if they bring Terracotta Sentinels. Now, I think if Danican goes double Terracotta Sentinel and wins, that would be pretty hilarious. I would love to see a double Terracotta win. Is that what we're gonna see happen exactly? Probably not. Let's see where we end up. So I got some Furies, right? We got a few basic Furies here. Oh crap, I forgot to get the Slaneshi Furies again. This is just my normal build, but with Exalteds. There's nothing too crazy going on here. Forgetting the Slaneshi Furies is actually kind of bad, though. You need that armor piercing, but I guess if he has bombers or something, these will be fine. So we're going to get the Fiends. We're going to capture some points. It'll be great. The double Terracotta build. I have Changebringers in case of something big. I have Hellforge Bellows in case he has a ton of infantry that can't shoot back. Some Demon. It's a solid cleanup crew. Not a lot in the way of capture weight, but we're here to take a good fight. So what we see? Some cavalry, some Longma Riders. They have 110 armor. I'm really missing those Slanesh Furies. And he's gone for mostly an infantry build with this guy. Ah, Harmonic Convergence and Wind Blast. Okay, so he wants to take an air fight. Makes a lot of sense. We're just gonna sweep in over here. Gonna get in our big boy. We're just gonna commit to this fight right away. He probably didn't account for the Fiends of Slanesh being here. And that's gonna make that fight way worse for him, I think. Already! A solid pick, I would say. A very solid pick. So he's losing out on maybe 2 of his Peasant Horsemen. Lord can simply land and survive. Very nice. Double Peasant Horseman route. That's 800 gold value right there. My Exalteds have pretty good capture weight too. And there's no escape over here. Absolutely none. It's just a massacre. Oh my gosh, am I gonna get a Jade Lancer too? That's pretty massive. Pretty blunderous from Danican if this continues to go my way here. He's gonna go for a charge. We're gonna disengage. I don't quite want to fight so many single entities together. I'm happy with the damage that we dealt. Very nice. Of course, fighting in the trees is good for us. Very, very nice. It's gonna not get bombed to death here, I think. Now, what do I want? More Seekers, I think. I think more Seekers are good. We certainly have a lot of Furies here, right? He gets a little bit of a Wind Blast, but these guys are armored and magic resisted up. So they just don't take damage from that. This is a good catch. Jade Lancer's actually out of position. Oof. Oof. Absolutely brutal. And we have the double cap. Now, against Danican, you never get too feisty. I could take a fight here, but why? Why take a fight when you can just not, you know? That's the rule of thumb. We're just gonna play it safe. Let him come to me. What are you doing? He's pushing forwards, okay. So we do have a bit of a big fight coming on in. I will need to summon in some fiends. We're behind on our spendings right now. So that could be a little bit better. You know what I could do, actually? I could just kill one of his grenadiers right now. It's 500 gold value. But it will completely annihilate the unit and make it way easier to get into the box. It's a great use of magic, and there's nothing you can do to really stop it, right? Like, they're just completely dead now. So, yeah, just a couple more of those and I'm fine. We also got a huge flank on him, so it'll be hard for him to actually get into position. And then once he only has melee units left, then we're pretty chill. Yeah, they're completely dead. Box formation can be very risky for that exact reason. He can't summon anything. Oh, he can actually. He summons some more long marauders. Okay. Do I want to take a fight now? I don't have to take a fight. I still have magic. We're playing this like a smart person today. He's gonna go for the vortex. Catches my guys. Thankfully they have magic resist, but he's dishing back a little bit of hurt. Wow. That's some value. That's some big boy value right there. Huge hit. Absolutely massive. Lots of long marauders are here. So I could check out another Tzeentch's Firestorm right here. If he doesn't notice it, it could be painful. His cavalry is real out of position. So if we go in right now while they're all there and they can't really support, this could result in some pretty nice damage. So now he's summoning in Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen. I gotta get ready to countercharge his Long Marauders specifically so that they don't deal too much to me here. There you go. So we got the Crowmen charge. We got a pretty good fight over there. His center line is in complete disarray. They're gonna die to my bloodletters most likely. So I can help out the rest of this here fight, because this is gonna be much more important in the times to come. Can we get the Long Marauders? We got a net on them. Okay. It's pretty decent. So I can kill off the Crowmen. What do I want to summon? I think we do summon in Demonettes. It's a little awkward, but so be it. Value trading is looking pretty solid for us. And as long as his Long Marauders don't do too much work on me, I am totally happy. This is a big old mosh pit though, right? It's just everyone's out to kill each other here. My Lord's taking a little bit of heat. But it seems like, yeah, these grenades will be dying. I can make my next unit of Furies unkillable. That'll help. I'm just kind of out of cavalry is the rough part. But if I can get a terror out here or something, that would be nice. Yeah, there you go. There's a solid terror route. Amazing. All right. So now we got these guys. We just charge them in, but they're going to be unkillable. Unkillable Slaaneshi cavalry. So they're just going to chill there and grind him down. Grind down his Jade Lancers for free, more or less. And then we can drop that ability over there to really finish the job. Yeah. Because this cavalry is going to die regardless. So we might as well use them as a holding unit to clean up shop. I know the Alchemist is also pretty bad in melee, as we have run him before. Resident Cathay main knows how to beat Cathay, mostly. So Jade Lancers will just pile on in. And it seems like he's really starting to run out of units, right? We're going to stall these guys. If he used the bomb drop ability, he would just hit his own units, but it seems like he did not. That's okay, though. We still have many elite boys here. Big Bird is doing all right. Can we get a route? Come on, man. I need this terror route so that I can focus my forces elsewhere, because he's about to get a sick bomb drop if I'm not careful. All right, you know what? It's Fury spam time. I have nothing else to really summon onto the battlefield. That should do. Bomb drops are away. But anyways, he's starting to really run out of steam, I believe. Does have Harmony. Does have more cavalry, actually a decent amount more cavalry. But I do have yet another Tzeentch's Firestorm, so in the case of a big blob fight, I think we still are fine. I just gotta kill the Crowman. There's a Peasant Horseman. These are Peasant Horsemen. Oh, it's just Peasant Horsemen, bro. That's chill. Super chill, even. Huzzah! And yeah, the bombers, I don't know, man. I think the bombers don't really cook. Could throw a Tzeentch's Firestorm, but the risk of friendly fire is a little too high for my taste. We're gonna settle for this instead. My Lord's a great fighter. He should be able to cycle charge the general. Pretty solid Wind Blast. Oh, pretty solid Vortex. Okay. But Fiends don't die. Even my Exalted still lived. That's impressive. I thought the Exalteds would have been screwed, but not bad, actually. Not bad. This map was also really favored for me. So many trees for my mobility to take good fights in, because they all have Strider. He played well, but it turns out Cathay is weaker than Demons of Chaos. Maybe, I don't know. Do you guys think Cathay's weaker than Demons of Chaos, or you think it's just a matchup thing? Ouch! My Lord is taking damage. All right, dare you to land on my Lord. You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare. Oh, geez, that's Celestial Dragon Guard. Anyways, he is triple capped. Lord is just gonna, you know, he's just gonna back it up a little bit. Yeah, there you go. Stabilize that leadership. Why are you doing that, man? Why are you still flying? Can you stop bobbing? Oh, what are you doing? Oh, geez, I hate it. I can't lift him back up. Oh, okay, now when he starts crumbling, all right, I see how it is, CA. Whatever, I wanted to get his nets back. It's all part of the plan. No, these guys are too close. Stabilize thy leadership. He just decided to die.
The enemy has slain our Lord.
He just dipped. All right. Well, there's a lot of horsemen here. That's for sure. Thankfully, we still win. Our earlier advantages are simply too strong for Daniken to really defeat. The Exalted Bloodletters, too, are just gonna cook up everything. And I can just spam cavalry into the horizon. But he did micro better. He did keep his lords alive. And I may have overextended with my own. It happens. It happens.
impending glory.
Very well played to Dana Kane. A menace, truly. But Chaos Demons are too powerful. Do we have a higher win rate than Tomb Kings yet? Is that a thing? You can see the Grenadiers did nothing. They just got deleted. His Longbow Riders got countercharged by the Fiends. As long as you can countercharge flying cavalry, you're generally fine. GG, well played. And then, of course, the double Exalted was great. Despite him actually putting out a lot of pain, they held up well enough. Furies did holy Furies. And then we also caught out his cavalry at the beginning. I guess he did have a bit of a misplay there. Lost like 800 gold. That's pretty significant. GG, well played. Which means now we wait for the winner of Daceburg and the Big H. Can Cathay give AoE magic arrows to peasant bowmen? I don't think they can. Oh wait, no, I think technically they might be able to. It's not a great spell though, but Might of Heaven and Earth gives you magic and fire attacks in an AoE if you overcast it. Oh no, it's single target. Yeah, you can give your range units, it's mostly a melee attack boost. But I guess for 10 wins, you can give your range units magic attacks. It doesn't matter if they're not shooting though, and his Grenadiers were never shooting. The ROR War Drum can give magic attacks? Really? The ROR War Drum? What do you mean? Imbues magic attacks. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah, it can imbue magic attacks. Now, is that going to help a ton? Maybe a bit. But the War Drum's just too expensive, right? He'd have to cut so much. He'd have to cut a whole Longbow Rider, and he was already getting out-mobilitied. Alright, here we go, though. I just gotta win one more as Demons of Chaos. I think my Demons of Chaos is right now. My Demons of Chaos is about as strong as like my Greenskins. They feel about as good as my Greenskins. Yeah, they don't feel as strong as Tzeentch. Not having the champions, the heroes on chariots really hurts. They feel nowhere near my Warriors of Chaos, that's for sure. Like, I don't think I have a plan to tussle with Wood Elves. But, like, B tier faction right now is where they're at. Solid B tier faction. Did they surpass Tomb Kings? Hell yeah! Yo! We got Chaos Demons out of the pits! They are now better than Tomb Kings, confirmed. I'm coming for Skaven next. 46% win rate. What? I need 20 wins to get them to even? Who's been losing as Demons of Chaos? Whoever's playing Demons of Chaos, please. Yeah, okay, 20 wins. 20 wins is the goal. Oh boy. All right, pushing the win rate's gonna be quite the task. How about let's see here. Still though, 20 wins and we still get halfway there. There will be Beastmen tier in 20 wins, so that's what, yeah, in like 4 tournaments, maybe 5 tournaments. If someone else wants to help, though, I'll gladly accept. I'm basically showing you how to win with Demons of Chaos, okay? This is the Demons of Chaos cheat sheet. Just spam Furies, I guess. spam Furies and then get a Changebringer. And then Zerivik. This guy's sick. Zerivik. He's actually amazing. The Terror Outs, the Tzeentch's Firestorm. Everything else, I don't really know. I don't know how I feel about this stuff. I kind of like the Exalted that game, too. Just having like a little bit of infantry clear. Can I do better, though? What if I just have one Festering Stooge? It's just too weak versus Kite, right? You should specify someone skilled at playing the game. I could lose with this build easy. Come on, just micro. Okay, yeah, I guess this is really high APM. I feel like overblock. The Furies are such glass cannons. You can't really use them too well. This really is just Slaanesh with Changebringers, Bellows, and this guy. Like, it would not be too crazy to just turn these into Furies. And then we get the meme going real hard, right? This building up your army ability, though. Amazing. Absolute chef's kiss. Not high APM. High enough APM. I've been getting into coaching recently, and I've realized that APM is in very short supply for new players. You know, just assigning charges for 7 units is already getting a little sus if they're this fast. You would need to assign 7 charge attacks, let's say, in let's say 10 seconds. 1 action per second. APM is actions per minute. Although I guess you have to left click the unit, then you have to right click the enemy. So that's like, you almost need like 1 click every half second. Or you blob up with your units, which I kind of do a lot, but you shouldn't. In theory. I guess if you're focusing like 2 units of cavalry, it's like what? Box, right click, right click. So that's 4 actions in 10 seconds. I can confirm it's also in short supply among the old players, yeah. It's it can be rather intense, and then the juking back and forth and all that. I think for you and me, Maximilian, we've been playing this game for too long. So we just kind of got used to microing and juggling a bunch of units. Hey, we're up against Daysburg. Aw, yeah. He's playing Greenskins. Feel like it's been forever since we played that Greenskin game. But here we go, grand finals with Slaanesh. Can we get that Slaanesh win rate up? He's Greenskins, so I'll ban Crystal Lake. Oh, that's a good one. Haunted Vale. I'll ban Whirling. So it's either Crystal Lake or Haunted Vale that we're gonna play on. What microing cav stacks on Legendary campaign does to a man. I will say my APM is not fast enough to micro 20 units of cavalry. Multiplayer has not trained me for that. So last we played against Greenskins, he brought Black Orcs. They will die to Zerivik. I think that's fine. I think the Furies were good. I think the Fiends are good. Seekers, depends on if he has Buna. Changebringers should melt his face off. Honestly, it's not a terrible build. Yeah, let's do it. I'm ready. What's he gonna do? Bring skirmishers? Ain't no way. Ain't no way they do anything. Not with Manettes. Honestly, give Demons of Chaos a second character that can net and they're golden. or give them the Lore of Light. Just give them Net of Amantok. I don't know why Tzeentch doesn't have access to more Lores of Magic. Is that tabletop accurate? Why is it that Tzeentch, of all factions, has some of the fewest Lores of Magic in the game? They have two main lores. The Lore of Tzeentch and the Lore of Metal. It's kind of gross. They don't have any more, right? Technically, they have the blue scribes, but I do not count them. How can I train my APM and micro in Warhammer 3 apart from playing PvP and tourneys? I guess, like, I don't know, man. I guess, like, yeah, you can play campaign on a higher speed. Make sure you play on legendary so you don't, like, pause spam. And then you just gotta micro it. But the thing is, campaign, right? So, like, you learn the best when you run into a problem that you have to get better to solve. In campaign, if you run into a problem, you just cheese harder, right? So you need to play a campaign with no cheese and set it up where the only way to win is to micro your cavalry well. So play like a cheeseless 50% cavalry build on in a Warhammer campaign. And then experience the loss, right? Be like, wow, my cavalry keep dying. But then you gotta remember that you can technically win if you just play better. And then that way you can actually see the progression a little bit. If you're really bad at micro, you start with less cavalry and then you just slowly scale it up. Start with like 1 cav and you're winning fights, then go to 2, then 3, 4, 5, 6. And then by the time you're microing a 20 stack of cavalry in campaign, then you'll probably have pretty okay APM. But the AI is still so janky that you'll probably learn some bad habits of like, if I pull my cavalry in this direction, they will unbrace and I can charge them. But when you actually play against a player, they're not going to do that. So realistically, the best thing to do is to just play multiplayer. I personally had like, what, 5,000 hours in Warhammer before I went into multiplayer. And my cavalry was not any better for having 5,000 hours. The game just teaches you not to take cavalry, right? That's kind of how it goes. I think a lot of players, they take cavalry, they're like, wow, this cav sucks. They just die instantly. And then they run single entities or hero stacks. You know, I do kind of wonder, what if they made cavalry really good in single player? How busted would they be in multiplayer? I imagine rather busted. But alright. Final Demons of Chaos game. Can we bring up their win rate? The goal is simple. I want him to have no archers, and then I kill him with Changebringers at the end. Well, yeah, obviously cavalry would be the meta. I guess that one time Seekers was super OP. Imagine like that, but all cavalry. It would just be purely cavalry fights. And no kite, because it'd be so much cav. Pretty rough. Ready? Good luck, have fun. So, Greenskins can only field so many archers before their lines get a little bit sus. If you take too many archers, I just walk in and kill them with my cavalry. Which means all I really gotta do is cast like 3 Tzeentch's Firestorms, 3 Nets, and then summon in Changebringers. Greenskins have notoriously bad anti-air. These guys should do quite well against them. Is that the curse? At 5,000 hours, campaign players start joining multiplayer tournaments? Honestly, I think so. I think that's how it goes. So that's a lot of spider riders, right? What is my best option against them? So I could just net them, but these guys are cheap. I can dodge. I can get a few dodges in. I think I want to capture 1 point. Oh, Jesus, a lot of black orcs. Okay. Can I go for the skirmishers, or I can go for the black orcs and try and kill his lord, maybe? I could still just summon in changebringers and guffaw. That should be pretty good. Furies at least can dodge fairly well. Black orcs are not going to fare extremely well versus Tzeentch's Firestorm. Has enough AP even on normal casts to get a lot of work done. And we also don't really know if his skirmishers can even contest changebringers, because obviously Furies are still rather fast, right? So we already terror routed one of them. Can we route off another, perhaps? Actually, pretty... You know what? Pretty low damage on the Black Orcs. I'm a little surprised. He doesn't have Curse... He does have Curse of the Bad Moon. Dip! Split it up! If he cast Curse of the Bad Moon there, that would have been very bad. With all my Furies blobbed up. Just insta loss, I swear. Thankfully, we got out of there. We're just gonna back it up. We're gonna get our sick changebringers in. And because his skirmishers have been warded off so effectively, I think we'll be able to get him good. Furies are also just generally rather strong against skirmishers in general. So I think we'll be fine on that front. Changebringers can definitely kill Black Orcs. It's gonna take a while, but I have time. All I need is the one capture point, and we're good. Yeah, get him, Changebringers. All right, nice. So that's another unit down the drain. Let's get some more Hellstriders here. He brought a lot of skirmishers this fight to try and contest the Furies. An interesting ploy. But I don't think it'll be enough. These changebringers are having a field day, which is always a very bad sign for any player. They're having the time of their lives. He's summoning a bunch of goblin wolf riders too, which unfortunately are not very strong in general. They're just kind of a weak unit. So I am mildly worried for my opponent. That's a pretty nice volley on his lord over there. And yeah, it seems like the skirmishers... I was really worried about the skirmishers at first. But I guess just having this many Furies makes them a little bit more lackluster, right? We got a pretty sick charge on him over there. Changebringers can keep shooting that Gobbo Great Shaman. Yeah, here we go. Jeez, his stagger animations, though. I can't believe his stagger animations make him dodge that hard. I guess shooting at max range be like that. Ouch. Okay. Gets a pretty nice shot in there, too. I just want to get that my one volley, though, and then I should be okay. I will say, though, my opponent's doing a good job harassing them. My poor guys are taking so much deeps. Okay, there we go. Lots of skirmishers routing them. We got our Tzeentch's Firestorm in. It's bullying his infantry incredibly hard. But will it be enough to actually kill his lord? We'll see. We're actually down trading right now. But if I route him off, I think we're still okay. A lot of his units have been chased off too, specifically. So I think we're still mostly fine, despite the down trade. Changebringer's just got to finish cooking this lord, who apparently refuses to die. What a terror, man. He's still alive. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to back up. He did eventually kill the Changebringers, summoning in lots more boys. He actually almost has a triple cap too. Gosh dang. Okay, my dude's kind of cooking. Holy moly. I need to capture a point. Now, let's see here. I think we can definitely snipe his lord very soon. I think if we just spam this, we'll be okay. Just a few blue fires. Get some cavalry in. Yo, that's kind of crazy, though, how well you did. I do have another Tzeentch's Firestorm cooking up right now. That should do quite well. We're gonna net him on top of his Black Orcs. Okay, yeah, I'll just settle for a Tzeentch's Firestorm there. They're really expensive cavalry. We just want them dead. Huzzah! And then I'll just spam some blue fire on his lord, and then we'll be okay. Yeah, there we go. This is an absolute massacre over there. Oh, he netted me. He got the net. Oh, dang. It's actually kind of spooky. I see, I see. This one, what do I want? Demonettes? Maybe Demonettes, actually. How's my lord doing? He's kind of getting surrounded. Holy Jeebus. My opponent's actually cooking. He's actually cooking. The light cav spam. Is this a secret? Okay, I do have... We're out of triple cap territory, thank goodness. I can get a pretty solid charge here, and we got some demonettes. Alright, this is a fairly good charge too, right? Lots of deeps. Lots of routing potential, right? Yeah, there we go. Moon Howlers are gone. He gets the wall, but I can just back up. I want to bring in the Changebringers again. I think once we get them on the battlefield, I'll be mostly okay. Although, you know, maybe Demonettes. I don't think I need them. I think if I blue fire his lord enough, I'll be okay. I'm just gonna get some solid charges in. There we go. Just gonna charge my lord, but I got another magic spell cast over here. So that should hurt quite a bit. Orc Borboy Big Guns is kind of spooky though. That's a great Tzeentch's Firestorm, however. We're gonna have to back up. Alley-oop. We're dipping. Alright. Should be able to charge in here. And then we're gonna make them unkillable. For the time being. Okay. Okay, I gotta kill his lord, man. Okay, decent damage. I can rear charge these guys. Having so many demonettes in the grind will certainly help. And then spamming Fury should be enough here for the win. Definitely a little sus. There we go. Seeker's routed off his cav. That's good. He gets a Curse of the Bad Moon, but kind of whiffs it. All right, I just got to kill his lord in time. He's actually kind of winning, though. The Black Orcs, somehow, some way, have actually held. They do finally break, thank goodness. Okay, here we go. Time to kill the spooky Spider-Man. We spam Furies. We capture with the Demonettes. Very nice. Okay. And he's routed. Okay. All right. Thank goodness. Okay, so it's a start. It's a start. We routed off his black. We routed off his character here. We just gotta escort his lord off the battlefield, and the rest should be relatively simple. Oh boy! Oh, jeez. All right, there we go. Big routes, big routes. He might win though. He might actually win.
You have the foe's victory.
Okay, point number one. Only so many tickets. I am out of magic too, mind you. Okay, I have some seekers here I can bring in. That's good. Okay, there we go. Lord's about to run off the battlefield. Thank goodness. Okay. I need my lord to live.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Okay, there we go. Lord loss penalty is gonna be rough. I have seekers coming in. I will have more Seekers in a second. And I should be able to steal this capture point very effectively. No more leadership from this guy. Very nice. Okay, yeah, Snaggle is gone. All right, and then we recharge these guys for a sweet terror route. Nice, capture weight is mine. Alrighty, then we gotta get on the point as fast as possible. Route off the skirms. Okay, and then one more Seeker to finish the job. As long as he doesn't spam mobility over here, I should be okay. 2 Demonettes are capturing this point. That should be fast enough. I have 1 minute to get on this point and to capture it with all these guys. Snaggle is gone though. And he summoned Black Orcs. Okay, thank goodness. He summoned Black Orcs. Huge. I just gotta capture the point. Yes, Demons of Chaos. Clearly a very powerful faction indeed. Black Orcs, I think they have that sweet capture weight bonus. 5 capture weight. Okay, so they don't. That's fine. Now, where is he gonna summon? Okay, yeah, he summoned some Boar Boys here. Okay, I'm gonna need some Seekers for sure.
You have the foe's victory point.
Okay, here we go. So Demonettes are anti-armor. They're perfect for this situation. Black Orcs aren't even gonna get on the point, which is very much so important to me. With 50 seconds to spare, it appears that we are doing all right. We got a solid charge on his skirmishers there. A little bit of a terror route too. That's nice. He's not taking the point from me, not anytime soon. And then I can just outmaneuver him. Solid. All right. Not even close, baby. Not even close. Jeez Louise. If he spammed enough here, he could actually screw me over pretty hard. Okay, yeah, his cavalry's dead. His skirmishers are dead. Oh my gosh. What a terrifying match. Brings in some more Wolf Riders. I thought the Wolf Riders were bad. They actually helped with the stalling quite a bit. Oh, jeez. All right, we got it. We got it. We're good. Demons of Chaos reign supreme. Truly the hard mode of factions. My lord had to barely survive and get as much value as he could. Otherwise, his Goblin Lord would have lived. I think the entire game hinged on that Gobbo Lord dying. And I got no army abilities because Demons of Chaos suck. But hey, I shouldn't be complaining when they win. Black Orcs have ITP, so no terror route. But not a problem for me. He's still streaming? Yeah, we're still streaming. What do I need? I guess I'm saving up for Fiends. I think he's saving up to try and steal a point. I know he's saving up. He's gonna hammer one of these points super hard here. Goodbye to those guys, though. What, does he have stealth units? Imagine he, like, stealth captures us. Okay, no, he spams Orc Boy Spears over here. Okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. The Black Orcs are dead. I will say, for an unconventional Greenskin army, it was actually really cool seeing how well the Black Orc shields did. Along with everything else. The Black Orc shields were surprisingly effective here. Like, I just did not really have anything for them. Even the Tzeentch's Firestorm didn't really have the DPS. Gonna see the Broken Tusk mob coming over here. With 2 units of cavalry, we should be okay, though. He does only need to capture 1 point to win, though. So, like, I gotta be really careful. Bringing all hands on deck over here. Okay, yeah, he has no more funds. Okay. Whew.
Unending glory is yours.
Unending glory is ours. Had his Goblin Lord lived, he would have won. He actually had me on the ropes, though. Well, that was a crazy match. Daceberg really stepped up to the plate with a crazy build, man. The net gobbo, Snagla has somehow got 1600 value. I don't even know how. The mass skirms, the black orcs, like everything about this is so cool. The wolf riders, like what is this build and why did it work so well? That was a crazy match, man. Honestly, props to Daceberg for such crazy theory crafting. In the end, I think if I had multiple changebringers, it would have been rough, but you can't always just run multiple changebringers, right? Chaos Demons versus Greenskins, though, we win! Snagla finally getting his recognition. Yeah, I don't know what about him made him do so much. But as you can see, Chaos Demons now have a 45% win rate thanks to me today. We brought them up a whole 2% in one day. That's how bad they are. G was a really cool build. Oh my gosh. 2%. So that means in another day, I can get them into out of bottom 7. I can pair them up with Greenskins with another one of these sessions. I can't wait to watch this. Dude, that was sketchy. First time you got to the finals? Oh, hell yeah. Dude, you're actually pretty spooky to play against. Pretty spooky. Alrighty. Yeah, look at this guy. 2,700. My poor lord could not fight the two of them. Whew. Anyways. GG's. Well played. Was a very fun double tourney day. And we will continue to try to get Demons of Chaos to #1 on ladder. Will it be possible? I think eventually, but I worry that the new season will start. Only one way to find out, though. That's going to be going on tomorrow. Peace. And thank you very much to our fleet admirals, Clint, Terry Tuckleby, Pops, Miss New Booty. And our Patreon supporters, Caculandia, Steven Samorden, Charlie Benjo, and Noble Naldor. You guys are the greatest supporters of this channel. And yeah, I guess that's it. I'm tired, guys. I'm so tired. I'm gonna go lie down. Peace.